In March 2011, an Assembler Games user named ProtonX revealed to the world Sonic X-treme, an unreleased Sonic the Hedgehog spin-off. This highly rare prototype, which was salvaged from a development kit for the original Xbox, raised many questions, a good number of which were answered by those who continued to research it in the years that followed. Andrew Bowman, a seasoned video game preservationist, rediscovered it after it had fallen off the map for around 5 years. He was able to successfully track down the only build of it known to exist and dig into its contents to unearth more details. According to Andrew, the prototype was made by a little-known company called Visionscape Interactive from San Diego, California. Over 13 years since the project's inception, I reached out to former members of Visionscape to get their side of the story behind this mysterious lost game. Visionscape's road to creating Sonic X-treme can be traced back to around 2002. They had just completed development on Seablade, a flight combat shooter game for the Xbox. It had originally been intended to be part of a collaboration with Microsoft to promote the 2001 Steven Spielberg film AI Artificial Intelligence. The agreement ultimately fell apart, and Visionscape was forced to hastily retrofit the title into an original IP, stripping out all references to the movie just months before release. This turn of events limited its success. For Visionscape though, this was only one of the few ventures they had in the works. They had also secured the video game rights to Tech Deck, a series of finger skateboarding toys that gained popularity in the late 1990s. The outcome of this deal was a line of products known as digital playsets. These were packages sold at toy stores around the world, each containing 2 Tech Deck character figurines and a CD-ROM with a video game on it. Known as Bare Knuckle Grind, the skateboarding game was developed by Visionscape Interactive and utilized an innovative business model. Each of the different Tech Deck character figure packs came with their own version of the game that contained new playable characters and a different town to explore. The more players collected of the toy line, the larger their interconnected virtual world or digital playset would become. The model in many ways foreshadowed the arrival of Toys to Life games like Disney Infinity and LEGO Dimensions. Launching in 2003, the product soon became a success. Ahead of its launch, however, Visionscape was already acting on plans to expand Bare Knuckle Grind's reach with ports to consoles. They also intended to reuse the framework they had built for it in other skateboarding-themed games. The first of these was based around the Nickelodeon TV show Rocket Power, a cartoon series about a group of friends who partake in various extreme sports. Publisher THQ acquired the license around the time of its first airing in 1999 and had set about producing video game tie-ins with it. The next one they had planned was called Rocket Power Zero Gravity Zone. It was set to be developed by Visionscape for Xbox, PS2 and GameCube, while Tron, a separate company, handled a Game Boy Advance version. Visionscape's console game used a lot of the tech they had built for Bare Knuckle Grind and the same engine, a version of Renderware. It was being made with the Xbox as the lead platform, given the fact that they already had experience with the hardware from working with Microsoft on Seablade. Renderware would have enabled them to port Rocket Power Zero Gravity Zone to other platforms with relative ease as development went on. Unfortunately for them, however, the project never made it that far. Right before the game was set to enter alpha testing, THQ, who had been funding it, abruptly applied the brakes in around late February 2003. For years, its cancellation would remain shrouded in mystery. I contacted Matt McDonald, one of Visionscape's co-founders, to understand more about what happened and its connection to Sonic X-treme. According to Matt, THQ faced mounting financial issues at the time. Within the space of a week, 13 separate projects were cancelled in an effort to decrease spending, including Visionscape's Rocket Power title. Ultron's Game Boy Advance version, on the other hand, had a much smaller budget and was thus allowed to continue. It released in August 2003 without its home console counterparts. With their Rocket Power game dead, a lot of Visionscape's employees were left without an active project. Their president, Matt McDonald, was forced to improvise. A number of Visionscape's members had a background in animation. Matt had himself worked on the animated TV show But Ugly Martians, for instance. The studio therefore not only made its own games, it was producing CGI animation for games made by other companies. They had been hired to do 3D animated cutscenes for Sega's next Sonic the Hedgehog title, Sonic Heroes. Making use of this new industry contact, Matt decided in May 2003 that his team would put together a pitch for a new Sonic game for Xbox, PS2 and GameCube. The idea was to take the technology and experience they developed during Rocket Power and Bare Knuckle Grind and apply it to this new project. It was planned to be a game where the player competed against various Sonic characters in a number of differently themed worlds on hoverboards. Using the same engine and many of the same assets from Bare Knuckle Grind, a playable prototype was assembled for this theoretical new game. Recycling pre-existing tools like this allowed them to create the demo very quickly. Matt estimates that it took them no more than a week to make. Not only was the development process efficient, if the pitch was successful, it would carry the advantage of giving Sega a head start on the following Sonic game, since Sonic Team itself wouldn't be done with Heroes until later into the year. Thanks to their collaboration with Sega on the cinematics for Sonic Heroes, it meant that they also had some access to their internal library of game assets, like character models for both Sonic and Shadow, as well as art from previous games. These would become implemented into their hoverboarding prototype. Its menus were comprised of promotional art from the Sonic Adventure games, and the character models became their two playable characters, Shadow and Sonic. The player could navigate them through a skate park level stylized after Green Hill Zone from the original Sonic the Hedgehog with its iconic checkered soil. The stage is full of various slopes to ride up and rails to grind on. Doing so will allow you to pull off a number of tricks like stalls, flips and spins. Executing a trick successfully will give you points that are tallied up into a total shown on the top left of the HUD. According to Andrew Bowman, the prototype's owner, there are a few different modes that are accessible within it. The first of these is a single player mission mode where the player explores the Green Hill style environment with the ultimate goal of collecting an emerald. They must first locate and collect a key, which then allows them to unlock a portal. Travelling through it will take them to a final area wherein they can pick up the floating emerald, at which point the demo ends. The other two main modes have a two-player local multiplayer option enabled via split screen. Alternatively, they can be played against a computer-controlled opponent. One of them is dubbed Combat and has the two hedgehogs duking it out by picking up weapons and firing them at each other. There are several different types of weapons to grab, including rockets and grenades. They can also perform a spin attack to smash crates, revealing more of the level. The other game type is a simple race mode where the two characters compete against each other in a race to the finish. There are Sonic-style boost pads on the ground enabling you to pick up more speed. In addition, there is a very basic grey-coloured area built by the developers for test purposes that's hidden in the game's files. Various audio files sourced from Sonic Adventure 2 are used throughout the demo, including voice clips for Sonic and music lifted from its soundtrack. Playing as Sonic will trigger Escape from the City, the theme from Sonic Adventure 2's City Escape level to play. Shadow's music, on the other hand, is the song from the Knuckles Pumpkin Hill stage, A Ghost Pumpkin Soup. Lastly, the menu music is the Chao Garden's Chao Machine track. Sonic Extreme's prototype was paid for by Visionscape itself, initially existing without Sega's knowledge. It wasn't until Visionscape called a meeting with Sega that their project would become formally introduced to them. Matt McDonald sat down with the head of Sonic Team at the time, Yuji Naka, to show him their work. According to Matt, Naka was hugely impressed with the demo. He apparently made it clear that while Sega had no such game like this being planned, he was enthusiastic about the concept. At the end of their meeting, he allegedly stated in no uncertain terms that the two companies would move forward with the project. He requested that Visionscape assemble a design document planning out a full game and a preliminary budget calculating how much it would cost Sega to develop. For the brief period that would follow, it seemed to Visionscape's management that they had secured the company's immediate future with this new deal on the horizon, although this sense of security was short-lived. Visionscape did draft up and submit the plans requested by Yuji Naka, but it was at this juncture that Sega went silent on the matter. McDonald and his team waited for weeks expecting a response. There wasn't one. Repeated attempts to contact Sega were made by Visionscape's agent in the following months to no avail. Without any explanation provided, the publisher ended its correspondence with them on a permanent basis after they submitted the cutscenes for Sonic Heroes. Speaking to me in 2017, Matt McDonald says that he never took their quiet rejection of Visionscape personally. He assumed that they simply had other plans and chose against moving forward with Sonic Extreme. It was another 2 years before Matt and his team would receive an update on the Sonic Extreme front. In this time, Sega had released Sonic Heroes and was nearing completion on its spin-off, Shadow the Hedgehog. In September 2005, the heads of Visionscape were surprised to learn about the next Sonic game in development, Sonic Riders. The title was set to feature Sonic and his friends racing on hoverboards and performing tricks across various worlds, a premise that they believed was strikingly similar to the one Visionscape had pitched around 2 years earlier. In our correspondence, Matt told me that he is certain that Sega essentially took the rough concept that they presented in Sonic Extreme and made it themselves, excluding Visionscape from the process altogether. This, he believes, accounts for their total silence after their full proposal was submitted. Comparing Sonic Riders and the Extreme prototype, there are some vague similarities outside of the core hoverboarding concept. It could be argued that the modes in Visionscape's pitch are in some form precedent riders. There is a battle mode in which players hover around a small arena and fight each other. They can even collect items that float next to them. They both of course have race options, and there is a game type in Riders where you collect an emerald, although it's very different from the one seen in Extreme game and has more of a competitive slant to it. Despite these small observations, there's ultimately little value in comparing a rough prototype made in about a week from pre-existing assets to a fully funded finished game. There's no way of knowing how a fully developed Sonic X-treme would compare to Riders. What McDonald alleges is that Yuji Naka and his team took Visionscape's early concept of a Sonic hoverboarding game and went in their own direction from there. When Matt first learned about Sonic Riders, he did contact his agent to inquire about the legal situation around its alleged connection to Sonic X-treme. He was apparently told that the non-disclosure agreement Visionscape had signed during Sonic Heroes included a caveat that if any pitch submitted to Sega used their intellectual property, in this case Sonic, Visionscape would automatically surrender ownership of it. In other words, Sega is the legal owner of Sonic X-treme, and if Sonic Team did copy its ideas for Sonic Riders, it would have been completely legal. Matt's allegations are supported by other former members of Visionscape that I spoke to independently of him who are no longer under his employment. Furthermore, the file date from the prototype proved definitively that it was made before Sonic Riders, as he claims. In the interests of balance, I did contact both Yuji Naka and Sega multiple times to hear their side of the story, but both declined to comment. Sonic X-treme marks one of the many games lost in the Blue Hedgehog's long history. It's also one that we might never have discovered were it not for the actions of a few rogue ex-employees from Visionscape. The company had announced it was shutting down in 2006, at which point Matt instructed a few of his remaining staff to dispose of their old development hardware. He had arranged for them to deliver a series of dev kits to an electronic recycling plant. Evidently, at least some of this technology never made it there. Instead, it appears to have been sold about, being traded between private collectors before eventually being recovered and preserved by Andrew Bowman. Officially, nothing ever came of Visionscape's Sonic hoverboarding project, but depending on who you believe, it could be possible that there is a causal link between the existence of it and an entire series of Sonic spin-off games.
Did you know? There's been dozens of unreleased games that have since been recovered and preserved online. Video games that we thought were lost forever have come back in the strangest ways, sometimes decades after they were cancelled. We touched on this topic back in May of 2022, but there's just so many fascinating stories about lost games that we had to come back a second time. Today we'll take a look at 4 games, why they were never released, how they got discovered, and where they are now. These are stories about cancelled games that were released online by their creators, given away as gifts, or even stolen in a heist. Look for some exclusive information in this video, as there'll be plenty of it from the developers, collectors, and historians we contacted who helped get these games online. Let's start off with one of the most infamous cancelled games in history, Star Fox 2. Star Fox 2 is a rare example of a cancelled project that eventually got an official release. After years of various builds getting leaked online, Nintendo announced the finished game would be bundled with their then upcoming Super NES Classic Edition. Like its predecessor, Star Fox 2 was co-developed by Nintendo EAD in Japan and Britain's Argonaut Software, who had formed a tight bond since their connection in the early 90s. The company originally had a 3-title deal with Nintendo, where they had to develop games using their high-tech Super FX chip. The original Star Fox was one of these games. 2 British programmers from Argonaut, Giles Goddard and Dylan Cuthbert, were sent back to Japan and split off, with Goddard working on Stunt Race FX, while Cuthbert led development on the sequel to Star Fox. The development of Star Fox 2 started right after the first game was finished. According to leaked snippets of the game's source code, programming began on February 16, 1993, 5 days before Star Fox was released in Japan. Cuthbert would serve as the lead programmer on the project, with 2 Nintendo EAD coders working under him. It was a small team of people overseen by Shigeru Miyamoto and director Katsuya Eguchi. Cuthbert recalls living in Kyoto during the production of Star Fox 2, having limited contact with Argonaut or the outside world in general. Both technically and in design, Star Fox 2 was a much more complex game than the original. It was decided early on that the title should use more powerful hardware, and with extra memory, the game could go beyond the on-rails shooter and give the player the ability to soar in any direction. It took months of planning to decide what Star Fox 2 would be. At first, it was literally up in the air. Eguchi wanted a more roguelike game set deep in the darkest corners of space, heavily inspired by a Famicom game called Star Luster. While researching the game's overall feel, Cuthbert tinkered with the R-Wing's ability to transform and developed a 3D platforming prototype. It was then decided this was the way to go. The sequel would be half strategic space shooter and half low-ground dungeon crawler. Shigeru Miyamoto considered the original Star Fox an experimental platform, so it was natural that the next game would feature many new ideas that pushed the SNES to its limits. Star Fox 2's story takes place right after the events of the first game. The main antagonist, Andross, returns to invade the army of Corneria, and it's up to Team Star Fox to save the day. Falco, Fox, Peppy, Slippy, and 2 fresh female companions. On their way, the group encounters many evil entities throughout space. Most notably, they meet Team Starwolf, the evil counterpart to Team Star Fox. Star Fox 2 would include a plethora of new characters. In addition to the wicked Starwolf team, there were 2 new playable heroes, Miyu, a courageous lynx, and Faye, a little white poodle. There were plenty of other ideas for the updated Star Fox team. Looking at leaked sprite sheets, we can see designs for all sorts of creatures that could have made it into the game. There were gazelles, bison, bears, sheep, lemurs, dogs, pigs, rabbits, robots, and, interestingly, African American women. Were this in the final product, it would have been the first human character to appear in a Star Fox game, and one of the earliest examples of black representation in a Nintendo title. The exact name of this character, if they ever had one, is unknown, and Dylan Cuthbert has no memory of their creation. Star Fox 2 made its public debut at the Consumer Electronics Show in January 1995. Nintendo spent most of its time at the show promoting upcoming Super FX games, with Star Fox 2 as the top title. Coverage was mostly positive, with the game making the front cover of several magazines. It was clear that people were ready for more Star Fox. Star Fox 2 was finished by mid-1995 and was planned for release in August. However, at the end of development, it became apparent that 3D technology was advancing far quicker than anyone at Nintendo could have imagined. Star Fox 2 would look obsolete only months after its release. Nintendo didn't want to risk this, and decided to scrap the project last minute. In a 2015 talk with Nintendo Life, Cuthbert recalls, "It was the summer of 1995, and the PlayStation and Saturn were suddenly doing very well in Japan. I think that caught Nintendo off guard. The decision was made because they didn't want the old Gen 3D going up against the much better 3D of the next generation side by side. The game was about 95% complete. Even after the decision was made, Argonaut went ahead and completed it, taking it to be fully QA'd through Nintendo's testing subsidiary Mario Club. Nintendo decided to focus on titles for the upcoming Nintendo 64, including a new Star Fox game which began production right after Star Fox 2 was cancelled. You can see many elements of Star Fox 2 in Star Fox 64, such as Team Starwolf and all-range mode battles. Cuthbert would leave Argonaut for Sony, as their contract with Nintendo was up. He couldn't stay in Kyoto due to a non-poaching agreement after Giles Goddard quit Argonaut to work for Nintendo EAD. Both Nintendo and Cuthbert would keep final copies of Star Fox 2 in their archives as a memento of a project they spent 2 years on, only for nobody to see it. Star Fox 2 leaking to the internet was inevitable. At the CES show in 1995, an Arizona man named Sean J. Freeman was arrested for attempting to steal a copy of Star Fox 2. Freeman, who was charged with felony petty theft, allegedly planned to pirate the game. He was caught in the middle of the show floor and tackled by Las Vegas police. With the rise of emulation in the late 90s, there was more interest in finding lost games that were never released. Sometime in 1999, an early alpha leaked onto ROM sites. This version contains numerous bugs and consists of debug menus and a broken multiplayer mode. Not the ideal way to play the holy grail of lost Nintendo games. Another prototype leaked onto a German fan translations site in August 2002. It was a Japanese build much further along that was eventually discovered to be a near-final prototype dated June 1995. This version originated from an assembled binary kept by an anonymous Argonaut developer. Cuthbert denies being the person who released this ROM and suspects they were stolen from his hard drive after he went to Sony. Whoever the culprit was, they brought Star Fox 2 to the internet, and we thank them for it. The story was over. At least, it was until 2017 when Nintendo announced the SNES Classic. The dedicated console would include 21 pre-installed games, one of which being the final build of Star Fox 2. 20 years after it got cancelled, the game was finally released. It even got a new box art drawn by Takaya Imamura, Star Fox's original character designer. The announcement shocked everyone, including Dylan Cuthbert, who programmed the title over 2 decades ago. As Cuthbert told GamesIndustry.biz, "I didn't know about it at all. My company does not have any work with Nintendo right now, so there wouldn't have been an NDA-safe way of letting me know anyway. On the other hand, I got to have a big awesome surprise like everyone else, so I'm quite happy about that. It's an absolutely awesome feeling. Incredible, really. Perhaps a first in the games industry even." The decision to include Star Fox 2 in the SNES Classic came from one of Nintendo's producers, who thought it was a waste not to release it in the world. It was known for years that Nintendo had a master build of the ROM. It was even used when Dylan Cuthbert worked on Star Fox Command for the Nintendo DS, with them giving him the file for research. Nintendo has a dense archive which can be seen in the infamous 4chan GigaLeak, where tons of material from the company's history, including Star Fox 2 ROMs and source code, were spread online in 2020. Star Fox 2 had a long journey getting online, from an attempted robbery to an anonymous leak to an official release from Nintendo. But believe it or not, this isn't the only title to go through this pipeline. Another game was involved in an even crazier heist. This cancelled game that eventually got an official release is Aka-R, an arcade title planned to be released by Atari in the early 80s. Before it was leaked through somewhat controversial circumstances, Aka-R was considered a white whale among arcade collectors, a title that would likely never be shared online. A cross between Atari's Tempest and Missile Command, the game is a space shooter where players use a trackball to defend their ship. Depending on the distance between you and the enemies, the game constantly shifts between two screens of warfare. Aka-R was the work of 3 developers at Atari: Mike Halley, Dave Ralston, and John Salwitz. Mike Halley was recruited out of college in 1977 to work in Atari's pinball division, but would move to arcade game development. Dave Ralston joined the pinball division in 1979, their final year before closure, and would also jump to arcades. Because of their similar backgrounds, Halley and Ralston collaborated on a project that merged elements of pinball and video games. Halley was on programming, and Ralston was on art. The game would be known as Penetration, a hybrid game where players shoot a pinball through hoops to destroy space invaders in corresponding rings on the screen. It was eventually renamed to Aka-R, likely because no one would take a game called Penetration seriously. There are conflicting stories on the meaning behind the title Aka-R. Many believe the name was a jab at Atari for not giving their talent the credit they deserved. Aka-R could be an acronym for an also known as another Ralston-Halley production. In interviews, John Salwitz has a similar, slightly less messy answer. The name was an inside joke about another employee at Atari, programmer Rich Adam. Adam previously worked on Missile Command, among other things, and once signed a document with a fictitious name and added, also known as Rich Adam. Also known as Rich Adam could be shortened to AKA-R or Aka-R. Whatever the truth is, the name was unofficial. Were it to have an official release, the game would have a different, more marketable title. Potential names included the Sentinel and Target Outpost. This was around the time when John Salwitz entered the picture. Hired by Atari in October 1981, Salwitz joined at the end of the part pinball, part video game idea. The team found that the pinball action wasn't adding much other than cost, and switched to traditional video gameplay. Here was the start of the Aka-R we can play today. The trio worked on the game for about 6 months before field testing. In early 1982, Atari sent a cabinet to a location in Florida, where it was tested against a little-known game, you might have heard of it, called Robotron 2084. With its high-speed movement and addictive gameplay, Robotron destroyed the competition. Aka-R only made about $30 after about a week. It was clear who the winner was, and Atari decided to cancel Aka-R. The game, while essentially finished, would never be manufactured. Despite this poor first start, the 3 would find success following the game's cancellation. John Salwitz and David Ralston thought their time at Atari was over. However, executive Dan Van Elderen told them, "Great try for a bunch of rookies. What are you going to do next?" Ralston then pitched a game about a delivery boy riding his bike down a street, an idea that would eventually become Paperboy in 1985. The duo continued collaborating for years, moving from Atari to Electronic Arts, and eventually starting their own company, Blue Shift. As for Mike Halley, he stayed at Atari for years, having a big hand in everything from 1983's Star Wars to 1995's Area 51. Now, only 3 Aka-R cabinets are known to exist, all of which eventually ended up in the hands of private collectors. Each cabinet was rescued from Atari's warehouses or bought directly from the development team. Mike Halley recalls being paid about $3,000 for his copy. Although ROMs were never shared, several private collectors lent their cabinets out for free to play at conventions, allowing the public to experience something they couldn't elsewhere. Despite this generosity, many were disappointed that Aka-R never made it online. But on April 15, 2019, something unbelievable happened. On the Meme World forums, a place dedicated to preserving and emulating arcade games, a prototype made it onto the internet. Aka-R was dumped by an anonymous donor and shared with the masses. After 37 years, the game could finally be played by anyone at any time. But the story did not end there. 3 days after the announcement, a user going by the handle Atari Scott entered the forum with a controversial claim. Aka-R was stolen and leaked online by an unscrupulous ROM thief. This person, whose identity is still unknown, entered one of the collector's homes disguised as a repairman. He was brought in to fix some of his broken arcade cabinets. When the collector wasn't looking, he ran to the Aka-R machine, opened it up, and copied the ROMs without permission, then anonymously uploaded the files. This comment from Atari Scott would be their first and last comment on the Meme World forum. The man behind the account is believed to be Scott Evans, a well-known collector in the community, who amassed dozens of rare, unreleased arcade prototypes. At one point, he owned not 1, but 2 Aka-R cabinets, both of which have likely been sold off. Following an investigation from Ars Technica, another anonymous high-end collector came out with the same story. It can be argued that this was the worst way to go about video game preservation, as the ROM repairman stole data from the person who saved the arcade game. Rather than forming an actual relationship with the collector and building a path to public preservation, they probably just pissed them off and made them double down. But with the game now on the internet, it was reunited with the owners of the Atari license. They still owned the rights, meaning it could be officially released. And in 2021, AKR was bundled with the Arcade 1-Up's Atari Legacy cabinet alongside 13 other titles. In 2022, it was part of Atari 50, a curated collection of more than 90 playable Atari games throughout its history. There's a few other unreleased games in Atari 50, and if you sort by date, you can see them grouped together since they don't have a release date. Atari 50 came out in November 2022 for Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. On December 7th, 2022, while we were writing this script, Atari announced a reboot of AKR, a reimagining by legendary game designer Jeff Minter. This would be a modern take on the 1982 title, with psychedelic elements seen in Minter's previous work. The game was released on February 21st, 2023 to positive reviews. Despite its controversial ROM release, AKR would see a happy ending. We briefly mentioned how AKR was cancelled because of the success of another arcade game, Robotron 2084. But Robotron is also linked to another lost title that was later found. However, before we get into it, we need to explain a little about Robotron's background. Released by Atari competitor Williams Electronics in 1982, Robotron is one of the most iconic arcade titles of the Golden Age. The game is a frantic, top-down arcade shooter where the player runs around killing an onslaught of robots to save humanity, and its influence is still felt to this day. Robotron was developed by VidKids, a design firm founded by ex-Williams employees who eventually had a few unreleased games of their own. VidKids was started by programmers Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar. Jarvis was another member of Atari's pinball division who leapt to Williams in 1979. DeMar was a computer science graduate working for Bell Labs who left his job for the video game market in 1980. When the two started at Williams, the company was just turning to arcade titles and was described by Jarvis as an abandoned factory in complete isolation. With such a small staff and little knowledge of the technology, Williams offered the programmers plenty of creative freedom. A small team led by Jarvis created Williams' first original arcade game. Months of work led to Defender, a scrolling space shooter released in December 1980. Defender was a smash hit, selling 55,000 units and dethroning Atari's Asteroids as the top-earning arcade game in the United States. Defender's success brought Williams' business way up, and Jarvis and DeMar's way down. Jarvis believed that, thanks to their game, management was pushing dozens of people to design more hits like Defender. He thought that the quiet, enjoyable atmosphere Williams once had was gone. This was when the duo left in 1981 to form VidKids, an independent company that could develop arcade games the way they wanted. Its headquarters were based in Jarvis's condo in downtown Chicago. Williams wanted the two to stay and offered to give them a $30,000 development kit if they got the rights to publish and manufacture any future games. VidKid's first title, a Defender sequel called Stargate, would be released by Williams in October 1981. Not long after, Jarvis and DeMar split off to start new, original projects for VidKids. Jarvis started what would eventually become Robotron, while DeMar began work on a game called Conquest. Conquest was a multi-directional shooter set in the dark void of space. You are a captain of a spaceship stranded in the center of a 2D universe. Surrounded by alien planets ready to attack, your mission is to destroy them before they destroy you. The ship is equipped with a scanner that can detect the remaining planets, and you can control the spaceship using a tiny wheel to rotate and 2 buttons to thrust and fire. An example of this control scheme can be seen in the 1981 arcade game Omega Race. Conquest was very much a bare-bones prototype. The scanner and score panels were fully functional, but only represented as faint white dots. The spaceship was still using placeholder graphics, with a design inspired by the ship in 1971's Computer Space, the first commercially available video game, which VidKids had a cabinet of in their office. With only one development kit at their disposal, and essentially one programmer doing all the work, VidKids' progress was sluggish. Jarvis would work on Robotron during the day, DeMar would work on Conquest at night. After 2 straight months, the game was still bare bones. DeMar said in the 2020 book, The Games That Weren't, there was very little game there at the time. I had only created the 2D scrolling world, the ship control, the scanner, the ship's fireball shots, the collision detection and explosions, and enemy racking for the end of a wave. There were many notable gaps to fill overall, with a lack of player explosion when you died, and just a simple blank attract screen that slowly cycled through colors. Conquest was put on hold after VidKids found out that a similar game was set to be published by Williams at the same time. Internally, Williams was working on Sinistar, another multi-directional space shooter developed by some of the Defender team. Jarvis and DeMar were worried that Williams would prioritize their own game over one made by an outside company, so VidKids focused on Robotron and would decide later whether or not to resume Conquest. They never did. The company would put out one more game for Williams, the obscure 1983 title Blaster, before shutting its doors in 1984. Jarvis left to get his master's degree at Stanford. DeMar would return to Williams, with Jarvis following him soon after. A quiet ending for one of the most unrecognized arcade developers of the 80s. Enter Jeff Vavasour. An early expert in emulation, Vavasour was a Canadian developer who made a name for himself designing home computer emulators for the PC in the early 90s. In November 1994, he was hired by Digital Eclipse Software, working on some of the first commercial emulators. Digital Eclipse was mostly doing Macintosh work at the time, but was looking to branch out to the PC, Super Nintendo, and Sega Genesis. One of Vavasour's first jobs at the company was the SNES version of Williams Arcade's Greatest Hits. The game was a collection of arcade ports from Williams' Golden Age, including VidKit's Stargate and Robotron. During the project, Vavasour made friends with Larry DeMar, then the head of Williams' pinball division. DeMar sent Vavasour the source code to all his games so he could render them as accurately as possible without emulation. The VidKids library came with a special gift, the partial code for Conquest dated June 30th, 1982. Conquest did not make it into Arcade's Greatest Hits. Historical importance notwithstanding, it wouldn't make sense commercially releasing an unfinished prototype. Games like Star Fox 2 and Aka-R have had their final or near-final ROMs published. No such thing existed for Conquest. The source code was never shared, and stayed in Vavasour's pocket for decades. In 2009, Vavasour established Code Mystics, a company specializing in retro game ports. Code Mystics has worked on dozens of titles, with credits on everything from Rare Replay to the King of Fighters series. They even have a special thanks for Atari 50, which Digital Eclipse developed. At the end of 2020, they released something that had been in their archives for nearly 25 years. With the permission of VidKids, Vavasour compiled the Conquest source code and uploaded it to their site as a free-to-play browser game. It runs smoothly on a custom Williams arcade emulator, and is a first look at an arcade game that was close to being lost forever. Conquest can be played on any PC at any time, anywhere. You can boot up the game right now in just a few simple clicks. Check it out after this video. Finishing today's video is something completely different. Strap yourselves in, this is a strange one. Here is Drax Night Out, an unreleased Nintendo Entertainment System game planned to be released by Parker Bros. In 1991. At first glance, this seems like a fairly average Nintendo game. You play as Dracula, the king of vampires, who's on a mission to find his beautiful bride Mina before sunrise. Dracula, or Drac as the game likes to call him, only has 6 hours to make it, and he constantly has to avoid angry mobs and monsters trying to get in his way. The game consists of 2 scenes. The first scene is in Drac's castle, where you strategically sneak past enemies using a plethora of Rube Goldberg-style booby traps to kill anyone in your way. The second scene has Drac out on the town, where players must go in and out of strangers' houses to find Mina's location. If you can find her before the clock strikes 6, you win. Even by NES standards, Drax Night Out is pretty simplistic. But what makes this game particularly interesting is the bizarre, blatantly last-minute promotional tie-in. Were it to be released, Drax Night Out would be the first video game featuring the Reebok Pump, a flashy line of inflatable shoes released by Reebok in 1989. While Drac is out killing innocent civilians and sucking people's blood, he's wearing some of the most stylish sneakers on the market. Good for him. It should be clear that the Reebok connection wasn't always there. Drax Night Out was the brainchild of 2 men, Mark Lesser and Rex Bradford. Did You Know Gaming managed to get in touch with both developers, who gave us plenty of insight into the game's bizarre creation. Mark Lesser got his start in video games in the early 70s, working on handheld games for companies like Mattel. In 1980, he was hired by Parker Bros., where he'd worked on Atari VCS titles like Frogger 2 and an unreleased Lord of the Rings game that was entirely finished. It was here where Lesser met programmer Rex Bradford, who was also working on the VCS and became good friends with him. Bradford was not at Parker Bros. For long, as he left for Activision's short-lived office in Boston. When that division closed in the spring of 1984, he co-founded a company of his own with fellow Parker Bros. Activision programmer Charlie Heath. Microsmiths was a tiny team of talented developers based in the coastal town of Ipswich, Massachusetts. Mark Lesser came on about a year after Microsmiths started, and most of their run in the 80s and early 90s was just the 3 of them, plus freelancers. With a company run entirely by ex-employees, Microsmiths had a close relationship with Parker Bros. Starting in 1990, Parker Bros. Began publishing games for the NES, with titles such as Heavy Shreddin' and, of course, Monopoly. Executives at the company had the original idea to do a Dracula-based game and commissioned Microsmiths to design it. Rex Bradford would come up with the castle scenes, while Mark Lesser would do the other half with the town. Parker Bros. Accepted the pitch, and development began on Drax Night Out. Bradford and Lesser would code, while a freelancer did the artwork. Microsmiths had no luxury of a hardware emulator on NES. All they had was a RAM-based cartridge where code could be inserted using a computer. Despite such limitations, Drax Night Out was a memorable project for both developers. Lesser, who was in the industry for over 25 years, says Drax was one of his favorite games to work on, even with its sad demise. Late into the production, Reebok hopped on board, insisting that the pump be added to the game to fulfill a licensing agreement with Parker Bros. Microsmiths objected, but had no say in the final decision. In the end, they had to do it. They distributed Reebok pump sneakers throughout the castle. When Drax touched one, he ran at increased speed for a while, much like a superstar in Mario. It was a small change, but it was the best they could do. Drax Night Out was in development for about a year. It reached the Golden Master stage and was 100% ready for release before being cancelled at the last minute. The exact reason for Drax's cancellation is unknown, but it's believed that Parker Bros. Decided to exit from NES development right as the game was finished. It may just be that their publication license expired and they elected not to renew. Keep in mind that Parker Bros. Had 2 other NES games in development at the time, both of which were cancelled. Bradford and Lesser were given free pairs of Reebok pumps for their efforts in the game. Out of spite, Lesser never wore his pumps. Regardless of no receipt, Bradford had a friend return his pair to the mall and split the money with her. Microsmiths would never develop another NES game, but continued doing titles for other systems like the Sega Genesis. They would close their doors in 1996. As Bradford recounts, "We did various other projects and tried to do more original games, but the scope of game development quickly got away from our small size, and we never rode the wave of building a big company. I went on to work at Looking Glass Studios in the 90s, and Mark and Charlie went on to do other things too. Mark did the Sega Genesis version of NHL 94 for Electronic Arts, and later formed MBL Research, and I did a couple of projects with him again. Microsmiths was a very fun and unique time." When Drax was cancelled, the developers were able to take their work home. Mark Lesser and Rex Bradford kept their copies of the final game, and eventually gave them out over time. Here is where Gideon G enters the picture. If that name rings a bell, G is one of the most prolific ROM hack translators online. He's done localizations for games like Cave Story and Shin Megami Tensei. He even did one for Star Fox 2 when the near-final build leaked in 2002. G grew up in suburban Massachusetts and had a lifelong love of video games. The NES was a big thing for him when he was in elementary school, and he found himself playing almost every day. G's parents were active in their town and knew most of the neighbors, so when they found out someone on their street, a man named Rex Bradford, was working on a game for the system, they told him right away. G got to play Drax Night Out in varying stages of development at Bradford's house, working as a young playtester. Bradford would loan a near-final cartridge to him and other neighborhood kids, and eventually he ended up with it permanently after its cancellation. It wasn't until the late 90s, when G started getting deep into the early emulation scenes, that he became aware of what he had. In the early aughts, G loaned his cartridge to an NES dumping group, where it was quickly preserved and shared online. Drax Night Out, a holy grail of the NES, was saved by the neighbor of the person who created it. G's family is still in possession of the cartridge, which currently resides in a basement in Rhode Island. Another prototype exists in the hands of Jeremy Smith. Fans of Digino Gaming may recognize that name, as we mentioned him in the first Lost Games That Were Found video. An avid collector of unreleased NES games, Smith bought his prototype years ago in an auction. The seller was someone in the industry whose boss let them take a few Nintendo prototypes home from their office. Drax Night Out was the only unreleased title in the auction. Smith bought it for a measly price of $200, and now it's one of the crown jewels of his collection. More recently, Smith purchased the original box art painting, which gives us a peek at what Drax would have looked like on a store shelf. Look, he's wearing sweatpants! While doing research for this video, Mark Lesser, co-creator of Drax Night Out, sent us something that we were not expecting. Lesser, who is now retired, had kept a copy of Drax Night Out in his collection for over 30 years. If Lesser's prototype is what the EEPROMs claim to be, it's the long-rumored master build. It should be noted that while the Gideon G prototype is beatable, we are unsure whether it is the 100% finished game. It contains several bugs during the town sequence and lacks any form of credits, so there is a chance that this prototype could be something new. Lesser was willing to get his cartridge preserved, and Digino Gaming knew just who to contact. The Video Game History Foundation, a non-profit organization we've discussed many times in our videos, has dealt with hundreds of NES prototypes. Its founder, Frank Cifaldi, had a hand in releasing most of the unreleased NES games we have today. If anyone could get the data off Lesser's chips, it would be Cifaldi. We put Lesser in touch with Cifaldi, and the conversation to get Drax Night Out, as well as any other game ephemera in his collection, preserved, is still ongoing as of this recording. Here's hoping something new can be found. Drax Night Out is one of many unreleased games that's gone from forgotten to found. This video would not have been possible without the hardworking historians, developers, and collectors who've saved these titles from extinction. When video game preservation is done right, it can tell some truly unique stories.
The 2009 announcement of Epic Mickey surprised many commentators with its darker take on Mickey Mouse and the history of Disney. This world of forgotten tunes built around player expression found success on the Nintendo Wii and soon formed the basis for a franchise. A sequel and a 3DS spin-off arrived in 2012, but the full scope of developer Junction Point's ambitions was never truly realized. A number of projects never made it into production, and the company eventually ceased to be. In this video, I'll be delving into the history of Epic Mickey, how the original project came together, why the series fell apart, and the games that were ultimately left unreleased. Although it wouldn't be released until 2010, the origins of Epic Mickey take us all the way back to the early 2000s. Disney Interactive, the media giant video game publishing label, had been struggling to keep the company's mascot Mickey Mouse relevant in an industry becoming increasingly dominated by more mature titles. While games like Kingdom Hearts were finding success, Mickey lacked a vehicle of his own throughout the generation, something that hadn't gone unnoticed at Disney. In search of the next great Mickey Mouse game, a small group of up-and-comers was assembled by Disney Interactive to begin drafting out ideas towards the start of 2003. This team, which mostly consisted of college students and recent graduates interning at the company, was referred to as the Think Tank. It was an educational experience for those involved, as they committed to soaking in as much of the company's rich history as they could, looking for inspiration. Before long, the group developed an interest in a corner of Walt Disney's legacy that had been left largely unexplored: Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. First drawn in 1927, Oswald was among Disney's earliest creations and the original mascot of Walt Disney Studio. However, the character was later lost in a rights dispute to Universal, sending Walt Disney back to the drawing board where he would create the world-famous Mickey Mouse. Discovering the background of a widely forgotten mascot, the developers felt that this could be the foundation for a new game starring the iconic mouse. Their concept recast Oswald as a sympathetic villain. After years of enviously watching Mickey from the sidelines, Oswald enacts an elaborate plan of revenge against him. Embers of this original idea would stick with the project all the way through to its completion. For around 2 years, the think tank pieced together concept art and demo material in the hopes of getting a game into production. By 2005, they were able to pitch their ideas to Bob Iger, then COO of the Walt Disney Company. To their surprise, Iger was apparently very receptive to the proposal, taking a particular interest in a potential revival of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. But as previously stated, Disney did not own the rights to Oswald. Universal had held onto the property for over 70 years, despite rarely using the character for the majority of that time. With no way to forge a path forward for the time being, the project was left at a standstill. It wasn't until Bob Iger replaced Michael Eisner as Disney's CEO in September 2005 that further progress would be made. Prior to his promotion, Iger had privately made overtures that he intended to bring Oswald back to Disney with the main goal of realizing the proposed video game. In early 2006, he lived up to his word by striking an unprecedented deal which effectively traded a human being for a cartoon character. Sportscasters Al Michaels and John Madden were longtime partners in commentating for ABC's Monday Night Football. When it was announced in 2005 that the show was being moved by Disney from ABC to ESPN, John Madden left to work for a competing network owned by NBC Universal. Rumours followed that his usual co-commentator Al Michaels also wanted to leave ESPN to continue working with Madden at NBC. Catching word of this, Bob Iger spotted an opportunity. He negotiated an agreement with the heads of NBC that would allow Michaels to transfer over to their network, and in return, Disney would receive the rights to Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. As a result of this historic trade, the Oswald Mickey video game crossover was now officially on the table. That wasn't the only notable pickup Disney had made in service of realising it either. While discussions to bring Oswald back were ongoing, Disney Interactive had found an established video game designer to hone their vision. Warren Spector, known for his work at Ion Storm on titles like Deus Ex, entered talks with Disney in 2005 to develop some original ideas of his. Among those he pitched to them was a sci-fi game and a fantasy open-world RPG named Sleeping Giants, neither of which they were interested in. However, they responded with a counter-proposal, offering him the chance to join their Mickey Mouse video game project, which he enthusiastically accepted. As part of the agreement, Disney also acquired Warren Spector's new company Junction Point to produce it. With Spector installed as the project's director, story elements began to be fleshed out. The think tank had left Junction Point with a rough set of ideas for them to build upon, such as the return of Oswald and the game's main setting. Much of the game at this stage was intended to take place in the Wasteland, a magical world inhabited by forgotten and rejected Disney characters, a key element of the plot which would remain throughout development. But the nature of Wasteland was considerably different earlier on in pre-production. As opposed to being a magical miniature realm conjured by Disney's sorcerer Yen Sid, it was instead a pileup of discarded art materials, forgotten and rejected concepts that had amassed in a dumpster behind the Disney art offices. This concept was revised in favour of something more fantastical, with the introduction of Yen Sid in the game's opening sequence. Chase Jones, Epic Mickey's design director, told me that this allowed them to create a more cohesive world with fewer creative restrictions. The other key story beat which Junction Point inherited from the think tank was the potential reintroduction of another vintage character, the Phantom Blot, a recurring villain from across Disney media. Rather than using the Phantom Blot outright, Spector and his team invented their own character simply called The Blot, which was heavily inspired by him. This sentient, malevolent blot of ink is accidentally brought to life by Mickey experimenting with Yen Sid's magic paintbrush. The Blot later pulls Mickey into the Wasteland in the game's introductory cutscene. In the original outline of the story conceptualized by Spector and his team, both the Blot and Oswald would have acted as villains, and in the climax of the game, the Blot would have taken over Oswald's body. It would have resulted in the two transforming into a gigantic merged creature called the Stormblot. Chase shared that Mickey would have had to separate the two characters in the final boss sequence. The dark imagery employed by this concept is indicative of much of Epic Mickey's earlier art explorations. Images like these give us a window into a grimmer vision for Wasteland and its inhabitants, a nightmarish world that subverted the innocence of Disney productions past. For many fans who followed the development of Epic Mickey prior to its release, these early pieces of art were their introduction to the game. A myriad of them were leaked online in July 2009 and left a lasting impression. Yet, despite how renowned these concepts have become, its creators maintained that they weren't intended for public consumption. As Chase Jones explained to me, they were never supposed to be representative of what Junction Point was hoping to produce either.
That always has an interesting history. That concept art, it was made to see how far Junction Point was going to be able to push the IP, right?
Yeah.
Warren never really saw that as the end result. We needed to know where our boundaries were because we were helping redefine Mickey for an audience that Disney had data. People walk away from the IP, especially males. Like there's a large gap for the male audience between 13 and 35. And so having Disney's want to be as big in games, at the time they wanted to be as big in games as they are known in other areas of entertainment, they needed to capture that audience. And so when Junction Point was doing their explorations, and even when I joined, we knew that we would only be able to go so far, but we had to create the visuals for them to say that's okay or that isn't okay.
As Junction Point staff probed around the edges of what was considered acceptable by Disney, many ideas were subsequently left behind. Originally, Mickey was imagined as shooting paint and thinner out of his body, as opposed to from a magic brush, and the developers envisioned the player's usage of either substance having a profound impact on his physical appearance. As depicted in some pre-production sketches, Mickey's heavy reliance upon thinner to destroy enemies and his environment would result in his body gradually deteriorating. The colour would literally start to drip off him, eventually reducing Mickey to a melting, deformed beast consumed by his destructive tendencies. These extremes were inevitably rejected, as were attempts to draw inspiration from the 1990s short Runaway Brain, in which Mickey's consciousness is switched with that of a deranged monster called Julius. Mickey's body is transformed into a feral creature with sharp teeth and bloodshot eyes. According to Chase Jones, the team had originally hoped to draw upon Runaway Brain Mickey for Mickey's thinner form, but referencing the controversial cartoon was off the table for Disney. On the other hand, Junction Point's animators were able to sharpen their skills by delving into the Disney back catalogue and recreating character movements from classic cartoons in 3D. It was during the company's combing of the Disney archives that a key piece of material was unearthed that would go on to inform the game's characters. This was a letter penned by Walt Disney to the head of Universal from 1928, which included a drawing from a Disney artist showing the two iconic characters together. Prior to Epic Mickey, this was the only piece of Disney-produced material showing the two interacting. This brief glimpse of their two personalities clashing, Mickey's happy-go-lucky attitude and Oswald's unamused glare, formed the basis for how Junction Point would portray them. However, some ideas for Oswald in particular were eventually dialed back. Initially an outright villain who Mickey redeems, he evolved into more of a forgotten brother and rival of Mickey's who ultimately sets aside his grudge to help save Wasteland. Warren Spector has said that this change in direction came about due to the intervention of then Pixar head and Disney creative consultant John Lasseter. As recounted by Polygon, Lasseter was incredulous at Spector's first treatment involving Oswald as the main antagonist, responding, "Disney has spent so long getting Oswald back, and the first time anybody sees him, he's a villain?" Spector admitted that the confrontation left him defeated, until he eventually came around to agreeing weeks later. As per Lasseter's suggestions, the story was revised to flip the idea on its head, and make Mickey more of a villain instead. And so it came to be that Mickey's careless antics would bring about the blot and leave Wasteland in ruins. These revelations later caused friction between the two characters and recast Oswald as a more sympathetic character. Another big shift for the project arrived in 2008, when it went from being planned as a game for PC, Xbox 360 and PS3 to one for the Nintendo Wii. After Disney had expressed an interest in adding a Wii version, Warren Spector told them that he believed simply porting a game built for other systems would result in an inferior product. Instead, Disney Interactive president Graham Hopper responded by offering to let them make it as a Wii exclusive, allowing a grateful team to focus their efforts on one system. Speaking to official Nintendo magazine in 2009, Spector said, "They walked away from 3 other platforms. No other publisher on the planet would have done that. It was a magic moment for me. No one has even mentioned other formats since that point." Another incentive for making the game a Wii exclusive was a co-publishing deal reportedly struck between Disney and Nintendo. According to Chase Jones, Nintendo consulted on the game throughout development, providing feedback on optimizing it for the Wii and leveraging the unique functions of its controller. Chase also shared that this was why Epic Mickey was never released on Xbox 360 and PS3. Junction Point later pitched an HD port of the game in 2012, but it never moved forward, at least partly because Nintendo had a hand in the publishing rights. Nintendo did, on the other hand, publish an updated version of the Wii game exclusively in Japan with an updated camera and other minor tweaks in 2011. As development went on and ideas continued to evolve, the idea of Mickey using a paintbrush as a means of manipulating his surroundings was introduced. Many concepts were produced to explore how he would use the brush in combat that never made it into the game. Some imagined him swinging it as a sword, blocking and countering melee attacks. Others considered using it like a bow and arrow, a javelin, or even a boomerang. In the way of cut content, this is only the tip of the iceberg. An entire area of the map was scrapped due to time constraints, which was based around Disney's interpretation of Alice in Wonderland. Mickey would have stumbled into Wonderland in the midst of a power struggle. The nefarious Queen of Hearts would have been ruling with an iron fist, and Mickey would have to join the Mad Hatter, the White Rabbit, and the Cheshire Cat in their attempts to stop her. According to Chase Jones, early work had begun on designing the level when it was dropped, although references to it were still peppered throughout the game. In the opening cinematic, the land can be seen on the Wasteland map before it is engulfed when Mickey spills thinner over it, suggesting it was destroyed in the disaster. Some concepts for boss battles were reworked considerably too. The first boss from the game, the Clock Tower from Disneyland's It's a Small World attraction, was once very different. Originally, it was intended to have been driven mad by the Small World music playing on a constant loop. It would have been up to Mickey to scale its body and smash a record player behind its head to end its psychosis. In the finished version, the player must instead choose to either destroy or restore its body using paint or thinner. The first area of Wasteland that Mickey finds himself in, the Mad Doctor's lab, was also given a complete makeover in pre-production. The original version showed an entirely different, smaller layout, with Oswald in control of the Mad Doctor's surgery robot, plotting to remove Mickey's heart. It was redone completely with the Mad Doc himself in charge of the robot before it is sabotaged by Oswald. Speaking to Game Informer, the game's art director Lee Harker underlined the lengths Junction Point went to in order to accommodate for this major overhaul. It just became apparent that we could really do a whole lot better, so the team decided they wanted to take that on themselves, and they pretty much lived here for 3 weeks to get it right on their own. The area was later revised heavily again, both in design and presentation, after these comments were made. Epic Mickey had its official reveal in October 2009, following years of secrecy around the project. It was in the first months of it being shown to the press that a major feature was glimpsed that ultimately never made it into the finished game. Earlier builds featured a Fable-esque morality system that altered Mickey's physical appearance based upon the positive and negative implications of his actions. Mending his environment with paint and helping out the people of Wasteland caused Mickey to stand more upright and his clothes to become brighter. Conversely, destroying buildings and enemies with thinner transformed him into Scrapper Mickey, an angrier looking rendition of the character that was hunched over and dressed in darker clothing. For players who dabbled in both paint and thinner, a neutral path was also available, a middle ground between the two called Wastelander Mickey. Mickey's status was indicated by an icon on the game's HUD. Months after its first official showing, however, the karma system was almost entirely stripped out of the game. Chase Jones told me that Disney objected to altering the appearance of Mickey Mouse to this extent, words echoed by comments from Warren Spector in a Reddit AMA. The one thing they told me I couldn't do, and I still find it weird almost beyond belief, was show Mickey's teeth. Go figure. With the angry snarls of Scrapper Mickey removed, only some slight remnants of these mechanics would remain in the final game. The greater the player's reliance upon thinner, for example, the more ink will rise and drip off Mickey's body. Epic Mickey was released in October 2010 to generally positive reviews and strong sales. Warren Spector cites it as the highest selling single platform title in the history of Disney Interactive. Before even that, however, the publisher's executives were feeling optimistic about its prospects and were already keen to expand the Epic Mickey universe. Chase Jones claims that Junction Point was directed by them to begin drafting out ideas for spin-offs and sequels in the months before launch. Various pitches were written out and concept art began to be worked on for these potential titles. With Epic Mickey 2 greenlit, another project was being proposed centered around a different member of Disney's Sensational Six, Donald Duck. This project, titled Epic Donald, was heavily based around the DuckTales universe. It was a 3D platformer initially set for Nintendo Wii and potentially other consoles that was planned to be built using the technology developed for Epic Mickey.
Everybody wanted to do a DuckTales game. I mean, who wouldn't want to? I mean, it was 3D DuckTales, right? Like, from what I remember, just think like, open map design, You'd have Duckburg at the center that you'd keep coming back to as kind of your base and your hub, but you'd go out on different adventures, find treasures, and avoid mythical monsters, stuff like that.
The player would have controlled Donald Duck on a series of globe-trotting adventures in typical DuckTales fashion. Donald would have to gather materials from Duckburg and beyond before submitting them to Gyro Gearloose to receive various gadgets and vehicle customizations he could then use. He was far from the only DuckTales character the game would have featured as well. Huey, Dewey and Louie were all set to appear, as was Scrooge McDuck and his various rivals, including Magica De Spell and the Beagle Boys.
But yeah, there was a lot of talk about it, there was a lot of excitement, there's some really good ideas getting kicked around. It would have been fun.
Enthusiasm for the project internally was high, and that would on occasion spill out to the public as Warren Spector made numerous statements to the press on a potential video game about Disney's ducks. In August 2010, he told Engadget, "A day does not go by where I don't tell somebody at Disney, Uncle Scrooge, come on, Donald, Huey, Dewey and Louie, come on, let me do a duck game." Spector's passion for the characters later led him to writing a short-lived series of DuckTales comics which ran throughout 2011. But this period of conceptualizing potential Epic Mickey spin-offs was cut short. In late 2010, Disney Interactive was subject to a number of significant management changes, starting with its president Steve Wadsworth abruptly stepping down in October. That was closely followed by their general manager Graham Hopper, who was a key figure in the development of Epic Mickey, announcing his resignation in November. This drastic refresh came as a response to a rough fiscal year for Disney Interactive, who had invested millions in various flops and costly cancelled projects. Consequently, John Pleasance and James Patero were installed as Disney Interactive's new co-presidents, and a different vision for its future came to power, one more interested in chasing industry trends like mobile games. Plans to repurpose assets from Epic Mickey for an Epic Donald prototype were shelved, and almost all of their Epic Mickey spin-offs were placed on hold as Disney's priorities shifted. The only one to be picked up would be Epic Mickey Power of Illusion for Nintendo 3DS, developed by Dream Rift Studios, a spiritual successor to Mega Drive classic Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse. Another project that didn't get off the ground around this time was a proposed movie adaptation of the first Epic Mickey game. Powerhouse Studios, the animation house responsible for Epic Mickey's cutscenes, created concept art and a fully animated trailer to sell the idea. Warren Spector directly oversaw it and reportedly tried to pitch it to Disney to no avail.
Near the end of Mickey 1, we were told, hey, they want to grow and they want to expand and look at doing more things. Shortly after Mickey 2 started, I think that wind shifted. They just wanted us to concentrate on Mickey 2 and didn't know what they wanted to do at Junction Point. So the things that we had kind of pitched and started working on demos for just kind of folded, and we moved the team back onto all Mickey 2.
If it wasn't already apparent that Disney was losing faith in console game development, John Pleasance made that clear to Warren Spector on day one. According to Spector, he came right out and told me he didn't think people who were making console games were going to have jobs much longer. Not that he was going to fire us, but console games and PC games were not the future. He told me that the day I met him. And so, production kicked off on Epic Mickey 2 The Power of Two, a game attempting to address the various criticisms fans made of the original title, while also juggling ambitions of its own. Two-player co-op was added, for instance, which soon became a major focus for the developers. According to Warren Spector, he had mapped out what an Epic Mickey 2 would entail as far back as 2005 during pre-production on the original. In a 2012 interview with MCV, he revealed that it was intended to be the second chapter in a 4-game series. Before the first Epic Mickey, I actually had a 4-game storyline arc, and I had at least 3 games worth of game innovation to introduce. So the idea of 2-player co-op and songs in the second game was something I knew I wanted to do before I started the first. Much like its predecessor, plans for Epic Mickey 2 evolved considerably over time. This apparently included major reworkings of its story months into development. At one point, Big Bad Pete was planned to be one of the game's main villains, a spy working for the Mad Doctor. When the Mad Doctor's Blotworks creations inadvertently kill one of Pete's allies, Prescott the Gremlin, Pete betrays him and reveals the Mad Doc's secret plan to Mickey and Oswald. The Doctor's grand scheme too was once completely different from how it is in the final story. In the finished Epic Mickey 2 game, it is revealed that he has been broadcasting himself in a TV show to the cartoon world where Mickey is from in order to regain his popularity. This, he believes, along with siphoning power from Wasteland's guardians, will allow him to leave Wasteland behind, but not before obliterating it and its inhabitants as he ascends. Mickey and Oswald defeat him, and the player must choose whether to spare or destroy him. In the original plot, the Mad Doctor would have lured Mickey back to Wasteland before eventually stealing his heart and using its energy to revive the blot from the first game. Mickey agrees with Oswald to destroy his heart by overloading it with thinner, which eradicates the blot and the Mad Doctor with it. Without a heart, Mickey is unable to return home. Although, Yen Sid is touched by Mickey and Oswald's sacrifices for Wasteland and restores both of their hearts. Mickey returns to the cartoon world, while Oswald agrees to remain in Wasteland with his love Hortensia. This older outline for the story was leaked online 4 months before launch, when someone with connections to the development began editing the game's Wikipedia page. Moderators quickly removed the unproven information, and it flew largely under the radar, but I was able to verify its authenticity with former Junction Point staff. Chase Jones claims that it was reworked mainly because the idea of the Mad Doctor and the Blot stealing Mickey's heart was deemed too similar to the first game. Big Bad Pete's involvement was downplayed in the final game, but was still a part of the story, says Chase. Junction Point was laying the groundwork for the Petes of Wasteland taking centre stage as villains in a potential Epic Mickey 3. In a post-credits sequence from Epic Mickey 2, the Petes gather to plot their next move with a kidnapped Prescott, who did survive, contrary to the original treatment. For some fans of Epic Mickey, the plot's mid-development rewrites were something they had long suspected prior to these revelations, as criticisms of unresolved storylines and unusual writing choices were common. A year after Epic Mickey 2 released, a curious fan going under the alias McBasilrocks made contact with Adam Fenton, the game's lead concept artist. In an email, Fenton made a series of damning allegations about the project's development. In the original, we were going to have a much bigger emotional plotline. Pete was going to have been helping out the Mad Doctor, acting as a spy on Mickey and Oswald. The Blotworks were going to be the result of a failed experiment by the Mad Doctor, and there was going to be this huge thing about the Mad Doctor siding with you halfway through to help stop them. As for Prescott, as my concept art shows, he was going to play a much bigger role. I think one early script actually had him falling to his death. Fenton continued, claiming that the Mad Doctor's plan of broadcasting himself to the cartoon world was something improvised mid-development. Forget all the stuff about a TV show, I can tell you truthfully that was a creative decision on the part of Warren Spector once he realised we couldn't finish the game in time. I remember this huge hullabaloo when he first announced that, it was crazy. Concept art redesigns, voice re-recordings, it was one messy operation by the end. And that's why, and I can say this now that I've been sacked, the game is the sloppy nonsensical mess that it is. I can honestly tell you that you were gypped out of what really looked like it was turning out to be an epic adventure. In his various public posts about the project, Fenton has consistently pointed to time constraints having a major negative impact on its quality, and there is some evidence to support these claims. Whereas Epic Mickey was gradually developed over a course of 7 years, its sequel was given only 2, and was once intended to receive even less. It was delayed for several months to a November 2012 release after an initial deadline of autumn. Then there are other factors to consider. Extensive rewrites have been confirmed by other former members of Disney, and a vast amount of material has been recovered from development, showing no shortage of cuts and changes. Entire worlds were dropped from the final game, including Nottingham from Disney's Robin Hood. One piece of concept art depicts the main characters raiding the castle of Nottingham by moonlight, with Mickey dressed up as the titular hero. In another, the gang flee from Prince John's forces with Minnie Mouse in tow, a character that isn't present in the final game at all. This area got as far as having modelling work done for it, which included the Prince's Rhino Guards. Another area cut during development would have been based around the Jungle Book. Artwork made for it shows Oswald, Hortensia, Mickey and Minnie fighting alongside the cast of the movie. A model of Phil from Hercules has also been recovered by the Epic Mickey Wikia community, revealing another property once under consideration that didn't make it in. The most complete scrap stage was discovered in 2020, when Twitter user @GamingLegend64 released a series of Epic Mickey 2 prototypes online. Among them was a 2D level based around the infamous pink elephant sequence from Dumbo, a hallucination the title character experiences after inadvertently consuming champagne. The level survived for most of the game's development and was largely completed. The player must run across rows of marching elephants, scaling trunks and sliding down oversized musical instruments. According to Chase Jones, the level was dropped over concerns that its connection to alcohol consumption would risk raising the game's age rating. On the other hand, not all of Epic Mickey 2's developers are in agreement with the narrative presented by its detractors. Some argue that many of these alterations were a natural result of the collaborative creative process standard to game development. One source, for example, claimed that the story being redone was in part to leave room for future games in the series. This is backed up by remarks Chase Jones made in March 2020 when he commented on an old version of the plot, saying, "That looks close to one of the versions discussed when it was going to be standalone and not thinking about having a third game, DLC, etc. We had to open the storyline up to present more opportunities and possibilities." As Epic Mickey 2 The Power of Two entered its last year of development, the company decided to resume pushing for more games in the series. While the majority of Junction Point was busy with the sequel, some staff were assigned to work once more on pitches for Epic Mickey spin-offs. After a brief hiatus, progress on Epic Donald was inching forward again. Busy with Epic Mickey for the time being, Junction Point execs found a partner studio to develop it with them in January 2012. This was UK-based Blitz Games, which was one of a number of external studios doing additional work for Epic Mickey 2 at the time. Through this close collaboration, the two companies conceptualized the world of Donald Duck in great detail. As opposed to the TV show they later inspired, Epic Donald was primarily drawing upon the Carl Barks comic books about the adventures of Donald and his family. The project even acquired the services of Patrick Block, a Disney Comics artist who had previously illustrated the Ducks in print. He was brought on board to paint concept art in the style of the classic Bark stories. Block's art captured Donald and Co. in all manner of outlandish situations. In one example, the family visit an antique shop and come across a model of a vintage house. The miniature turns out to be haunted when a ghostly being reaches out and pulls Scrooge McDuck inside. Using shrinking technology developed by Gyro Gearloose, Donald shrinks down to enter the model home and rescue him. He eventually finds McDuck in the clutches of an elderly woman's ghost who has fallen in love with him. Donald would have to figure out a way to save his uncle from this love-struck spirit. In some scenarios, Donald would have travelled through time using Gyro's time tub. For instance, at least one mission would have involved Donald working to expand Scrooge's private collection of wild animals. He travels back in time to the Old West, hoping to procure a rare American bison prior to the species nearly being driven to extinction. Donald's efforts go unappreciated by both the bison, which charge after him, and the Beagle Boys of the past who tie him to a stick and fire him out of a cannon. A number of stories laid out involve the Ducks defending Scrooge's money bin. When the Beagle Boys plot to steal plutonium from Duckburg's nuclear plant, their schemes go awry as the radiation transforms them into coin-eating zombies. Donald would have to guard Scrooge's ample private fortune against the hungry hordes. Although the game's focus was on Donald, some adventures would have also featured Mickey. One drafted out involved the two visiting a haunted carnival and meeting its ghostly inhabitants. In another, Mickey, Donald and his nephews end up piloting a spacecraft, taking part in an epic dogfight against aliens in outer space. Goofy was being considered for an appearance too, including his alter ego, Super Goof. These extensive explorations by Blitz and Junction Point were made in an attempt to sell Disney on funding the production of a full game. Blitz themselves produced a prototype demo for the project in May 2012 to demonstrate the look and feel they were aiming for, which ran on their proprietary Blitz tech engine. It involved Donald exploring ancient ruins in a scene inspired by the Carl Barks story Lost in the Andes. Epic Donald was far from the only spin-off being pitched. During the making of Epic Mickey 2, Junction Point was developing a new area of Wasteland based off Disneyland's Autopia attraction. The locale featured an unlockable race course which Mickey and Oswald can drive along. According to Chase Jones, Junction Point's prototypes for this section were the proving grounds for another brand new game. They began planning a kart racing spin-off named Epic Disney Races.
Yeah, I mean, I think after we did some of the prototypes with what became Autotopia in Epic Mickey 2, we knew that we could do something like that pretty easy. And I mean, Disney has a big IP and, it's still family-friendly type of game. So basically taking the characters from that universe and spinning them off in a way that, similar to what Mario Kart did to Mario, right?
The title was planned to feature a vast array of characters from across both Wasteland and the cartoon world. These included Mickey, Minnie and Oswald, as well as Cruella de Vil and Scrooge McDuck. It appears this wasn't the only leaf Junction Point was taking out of Nintendo's book. Their artists had also started drawing concepts for a game that pitted Disney's heroes and villains against one another in an Olympic setting, not dissimilar to Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Maleficent, Captain Hook and Hercules were among those featured. On top of all of this, Junction Point had been steadily laying the groundwork for Epic Mickey 3. Throughout the development of Epic Mickey 2, plans for the project were etched out among a small group at the company. It was said to be the most ambitious game yet, with a brand new main setting, the cartoon world. Mickey and co would have left Wasteland, exploring a vast shared world of Disney's most fondly remembered creations. The themes of abandonment and being forgotten from the first two games weren't going away, however. A large part of the game would have hinged upon the members of Wasteland confronting their more popular counterparts who would replace them in the spotlight, such as the League of Pete's coming face to face with more renowned Disney villains.
I had worked on the story for the trilogy and then some, so I know what 3 should have been. Yeah, Mickey 2, and I think this is why it didn't really sit well, one of the many reasons, but I think it didn't sit well with some people because we opened up a lot of things that we were going to explore that we never got to close off. We set up people going into the cartoon world, right, and exploring the projectors and mirrors, being able to move characters between different parts of the world, whether that be like Wasteland or the cartoon world or so on and so forth. And so, and then what does that look like when you have the power struggles of forgotten villains start to meet up with the villains who think they're in power? So exploring those themes and the characters who think they're heroes versus the old heroes coming back. When those worlds collide, what does that actually look like? When you start thinking about Donald and Goofy and everybody we made animatronic, what would that look like when Donald comes against himself, animatronic version? Looking at, because Wasteland was formed around forgotten Disney things, if we were starting to explore unforgotten things, then the number of characters that opened up to us was just astounding. When we talk about new characters, I guess it's just more of being able to dig in to actual Captain Hook and Peter Pan and Maleficent and Jafar. We had such a huge canon to work with. Kind of going back to that feeling of Mickey 1, right, where you had Oswald who felt like he was forgotten and left aside. Take that to a bigger scale, right? The old cartoons who were forgotten are finally able to confront the people and the things that kind of took over where they should be.
The game essentially existed as a set of ideas and concept art, but some specifics were being discussed, such as the prospect of Oswald's love interest Hortensia becoming playable. One piece of concept art imagined her as a brawler-type character with limbs that could transform into stone. She could also use her skirt as a parachute, allowing her to control her descent and float downwards gracefully. The Mad Doctor would have made his reappearance, continuing to belt out musical numbers throughout the story. One idea discussed was him and others opening a portal between Wasteland and the cartoon world that characters could pass between. In addition to introducing an entirely new realm of characters, Epic Mickey 3 was planning to shake things up for the series on a design level too. Junction Point was hoping to move beyond the previous setup of having small segmented areas and was looking to adopt a more open sandbox for its environments. They were looking to leverage the power of next generation consoles to achieve this.
You know, we could have done more levels, but it wouldn't have gotten across the feel that we wanted it to be. When you start to mix those worlds and kind of having the player jump between them. Plus Warren, you know, and myself included, it's like doing immersive sims, you know, you don't want to do the linear style Uncharted type story. You want a little bit more of a sandbox feel, that the systems get the player the stories that they want out of them. So we pushed the Wii, I think, as far as we could. At the time, we were really excited because of the rumors. At the time, it was the rumors of the PS4 and the Xbox One, and what we'd be able to do with new technology if we were starting the engine with those in mind. It was going to be awesome. So yeah, I mean, we're taking some of those themes plus the stuff that we set up for the characters, the Mad Doctor, Prescott, the Pete's, how that was all going to come together, Oswald possibly coming back to the cartoon world, and then how do we get a little bit more open, exploratory, and more systematic, sandboxy, as opposed to being, you know, small level driven.
But as 2012 went on and Epic Mickey 2's launch date drew closer, it was becoming increasingly apparent for Junction Point that it might well be the final entry in the series. Disney never officially greenlit any of their additional projects, and when Epic Mickey 2 went gold in November 2012, the entirety of Junction Point's staff was placed on an extended enforced vacation without explanation. Some staff say that they expected to return in the new year to continue their work. In reality though, Disney was in the process of reconsidering their future in the game publishing business entirely. Disney Interactive had found limited financial success developing their own games internally, leading to the decision that they would start moving away from it. After weeks of mixed messaging, Junction Point's employees learned the truth in January 2013. Just 2 games after buying them out later, Disney was putting an end to Junction Point. The studio was shut down along with all of its various projects, leaving over 100 people out of work. Their ambitious plans for an expanded Epic Mickey universe would go unrealized. No DuckTales game, no sports spin-offs, and the main series, once envisioned as a potential tetralogy by Warren Spector, would never be completed. Media coverage of the event widely pinned the blame on Epic Mickey 2 for this outcome. Following mixed reviews, the game bombed at retail in late 2012, selling 270,000 units in its first months on the North American market across all platforms. The first game, despite releasing on only one system, moved 1.3 million copies within a comparable time frame in the same region. Former Junction Point workers say that this was a misconception, however, and that Disney made the decision before sales data could be taken into account.
No, I mean, because the studio closed down right as Mickey 2 was launching, so like you didn't have enough time to even think about revenue. So to say that Mickey 2 closed down Junction Point, I think is wrong. Disney was basically moving back to, you know, more IP licensing than actually having their own studios out there. I mean, they just stopped owning internal studios and figured it's just more profitable to not have that overhead and to license your IP out as opposed to doing it yourself. So again, I mean, I think that's management shift. When I joined Junction Point, Disney Interactive was run by, I think it was Graham Hopper, who had a very big vision for what they wanted to be. And then as that got handed off to different people after Graham left, you know, and you started looking at the bottom line, they just didn't want to spend the money on that arm of the business the way that they needed to, because in order to set yourself up that way, sometimes you need to lose a little in order to build up that, you know, that arm. And they did. I mean, they went through a bunch of different studios. It wasn't just Avalanche and us. If you dig into it, like there were a number of other studios working on things for Disney at the time, and we luckily were able to get our products out so people could enjoy them. But yeah, I don't think it was about the performance of the games, because even with Mickey 2, you can see a difference in the support for it, and Disney was just pulling back on all fronts as far as supporting their studios. I mean, if you look at the marketing push that was done for Mickey 1 versus what was done for Mickey 2, like, it's night and day difference. Not saying the second game was as brilliant as the first one, even though it has a special place in my heart, but, you know, a product can succeed or fail on its support as well, regardless of how good it is.
As the studio shutdown was confirmed, Warren Spector took to Facebook to say his goodbyes to the company and its employees. Rarely have I worked with a team more dedicated or harder working. Never have I been a part of a game, of anything really, that touched people at as deep or personal a level as the Epic Mickey games. That's priceless. I said to myself as Junction Point embarked on the Epic Mickey journey that, worst case, we'd be a footnote in Disney history. Looking back on it, I think we did far better than that. With Mickey Mouse as our hero, we introduced a mainstream audience to some cool core game concepts, and most especially, we restored Oswald the Lucky Rabbit to a place of prominence. We did that. Junction Point. The subsidiary's closure and the demise of the Epic Mickey series was in many ways a bellwether for the end of Disney internally developing its own games and other similar companies going out of business. Within months of Epic Donald being shut down by Disney, Blitz Games, who had hoped to develop it, was forced to close its doors for good. Less than 1 year later, Disney Interactive laid off over 700 workers across its various branches, and in 2016 the company was shut down for good as the Disney Infinity series fizzled out. The Dark Knight, released in 2008 to tremendous success, soon becoming the highest grossing movie of that year. While the film made waves at the box office, many were left wondering, where was the usual tie-in video game to profit from its enormous success? The rumours surrounding such a game were in no short supply, with even a star of the movie commenting on its apparent existence. Years on, we revisit this project to learn more about its history. 2005 saw the launch of Batman Begins, The Dark Knight's predecessor, in cinemas. Alongside it was a video game adaptation developed by Eurocom and published by Electronic Arts. The game is notable for featuring voice work from almost the entire main cast of the film, including Christian Bale's Batman and Michael Caine as Alfred. Upon release, it received lukewarm reviews and performed slightly below expectations in sales. This didn't stop private equity company Elevation Partners, however. As soon as a sequel movie was greenlit, early arrangements were already being made for them to have a hand in a video game tie-in built around it. It was their company, Pandemic Studios, known for games like Star Wars Battlefront and Destroy All Humans, who they chose to produce the title. Publishing duties meanwhile were picked up again by Electronic Arts. Later, Pandemic's management would assign its original offices in Brisbane, Australia, with the task of developing it. By around September 2006, Pandemic Brisbane was anticipating the start of preliminary development. In October, the staff split into two smaller teams in preparation for their next projects, having just finished Destroy All Humans 2. One group was dubbed Alpha, the other Bravo. While Alpha worked on a pitch for an open-world racer on the Wii, Bravo would make Pandemic's new Batman game, codenamed Project B. But there was one unavoidable roadblock holding them back. The developers were waiting on the first details and concepts of the movie from which they could work. They still had not yet arrived. Pandemic, nevertheless, decided they would waste little time and begin regardless. Soon, they were assembling the first pieces of the title which would eventually take shape as the Dark Knight video game. It started life as a series of small tests and prototypes built to run on PS2 hardware, as opposed to Xbox 360 and PS3, the platforms they would actually release on. This was because it was so early at this point that the company had yet to select the engine to be used on the new systems. The first prototype portrayed simply a Gotham City back alley. It was an exercise in capturing the visual design and tone of the movies. There was also a number of animations made to test the physics involved in Batman's gliding. So early into the film's life were these made that some ex-members of the team later claimed to me that secretly their tests were informing the pre-production of the movie. Not long after the team learned of the film's title, The Dark Knight, the studio was paid a visit by a VIP. Pandemic had originally been an independent developer until November 2005, before Elevation Partners made a $300 million investment into it and BioWare. The intention was to forge a partnership between the two, allowing them to pool their resources. Elevation Partners had one of their co-founders visit Pandemic to see the Dark Knight game in its earliest forms. This individual was none other than singer-songwriter Bono. Bono was, at the time, on tour with his band U2, who were playing in Brisbane on November 7th, 2006. He had decided to stop by and take a look at Pandemic's work as a fan of the IP in question. Despite how basic the showing was, Bono was apparently incredibly excited and enthusiastic about his company's future working on Batman. As the months went by, Pandemic developed more of an understanding of the movie through their correspondence with Warner Brothers. A former artist of the company recounted one particularly memorable instance of this from pre-production. During one morning, an inexplicable series of loud screams were heard coming from the office of a senior member of staff. Curious, employees soon poured into the room to see what had happened. The first image of the new Joker had just arrived from the film's distributor, and it was being met by shock, awe, and a tinge of skepticism. Shortly after this incident, the direction of the project began to change. Previously, the team had been making assets for a more linear game in the vein of EA's other Nolan Batman adaptation, Batman Begins. These were environments rich with detail, featuring moody lighting closely mimicking that of the last movie. The management of Pandemic's Brisbane branch got ambitious. They decided that the developers would take these existing assets and build an open-world Gotham City. It was thought that this approach would better suit the Christopher Nolan interpretation of the property. They were also apparently tantalized by the promises of a new engine in development that would support such a game with ease. Pandemic's other offices in Los Angeles had begun to build a new engine for their next project, another open-world game, The Saboteur. Internally, they had called the engine Odin, after the mythological Norse god. Odin was intended to allow for a vast open world without compromising on detail. To the heads of Pandemic's Australian studio, this seemed to be the key to an open-world Batman game. Towards the end of 2007, after months of working on environments and tests, they would begin to transfer assets into the Odin engine. By this time, the project had been officially titled Batman: The Dark Knight. Former staff can clearly recall the fateful day when it became very apparent that the Dark Knight was in serious trouble. A model of Batman was finally imported into the game engine with unforeseen results. Any attempt to move him around in the world ground the build to a halt, decimating the frame rate to a mere 5 per second. In addition, if any other characters such as generic NPCs were introduced, it got even worse, and in most cases crashed development kits completely. Staff were dumbfounded. The promise of Odin had been exaggerated, and what Pandemic Oz had spent around a year working on was broken. The release of the game was originally scheduled to meet the premiere of the movie, but meeting that date now seemed an impossible task. At this juncture, a small handful of developers realized the extent of the damage and promptly left to work elsewhere. For those remaining, it was now their job to see what could be salvaged. It's possible that Elevation Partners also wanted to avoid the risk involved with the troubled and costly Batman game, because not long after this, they sold the company along with BioWare to Electronic Arts. EA's acquisition included the rights to the Batman game. Instead of aiming for a July 2008 launch, it was pushed back to a target of December. This was when the Dark Knight film would be released on DVD and Blu-ray. December was Pandemic's absolute last chance to deliver the game regardless of that, because EA's access to the rights would expire around the same time. Months went by and the team did their best to work around the technical defects that plagued the game. With many of the previous ones discarded, an abundance of fresh environments and other assets were ready to be used. but the efforts of the artists behind them would be in vain if these problems could not be resolved. There were times developers admitted that it started to take shape as something resembling a playable experience, though these were soon countered by more setbacks. Missions, the few of them that were laid out, were rife with bugs, and the slowdown was still very much apparent. According to a source that spoke with Kotaku Australia in 2008, the tech issues were aggravated by the introduction of a complex HDR lighting system. The consequences of this, apparently, were that every time tweaks were made to the environments, the information informing the lighting had to be manually reprogrammed, a potentially time-consuming task. Several months into 2008, Electronic Arts curiously had yet to announce the game's existence to the public, as it was still not yet in any kind of presentable state. The two companies knew the risk of cancellation that the project was facing, with deadlines looming and a lot left to overcome. Then, in July, the cat was finally let out of the bag by someone none of them saw coming: actor Gary Oldman. Oldman played Lieutenant Jim Gordon in the movie and had signed on to reprise his role in the video game. At some stage, he had been granted access to a sneak peek and a work-in-progress demonstration of the game. This apparently featured Batman gliding over the night skies of an open-world Gotham, as well as a look at Jim Gordon standing by the bat signal, acting as a dispatcher. During a press tour to promote the film, which was releasing that month, the actor spoke with G4 TV for their Dark Knight special. When asked if there was going to be a video game, he inexplicably outed his involvement and spoke openly about it. Little did he realize that he had just let slip a closely guarded secret of the publishers. The non-disclosure previously had allowed them an element of leeway from a PR perspective, but now the pressure was on for them to see it finished. Towards the end, EA poured more resources into Pandemic Oz, increasing their workforce on Batman to well over 100 people. Ultimately, the amount of staff or their ability wasn't the issue. There simply wasn't enough time to iron out the kinks sufficiently and have something even remotely worth presenting to the public within the allotted time. In around October 2008, the project was cancelled before it was ever officially announced. Odin, their engine of choice, had proven a far from ideal platform to support their creation. The managerial decision to use it was fatal. Some aspects of the game, apparently, were quite a bit further along than others. Driving mechanics for both the Tumbler and Batpod had been built in and would have been used for traversal. The developers had made a system that could dynamically generate NPCs, and missions, albeit slowly, were starting to come together. By all accounts, it would have followed the story of the movie fairly closely, featuring, for example, a recreation of the opening bank heist sequence. This sprawling stealth action game that Pandemic had attempted to construct had no shortage of ambition or talent on the ground floor. A string of unfortunate management decisions out of the team's control left them pressed for time as they struggled to undo the damage. In spite of their best efforts, many progression glitches and graphical errors remained. Consequently, the fixed deadline of December proved far too restrictive. To EA, this became more than apparent as they shut it down nearly 3 months ahead of the contract expiring. The cancellation of Batman: The Dark Knight was a costly one, to say the least. Aside from what was spent maintaining its development over 2 years with an increasingly large team, there was also the loss of potential revenue. According to analysts, the absence of a video game adaptation around the movie's release may have cost an estimate of just over $100 million. The timing of this failure amidst the global financial crisis couldn't have been worse. Something had to give, and it did. Over the holiday period of 2008, on Christmas Day to be exact, the news everyone had been dreading arrived. Pandemic Studio Australia was being closed by Electronic Arts. EA did offer them the opportunity to relocate to Los Angeles to work on the Saboteur, a proposal some accepted. For others, this spelled the end of a tumultuous affair with a once major development house. In the aftermath of a failed partnership with Sony, developer Factor 5 Inc. entered an experimental phase in late 2007. This involved pitching a variety of games to publishers, like their attempt at doing Kid Icarus with Nintendo. What emerged from these months of negotiations was what would later turn out to be their last major title in development. This was their spin on the classic DC comic superhero character, Superman. A project with lofty ambitions, this was one team's sincere attempt to do the property justice and succeed where others had failed before them. Established in March 2007, Brash Entertainment was a publisher that attempted to build a business exclusively out of licensed video games. With a base of operations on Sunset Boulevard, they built themselves as Hollywood's first ever video game publisher. It enjoyed a promising start, raising $400 million with large investments from a number of private equity firms. Receiving a lot of publicity in its first months, many expected Brash to become one of the next big names in video game publishing. Later into 2007, they struck a deal with Warner Bros. To publish a number of games based around DC comic superhero characters, including The Flash and Superman. Factor 5's involvement with Brash's Superman project came about due to their years of experience with flight games, primarily from the Star Wars Rogue Squadron series. When development wrapped up on Lair, their PS3 exclusive for Sony, they began to pitch for Superman in late 2007. Their artists put together a gallery of concept art pieces depicting the caped hero and a number of his adversaries from the comics. These ranged from the familiar like General Zod to more obscure choices such as Brimstone. The team explored the IP extensively, contemplating the gallery of rogues that would feature in this theoretical Superman title. Brash, however, didn't just want them to produce a completely standalone game. It was meant to, in some way, tie into an upcoming Superman movie which was being worked on in the very early planning phases at Warner Bros. This was a sequel to Bryan Singer's 2006 film, Superman Returns. Singer planned to direct the follow-up, which is said to have involved a fairly world-destroying plot, with big-screen live-action debuts from major villains like Darkseid and Brainiac planned. It would have released in 2009 under the title Man of Steel, not to be confused with the unrelated Zack Snyder movie from 2013. Initially, Warner Bros. Had expected the film to enter production not too long after the release of Returns, when Singer made the decision to take a short break from superhero movies to do historical thriller Valkyrie for 20th Century Fox. This pushed the schedule back a year, but it was still expected to begin when Singer was ready. In March 2008, the collaboration deal between Brash and Factor 5 was announced. According to the initial press release, the title they were working on together would be disclosed in July around E3. This never happened because the game by that time was still only in early pre-production and was not ready to be shown. For the first months of 2008, Factor 5 had mapped out their plans to take on the Man of Steel. Although the game would have featured the characters set to appear in Bryan Singer's sequel movie, Darkseid and Brainiac, its roster of villains extended well beyond that. It drew upon the different corners of the expanded DC universe, including Firestorm villainess Killer Frost, for example. Essentially, any character that the team thought would make for an interesting showdown was put under consideration. At first, the project was referred to internally under the codename of Blue Steel. This was an amalgamation of a few different cultural references. One was obviously hinting at Superman's popular nickname, the Man of Steel, as well as one of the main colours featured in his costume. But this was also a nod to Blue Harvest, the working title of Star Wars Return of the Jedi, which George Lucas used to mask the film's production from the media. Early on into pre-production, it was decided that Blue Steel would be an open-world game taking place in and around Metropolis. It was set to be a fairly vast and detailed landscape, with plenty for Superman to see and do around the city. The lead development platform was the PS3, since the company had experience with the console from their time on Lair, and already had the necessary development kits at their disposal. An Xbox 360 port of the PlayStation 3 game was planned too though, as was a version of the game for the Nintendo Wii. Factor 5's management were big fans of the Wii, and wanted to work with Nintendo's console at every given opportunity. Although Brash had actually only ordered it for the Xbox 360 and PS3, they were insistent that a Wii version be made as well. The publisher wasn't paying them extra to develop the Wii game alongside its HD cousin. it was being made out of their enthusiasm for the hardware. If there was one aspect above all that the team was determined about getting right, it was the control system. To them, the project would essentially live or die upon whether or not they could construct a control interface that players would respond well to. From their point of view, the game not only needed to capture the raw power of Superman's abilities, it needed to feel natural. They understood the difficulties of this, how hard it would be to combine the various aspects of his repertoire like his heat vision with precise and reliable flight controls. It was a challenge that they enthusiastically accepted. To demonstrate their ideas, a target video was produced for internal use in around summer 2008. The video portrayed a showdown between Superman and Doomsday, a preview of it. Warner Brothers was now not as politically motivated to see it to completion. If it ever ran into problems with, for example, funding, the odds of WB helping the developers out were now significantly less. Once the Singer movie was out of the equation, Brash and Factor 5 kept the project going as a completely standalone Superman game. It took on a slightly different identity, as more of a celebration of the character's history. There was no grand scheme for a story worked out at any point. Nobody on the team considered themselves much of a writer, but what they did want to do was build a plot that would pay homage to some of Superman's most iconic battles. The scope of their source material wasn't limited to the comic books, they were also calling upon classic scenes from the film series. One sequence in particular they were hoping to recapture was Superman's famous fight against General Zod and his fellow Kryptonian warriors from Superman 2. The team developed a variety of rough gameplay concepts and animations to embody some of their ideas, such as one early test scene in which Superman has to use his heat vision to prevent a damaged bridge from collapsing. This period of experimenting with different characters and making concept scenarios went on for months, lasting to the end of development. Again, there was no concrete idea for a plot. The purpose of this was to compile a list of all the essential Superman components, boiling the property down to its most interesting heroes, villains, and set pieces that could feasibly work within the context of a video game. Alongside Darkseid and Brainiac, there were plans to add Bizarro, Darkseid's son Kalibak, and of course, the Man of Steel's time-honored human nemesis, Lex Luthor. Another concept they'd come up with revolved around the malevolent cyborg Metallo. Superman would have first fought him in his standard exoskeleton form. Once Metallo was critically damaged, he would have absorbed the buildings around him to transform himself into a giant metallic monstrosity in a desperate last bid to turn the tide of battle. In addition to this host of baddies, Factor 5 was hoping to include appearances from other key heroes, namely Supergirl. This and other flying characters would have been made fully playable in a multiplayer mode they had outlined. What exactly this would have entailed is not known, however, as it was never worked on to any great extent. This is true of a lot of Blue Steel, as the project was largely unable to advance beyond the drawing board. In November 2008, news of a disaster was in the air. The game's publisher, Brash Entertainment, was on the verge of declaring bankruptcy. As a company in its infancy, this turn of events came as a shock to many, but was the outcome of a string of ill-advised business decisions. The collapse of Brash came about from an assortment of underlying issues that eventually manifested themselves into a perfect storm, chief among which was their lack of experience. Their CEO, Mitch Davis, had no prior experience in video game publishing, and nobody else on their board of directors had even worked in the industry. Where things really took a turn for the worse was after the company signed a deeply misjudged deal with Fox to produce tie-ins based around some of their upcoming animated features. Brash had initially approached them in the hopes of creating a Night at the Museum video game, and were told that in order to gain access to that property, they would need to sign a contract obligating them to do several other games first. These titles would use notably less valuable IPs like the movies Jumper and Space Chimps. On top of that, since the films they were linked with were due to come out within the following 12 months, it it gave their development teams less than a single year to fully develop these games. The end result was a set of hastily thrown together tie-ins that received a critical mauling and sold short of expectations. Taking on projects with rushed development cycles like these cheapened the Brash brand and quickly tarnished their reputation in the industry. In their final months, they did look to be on the verge of turning a corner, as they were finally gaining access to more valuable intellectual property like DC superheroes and the Saw movies. They were also starting to work with more established and respected developers, allowing them much larger budgets and longer development cycles to ensure quality. It was, however, too little too late. Over the course of 2008, various members of their board left, and the company sank further and further into debt. By November, Brash could no longer afford to pay its developers and shut down. At Factor 5, they now faced a crisis. With the loss of their publisher, their Superman title was now up against the possibility of cancellation. By this point, it was being referred to by a tentative title of Superman: Man of Steel. Although some minor progress had been made towards building the open-world metropolis, the game was far from complete. The Nintendo Wii version, one former designer told me, was hardly able to get off the ground. Aside from some documents identifying potential uses of the system's controls, very little was ever done. Despite how strongly opposed they were to making an inferior game on the Wii, some ex-members of Factor 5 are quick to admit that it likely would have been a somewhat scaled-back form of its high-definition cousins. Their focus, as ever, was on the PS3 release. When the first signs of trouble loomed, Factor 5's management had the opportunity to shelve Superman and lay off a handful of staff members to keep the studio open and working on other projects. As opposed to this, they would gamble with the company's future by using their own limited monetary resources to pay for the next month of development themselves. The hope was that another publisher would come on board and agree to fund the rest of it. However, the game still had a long way to go before it would be finished, meaning that a substantial financial investment was required. In fall 2008, during the height of the global financial crisis, that was a hard sell to say the least. At first, the developers at Factor 5 were kept in the dark about Brash's impending doom. Staff alleged that when their wages for November weren't transferred, their president Julian Egrecht misled them, claiming it was down to a glitch in the payroll system. He allegedly promised that they would receive what they were owed by the following payday. A couple of weeks later, the truth was out, and Egrecht confessed that Brash's closure meant that nobody would be paid unless a new publishing partner was found. The development team, despite their uncertainty about the studio's security, continued on into November. On December 1st, they weren't reimbursed for November. Instead, the situation worsened. Due to Factor 5's failure to pay premiums, each employee lost their health benefits. By mid-December, Factor 5 had burned through their remaining reserve of cash. Their plan to attract a new publisher was clearly not working, and with that, the studio's fate was sealed. Without providing adequate notice to employees, Factor 5 closed only days before Christmas, laying everyone off. Their last 2 months of work went unpaid, resulting in a series of lawsuits that dragged out for years later. The main case against the founders of the company for unsettled wages wasn't fully resolved until December 2015. When the development house fell, so did Superman: Man of Steel with it. In the end, outside of the basic flying and combat mechanics, it was largely a collection of ideas that had yet to fully transcend into a tangible experience. Still, it represents a vision heavy on fanservice made by a team hell-bent on getting Superman right. Their doomed deal with Brash Entertainment was a multi-game contract, expected to be a fresh start for Superman in the medium of video games, after years of poorly received releases. Its cancellation meant not only the loss of one title, but a whole potential series that quietly disappeared. For nearly 30 years did fans of Disney's Tron await its sequel, before Tron Legacy finally arrived in 2010. Launching alongside it was Tron Evolution, a tie-in video game and companion piece to the movie. It served as a prequel to Legacy and expanded upon events referenced in the film. During that vast gulf of time between the two movies, Disney went through various non-starters, abandoned ideas and unsuccessful pitches to kickstart the franchise. It took up until around 2008 for them to find a new direction direction for the series. Tron was coming back, and in no small way, Disney was planning a massive multimedia approach to relaunch Tron for a new generation. Included among this were talks of a new video game. Behind the scenes, Disney had put out the word to a handful of game development studios in around September 2008. For these select companies, they would now have the opportunity to submit proposals to them, sharing their ideas for potential games. If successful, their project would receive Disney's financing and aim for a release around the time of the film. For several development houses around the world, the gears were now starting to turn as they took to the challenge of playing a role in Tron's big revival. Only one of them would come out on top to partner with Disney, the other ideas and pitches would fall into obscurity. Among the various companies involved was Day One Studios in Chicago. At the time, Day One found itself embroiled in something of a difficult situation. They were wrapping up on another game, Fracture, which was a new IP made in collaboration with LucasArts. Unfortunately for them, Fracture had been subject to a rocky development cycle. Some of the developers I spoke to cited friction between them and LucasArts as one of its key difficulties. They felt that creative control of the project had been restricted by the publisher. Partway through development, they were instructed to change it from a first-person shooter to a third-person one, resulting in an onslaught of technical problems. The founder of LucasArts, filmmaker George Lucas, is known to have stepped in multiple times to enforce some of these unwanted changes upon staff. For instance, he insisted upon changing the name of the protagonist midway through development to Jet Brody, despite the fact that their marketing had already named the character as Mason Briggs. It was after the game was shipped, however, that the future of Day One was thrown into uncertainty. Fracture sold poorly, and this led to LucasArts subsequently cutting ties with them. Where they would go next was now completely up in the air, as their management attempted to make deals with various big companies such as Marvel, Warner Brothers, and Disney in search of their next contract. Were they unsuccessful in securing more work, jobs would soon be at risk. In their efforts to pitch for the Tron sequel game, Day One Studios started to gradually assemble an experimental prototype as a proof of concept to present to Disney's executives. The circumstances under which this prototype was developed were somewhat unconventional. In what was fairly unusual for a process like this, Disney initially neglected to provide the team's artists with material from the new movie to inform the visual design of their prototype. In other words, they had no clear idea of what it would look like. The artists therefore decided that they would craft the game's look by referencing the first movie, and strictly that alone. A few months prior to the start of development, in July 2008, Disney had attended San Diego Comic-Con, where the first announcement of a Tron sequel movie was made. Test footage for the film was shown exclusively to fans in attendance, revealing its working title, Tron 2, stylized as TR2N. The clip established a new frontier for the franchise with a refreshed visual design for the 21st century and a preview of the story to come. Despite this reveal and camera footage of the teaser inevitably making its way online, the artists at Day One had steered clear of it. They wanted to reimagine Tron for the modern day themselves from scratch. It would offer them a chance to show Disney their ability and understanding of the license from an artistic perspective. It was almost by coincidence that the artists landed on a style that was actually very close to what Disney's Tron Legacy ended up looking like. The costumes were primarily black, mixed with a tinge of bright neon. Their ideas for the darker appearance of the grid, as well as the new light bikes and identity discs, were very similar too. The only considerable distinction between the two separate visions of Tron 2 was that white light suits were slightly more common in the concept art made by Day One. This was an intentional visual reference towards the costumes worn in the original movie, which they tried to adhere to closely. In Disney's Tron Legacy, the only white light suits are worn by civilians and not by warrior programs like the ones seen in Day One's illustrations. Although some of Day One's artists ignored the aforementioned Comic-Con footage when designing their assets, other members of the team did not. In fact, another group of developers even went about directly recreating some of what was seen in the clip within the game's prototype. Initial pre-production, mainly involving concept art, lasted up until the end of 2008. After the holiday period, Day One's workers returned to the offices in January 2009, and core development on their prototype finally commenced. The Tron team, a fairly small group, was divided in two to create separate components of the prototype. One worked on mechanics for the light bike and identity discs, the other was tasked with coming up with a brand new vehicle. The meat of the demo essentially ended up taking what was seen in the clip from Comic-Con, an aggressive light bike chase between two programs, and translating that into a playable video game. The prototype was split into a few main parts. The first was a a single-player open-world environment. Another was a multiplayer mode accessible locally via split screen. The single-player section of the demo allowed players to explore a reasonably large city area inside the grid, controlling an unnamed program. The player had a couple of options at their fingertips. They could use their disc to perform target practice against a few destructible objects like pillars, or they could ride around on their light bike. Wandering the grid would draw the attention of hostile programs, leading to battles. Players could either attack them using their identity disc, or attempt to de-res them with their light bike. If you tried to flee from the enemy AI with your vehicle, they would equip theirs and begin pursuing you. Where Day One's Tron 2 differed from the other pitches that Disney was presented with was that it would have given players the ability to instantly switch between on-foot movement and speeding off using a light bike at almost any time. This forms a complete contrast with the Tron sequel game that was released, Tron Evolution by Propaganda Games, in which the bikes can only be used during fixed set pieces when the story demands it. The prototype offers us a glimpse at a slightly more open game compared to Evolution, which was very linear in its design. Former developers from Day One say that their game too would have been mostly linear, but would have employed a bit more exploration. Some vague ideas for a story were being thrown around during development, which were similar in tone to the original movie. The grid again would have found itself being ruled over by another authoritarian force, in this case Clue. The game would have followed a freedom fighter attempting to liberate the digital world in the years leading up to the second movie. If the way in which Day One developers describe it is any indication, the plot would have been very similar to the animated TV show Tron Uprising. The series revolved around the adventures of a rebellious program leading a revolution against Clue and his lieutenants. In keeping with these themes, Day One's project would ultimately become known as Tron 2 Liberation. One big divergence between Liberation and the game released, Tron Evolution, is how different their respective combat systems were. In Evolution, players fight through hack-and-slash style gameplay, alternating between multiple discs, each with their own unique attributes. One, for instance, can generate explosions. Propaganda Games chose to put a lot of emphasis on these powers and steadily whittling down enemy health bars with large, powerful blows. Liberation, on the other hand, was attempting an approach that was more true to the identity disc battles seen in the movies. In the prototype, there was a certain element of vulnerability to players and enemies. Each combatant had a relatively small amount of health, meaning they could be easily de-resed if they weren't careful. Players would have to time their attacks well, blocking and evading carefully to survive. In the single-player mode, a successful dodge would cause the action to enter a very brief stylized slow motion effect. The pacing of the fights worked similar to a tennis match according to one designer. If one player hurled a disc and their opponent was quick enough, they could catch it and throw it back even faster. It would steadily get more challenging as things sped up and more discs were added to the equation. There was a degree of subtlety to the controls, enabling you to add spin or curve to your throws, making them trickier for enemies to keep on top of. On the other side of the coin, the multiplayer component of the pitch pitted two players against one another along a racing track with light cycles. This was a deviation from the standard light cycle battle seen in the original movie or the arcade game inspired by it, where competitors would fight in a rectangular arena setting. It was all about trapping your opponents in the trail produced by your bike, which would kill them upon impact. The fundamentals in Day One's take on the formula were essentially the same. You still had to trick rivals into crashing into your wall of light, except it was a race to the finish now too. The designers added in a jump function, allowing you to leap over your opponent's trail. This could also help you to overcome obstacles or strategically hop over the other player to take them out. Lastly, there was the aforementioned third arm to the pitch, Day One's original design for a new Tron vehicle. They had come up with a four-wheel racing buggy inspired by the light cycles. One developer likened it to the Light Runner, a vehicle briefly used by Korra in Tron Legacy. Unfortunately for the developers who worked on this part of the prototype, it didn't make it very far. The majority of them agreed that it simply wasn't nearly as fun as the light bikes, which ended up becoming a key focal point of the pitch. The majority of work on Tron 2 Liberation concluded after a few months into 2009. Negotiations went back and forth until midway through the year. Day One tried to sell Disney on the project, saying they would develop it for Xbox 360, PS3, and PC. It was prototyped on Xbox 360 hardware. Disney was also looking for a release on Wii, which likely would have happened via a separate studio had it been greenlit, as the team soon discovered it wasn't going to be. Some developers claim that Disney's board were impressed with aspects of their presentation, namely their recreation of the iconic light cycles. This didn't amount to anything more than compliments though. Their decision about whether or not to have the game made is said to have been mostly down to development costs. Propaganda Games, who presented a competing pitch with Tron Evolution was able to underbid them. It would cost Disney less, and they were confident that they could deliver it for a deadline of late 2010. This was little more than a year away at that point, a fact that caused trepidation among Day One staff members. Many were of the opinion that having such a constrained timeline would negatively impact development, resulting in a poor final product. One developer had this to say: "In the end, it was too fast for us to reasonably do, and I think the quality of the game that actually came out shows this." Tron Evolution was developed by Propaganda Games in just less than a year, and received mixed reviews from critics. Once their Tron game was no more, Day One's financial instability caught up with them. Around 10 to 15 staffers were laid off as they failed to gain a new contract. The company would eventually recover, however, working on Fear 3 and later being acquired by Wargaming in 2013.
Hello, and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we'll be talking about unreleased video game hardware. Many console manufacturers go through a period of attempting to add value to their product by expanding a system's capabilities.
Xbox, watch TV. TV.
During a time when a console's only purpose was to, unsurprisingly, play games, it was a logical step to try and expand their potential audience by incorporating features that would also appeal to non-gamers. By 2001, Sony had already released their PlayStation 2 console, which boasted the ability to double up as a DVD player. To combat this, Sega and British set-top box manufacturer Pace unveiled their way of incorporating home media into the Dreamcast in 2001. Pace had teamed up with Sega to create their own hybrid set-top box, utilizing Pace's digital video recorder, as well as broadband applications, a digital VCR function, and the ability to play Dreamcast titles. The digital set-top box would have included 4 controller ports, but not feature any sort of disk drive. Instead, games could be downloaded through an online service and stored on a 40GB hard drive. Pace claimed that the hard drive was capable of storing up to 60 games at once, each taking only 3 minutes to download. This was an outlandish claim considering internet speeds at the time. Plans were made to offer Dreamcast content in a similar fashion to the popular trend of pay-per-view TV, giving access to games on a pay-per-play or pay-per-time basis. Alternatively, a subscription of $20 a month would grant unlimited access to Dreamcast software. Pace claimed the system was targeted at the casual gaming market, and was capable of displaying both games and television broadcasts simultaneously. Clearly, this was a concept they hoped to take further, as they even claimed that while they were currently concentrating on their partnership with Sega, the tech could also be used with the PlayStation 2, Xbox, or GameCube. Initial plans set a release schedule for the European market in mid-2002, with no set plans for a US release. The system never saw any sort of release, but was planned to carry a $400 to $600 price tag. The Dreamcast was also discontinued shortly after Pace and Sega announced their collaboration. Another company with an interesting history of video game hardware is Bandai, now known as Bandai Namco. The company initially started with their plug-and-play TV Jack consoles in the 70s, and went on to make the Bandai Arcadia in 1983, and even their own personal computer in the same year, the RX-78. In 1993, Bandai teamed up with Nintendo in order to release the Bandai HET, or the Super Famicom laptop. This device was demonstrated to consumers during the Tokyo Toy Show in 1993. Boasting the ability to play Super Nintendo cartridges in a portable format, with a built-in screen and controller. Not much else is known about the console, as it was said to have been pulled from production prior to its release by order of Nintendo. The reasoning is rumored to be because the company was unhappy with Bandai releasing a system that would be in direct competition with their own portable console, the Nintendo Game Boy, which had already been on the market for 4 years. Before Steam machines were even a concept, one company tried to cash in on the idea of PC gaming in a customer's living room. Phantom Entertainment, previously known as Infinium Labs, advertised a machine capable of playing PC games with the form factor of a home console, which they named the Phantom. Work on the console began in 2003, including features such as a large initial library of previous PC games, support for future PC games, as well as a direct download content delivery service using inbuilt storage as opposed to discs and cartridges. The Phantom was demoed at E3 in 2004, though it is widely believed to be fake hardware. With an initial release date set in 2003 for a price of below $399, Phantom missed their schedule, a trend that would continue for some time. After several failed launch dates, including hints from the company's then CEO, Kevin Backus, that the console would release around the same time as the Xbox 360, it was ultimately removed from the company's website. However, the company's story doesn't end there. They went on to create a keyboard called the Lapboard, designed for use with living room PCs. In 2007, Alienware ordered a large shipment of lapboards for distribution with a new line of media center computers, though later that same year, Phantom reported they would not be able to meet the delivery. In 2006, the company was accused by the Securities and Exchange Commission of performing a pump and dump, the process of inflating stock prices of a company through false or misleading marketing. Infinium Labs founder, Tim Roberts, had hired a stock promoter who sent faxes claiming that the console's release was imminent and that stock prices could be set to rise by more than 3,000%, despite the numerous unresolved production issues in manufacturing. Ultimately, the Phantom game console lost the company more than $62 million since its inception. While the Lapboard was created and given a retail release in 2007, the Phantom game console is considered vaporware.
Many lost video games have been documented in recent years. This kind of documentation is incredibly important for the preservation of video game history. But did all of these lost games actually exist? We've decided to delve into the history of 3 lost Nintendo games and see if they truly are a lost video game or perhaps just a rumor or misunderstanding that got out of hand. So without further ado, let's get into the games. According to IGN, a game titled Animal Crossing 2 was announced in a Japanese magazine in the early 2000s after the first game's release. It was planned to hit the GameCube, but ended up being cancelled. This isn't the only place with details about Animal Crossing 2 though. The Lost Media Archive, the Animal Crossing Wiki, GameFAQs, and lots of other websites and YouTube videos chronicle what they call an unreleased GameCube game and a lost sequel. But while investigating Animal Crossing 2, some of the info we found just didn't seem right. Most of these websites and YouTubers show 2 screenshots from the game's beta, but none of them cite a source for those screenshots. Using reverse image search, we found the first screenshot is actually from Nintendo's official Japanese website, and in reality it's a screenshot of the original Nintendo 64 game that only released in Japan. The second screenshot was first published on a French gaming site called GameCult in June 2002. And also appears on Nintendo's official Italian website for Animal Crossing 1 on GameCube. In other words, the only 2 screenshots of this supposed lost sequel are actually screenshots of the first game. Another piece of evidence often shared is this article on a fan site called Game Cubicle, published on Christmas Eve 2002. It says Japanese magazine Famitsu published a list of Nintendo games scheduled to launch in 2003, one of which is Animal Crossing 2. We couldn't find that exact issue of Famitsu, but we really didn't need to, because we found a Japanese article published the exact same day, Christmas Eve 2002. They also reposted Famitsu's report of Animal Crossing 2 getting announced for GameCube, but it says both games' titles are tentative. And actually, there was an Animal Crossing game released in 2003 called Animal Forest E+. Let's do a quick historical recap for folks unfamiliar with the series' origins. In Japan, the first game was called Animal Forest and released on Nintendo 64. It was later ported to GameCube with some enhancements, which was called Animal Forest Plus. Then that game eventually got localized for America as Animal Crossing and had lots of new text and even holidays added so it makes sense to Americans. Nintendo was so impressed with the localization, they decided to localize that version back into Japanese and call it Animal Forest E+, which means there were actually 3 different versions of the original game released in Japan: Animal Forest Plus, and Animal Forest E+. And it's that last version that released in 2003. So Famitsu magazine didn't actually announce a sequel, they were announcing E+, which at the time was tentatively titled Animal Forest 2. IGN's page for Animal Crossing 2 says it was announced in a Japanese Japanese magazine. They don't say which magazine, but it's probably safe to assume they mean Famitsu. There's lots of opinions and speculation out there, but the Famitsu announcement and 2 screenshots are the only sources ever cited, and they're all pretty easily disproven. In fact, if you look on the back end of the Animal Crossing wiki, most of the wiki's contributors believe it's fake, and are saying the Animal Crossing 2 page should be deleted. During our research, we also spent some time Googling around in Japanese, and we couldn't find any Japanese fans talking about Animal Crossing 2. So it seems this whole idea of an unreleased GameCube game was all just a misunderstanding created by English-speaking fans who didn't know what they were seeing. So with all cited evidence proven false, we deem Animal Crossing 2 to be fake. Next up is F-Zero for Virtual Boy, a game that some fans call G-Zero, and others refer to as Zero Racers. According to a number of websites, including the Lost Media Wiki, Unseen64, and a couple of F-Zero wikis, Zero Racers was only shown to the public once, and that was at E3 1996. But we couldn't find any evidence that the game ever made an appearance. We watched old footage, read old magazines, and even spoke to some gaming journalists and one Nintendo staffer who were there, but absolutely no one saw it at E3 1996. So we reached out to Chris Radke, the guy who founded Planet Virtual Boy all the way back in 1999 and still runs it to this day. He told us, "In the early days of documenting the Virtual Boy, we believed that Zero Racers had been shown at E3 1996, and at one point that info was on Planet Virtual Boy, but nowadays we know that the game has never been shown at any trade show, and strangely it was never covered in any Japanese magazines. No video footage of Zero Racers exists to my knowledge." He told us there's a couple homebrew games hosted on his site, Formula V and Elevated Speed, which are about as close as we're ever gonna get to seeing Zero Racers in action. Truth is, Zero Racers was only ever seen in 2 issues of Nintendo Power magazine, the July 1996 issue with this tiny preview, and the August 1996 issue with this much larger preview taking up 2 full pages. With help from Art of Nintendo Power, we got clearer and higher resolution scans of these magazines than what was available anywhere on the internet, so you can actually read the tiny text for the first time. Those are the screenshots you'll be seeing throughout this video. We should note that a few other magazines from that time period also mention G-Zero, but their information and screenshots were just lifted from Nintendo Power, so all screenshots we're using here are directly from the original. The unfortunate truth is that no one's ever seen Zero Racers gameplay, at least no one outside Nintendo. So with a little help from Planet Virtual Boy, we got in touch with Jim Warnell, a localizer who worked at Nintendo of America for almost 2 decades. After exchanging a few emails, we had an hour-long Zoom call so Jim could share his story. He told us, "As an associate producer, I wrote screen text, manual and package text, oversaw the debug and approval process, liaised with NCL, worked with marketing and advertising, etc. Anything that had to do with the North American launch of a game was my responsibility. G-Zero, later known as Zero Racers, was on my list of projects. Zero Racers was done. We had a complete manual, package, and label done for the game. It went through lot check. It had an ESRB rating. It was complete." He also said the game's title was changed from G-Zero to Zero Racers late in development to avoid confusion with F-Zero. Zero Racers wasn't a subtitle, it was the game's full title, because it wasn't a direct sequel to the SNES original. It was actually a spin-off. Presumably the G in G-Zero and the Zero in Zero Racers are both references to gravity, since instead of cars, this game had spaceships, and all 15 tracks were made of tunnels where you can fly in all 4 directions. As far as how it sounded, Jim says, "From what I can recall, it was like F-Zero in a tube. It wasn't bleep and bloopy, it was very tin and metallic-y. There wasn't background music from what I can remember." Nintendo Power's preview shows 4 ships, the Falcon, Stingray, Goose, and the Origami, but it never revealed who was inside. According to Jim, the 4 racers were Captain Falcon, Jodie Summer, James McCloud, and an alien that he can't say with 100% certainty, but he's pretty sure was Pico, who piloted the Wild Goose in the original game. Jodie Summer wasn't in the previous game, but eventually made her way into F-Zero X on N64. The same can be said for James McCloud, a human character clearly modeled after the father of Fox McCloud from Star Fox. Jim said he didn't have to localize much text for the game itself, as it was a pretty straightforward racer, but there was some story text in the game's manual, just like the SNES original. Jim also told us just how extreme the testing process was back in the 90s, saying, "When they were testing people out for Virtual Boy, they had us go through this Did you ever see the movie Clockwork Orange? The scene where the person's pinned down in the chair and they've got their eyelids open? That was kind of like what Virtual Boy testing was like. They would dilate our pupils, they would have us sit with our heads in this vice type thing, and they would shine light in our pupils. They would have these plastic rods, they would have them just barely touching our eyes, and they would say, okay, no matter what, don't blink for a minute. They put us under just the most bizarre tests, just to make sure, I guess, to make sure the thing was safe to use. They would blow air into our eyes, they would have us play a Virtual Boy test kit for 10 to 15 minutes, then we'd have to rest. Then they dilate our eyes again. 2 or 3 rounds of these just bizarre, inhumane torture tests just to make sure this thing wouldn't kill me or blind me or whatever. But, yeah, it was interesting. It was a pretty harrowing experience, but fortunately things turned out pretty well for Jim, since he got to voice the announcer in the series' next game, F-Zero X.
You got boost power! Yeah! The final lap!
Zero Racers was completely finished, localized into English, had its packaging and manual, and was rated E for everyone by the ESRB, but Nintendo canceled it along with 2 other complete games at the very last minute, which Jim attributes to probably wanting to leave the Virtual Boy behind and focus gamers' attention on the upcoming Nintendo 64. Zero Racers wasn't found in the recent Nintendo Giga leaks, but Jim's confident Nintendo still has it in a vault somewhere and could bring it back anytime. That's probably never gonna happen, but who knows? Maybe we'll see it on Nintendo Switch Online someday. So with first-hand testimony from Nintendo's localizer and an official rating from the ESRB, we rate Zero Racers as 100% real. Now moving on to this video's next lost game. In November 2016, Eurogamer reported the next Pokemon game would release on Switch the following year, and that it would be an enhanced version of Sun and Moon, codenamed Pokemon Stars. The article's author, Eurogamer's deputy editor Tom Phillips, claimed to have several sources for the story, and at least one was saying the Switch edition would add new Pokemon. Fans were excited to hear about the jump to an HD console, and even though it was never stated explicitly by Eurogamer, most assumed Stars would bump up the resolution to at least 720p. Some fans even canceled their plans to buy Sun and Moon on 3DS and just waited for Stars instead. Hype continued to build over the next few months, especially when the Pokemon Company announced a new campaign called Look Upon the Stars, which saw the release of an entire line of Stars-themed merchandise. Series director Junichi Masuda made a tweet starting with the words Pokemon Stars that some fans interpreted as a teaser for things to come. Anticipation peaked in mid-2017 when Amazon UK began selling pre-orders for Pokemon Stars. It seemed to just be a placeholder as there was no box art and the release date was January 2030, but that didn't stop it from climbing the sales charts and reaching number 87 on Amazon's bestsellers list for PC and video games. Even when Ultra Sun and Moon were announced in June, the Pokemon Company's official website described the games as eventually coming to the Switch. They quickly deleted the Switch reference and put out a statement saying it was just a clerical error, but some fans believed the slip-up was Nintendo accidentally revealing Stars earlier than intended. Ultra Sun and Moon were, after all, very similar to how Eurogamer described Pokemon Stars, an expansion of Sun and Moon released in holiday 2017 with a few new Pokemon. The main difference was that there were 2 games instead of 1, and it was on the 3DS, so to some, a Switch release still seemed likely. But as time passed, it eventually became clear that Pokemon Stars was never coming. 1 year after his original 2016 article, Eurogamer's Tom Phillips returned with a post-mortem titled, "So what happened with Pokemon Stars?" Long story short, he said his sources indicated that Stars cancellation was primarily a casualty of Nintendo's business strategy. After the failure of the Wii U, Nintendo was originally planning to release 3 of their biggest IP for Switch year 1, Zelda, Mario, and Pokemon. But plans changed after the Switch exploded in popularity, and the problem wasn't that Nintendo couldn't sell them, it was that they were selling out of them. They couldn't even make enough Switches to keep up with demand. It was no longer necessary to deploy Pokemon as a failsafe. So instead, Ultra Sun and Moon and a few other big titles like Metroid Samus Returns were released throughout 2017 to keep the 3DS on life support in case the Switch couldn't financially carry the company all on its own. Nintendo's official position was that both consoles would continue to coexist, and the Switch wasn't meant as a replacement for the 3DS. That's pretty much always been their public position on new consoles, like when they promoted the DS as a third pillar rather rather than a replacement for the Game Boy Advance. Eurogamer also said an up-resed 3DS port selling for $60 could have made the Switch look bad in its first year, and risking that perception was another factor that led to Stars getting cancelled. Understandably, a few fans were pessimistic about Eurogamer's reporting, with some even accusing Eurogamer of just making it all up for clicks. The most prominent critic was Joe Merrick, the webmaster of Pokemon fan site Cerebi, who would later describe Eurogamer's reporting as BS and a fake rumor, and argue with Tom Phillips in his article's comments section. Now, with almost 5 years hindsight, we talked to Joe and asked what he makes of the rumor. He told us he thought Sun and Moon might have been ported to Switch purely for the sake of testing and was never meant to become an actual product for sale. Maybe someone at Nintendo saw it running on Switch in HD, got the wrong idea, and leaked it to Eurogamer. Or maybe, Joe says, Tom's source just made it all up. We'd heard both theories before, and we'd already been in talks with Phillips during this video's production, so we asked if he thinks that might have been what happened. He flatly denied both possibilities, reiterating that Eurogamer doesn't run stories based on a single source, and the typical requirement is 3 sources at minimum. He wouldn't reveal who his sources were, of course, but he did say they were in professional positions where mistaking a test port for an actual game would have been impossible. To be fair to Tom, the guy has a pretty good track record when it comes to his reporting. He was the first to report on the Switch's design and internal hardware specifications almost 3 months before they were officially revealed by Nintendo. He was also the first to report on the Super NES Classic, Diablo 3 on Switch, and several other games long before they were announced. Not everything he's written about made their way onto store shelves, like an English localization of Mother 3, but suffice it to say there are a lot of clout chasers in the gaming industry with fake insider info, but Tom isn't one of them. He told us he stands by his post-mortem on Pokemon Stars, and for the record, reiterated that the Pokemon Company did originally plan to release an Alola-based game on Switch codenamed Stars in holiday 2017. Looking back on Tom's original expose, there's a few details worth re-examining with the benefit of hindsight. The first is that his sources reported that Sun, Moon, and Stars were all developed simultaneously, although work on Stars was paused at one point so Game Freak could focus on finishing up the 3DS titles for their holiday release date. We'd like to point out that Gen 7 removed a lot of the bottom screen functionality and touchscreen features that were used in Gen 6, like the Dex Nav and player search system. Sun and Moon did use touch features for mechanics like Pokemon Refresh, but touch could have easily gotten replaced with motion controls, which is exactly what Game Freak did for Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. If they thought Gen 7 would eventually make its way to Switch, that would explain why a lot of those bottom screen and touch features didn't make their way into Sun and Moon, which mostly just use the bottom screen for map and menu navigation. It's also worth noting that Gen 6 offered stereoscopic 3D for Pokemon battles, but Sun and Moon didn't. Tom told us his info on Stars was accurate, but noted that by the time the details got to him, then out to the public, that info may have already been outdated, and Game Freak's plans might have changed before his article was even published. In a later interview, Sun and Moon's director Shigeru Omori said the idea for the Ultra games started late in Sun and Moon's development, so around mid to late 2016. And in more interviews in the years that followed, Omori and Junichi Masuda revealed that Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee and Sword and Shield entered production at around the same time, when Sun and Moon were wrapping up in 2016. In other words, the development on all 3 pairs of games began around the same time information about Pokemon Stars made its way to Eurogamer. All of that going down in a short window in 2016 certainly doesn't prove Stars ever existed, but it does indicate that Game Freak's plans were being formed, solidified, and possibly changed around at the time. In an attempt to corroborate Tom's reporting, we reached out to about 50 of the developers who worked on Sun and Moon, but unfortunately, we were rebuffed at every turn. Pokemon keeps their people on a pretty tight lockdown, more so even than Nintendo, so NDAs prevented us from getting a single scrap of info either confirming or denying that Pokemon Stars ever existed. There was a lot of smoke, but we can't say conclusively whether or not there was ever a fire, so we're gonna have to rate this one as still just a rumor. As far as we're concerned, the case is still open, but if anyone out there has first-hand knowledge of Pokemon Stars, we ask that you please reach out to us on Twitter. Maybe we can work something out mutually beneficial. We'll keep digging around for info, and hopefully someday we can make a follow-up video and finally put the rumor to rest, one way or another.
We thought we were in a good position as a studio to make a reasonable effort on F-Zero because it hadn't been done for a while. The last F-Zero was probably GX. 16 players, 16 AI, a course editor, map editor that you could share with your friends, 60 frames a second on the Switch. Would have been awesome. Still could have been awesome. I wish we could have finished that.
With all these rumors about a new F-Zero floating around, we decided to take a dive into the unexplored depths of the series. Some prominent players in the world of F-Zero have been trying to bring back the series for quite some time. Toshihiro Nagashi, the producer of F-Zero GX, that's my favorite one, had some evolutionary ideas as soon as GX was finished. And Nintendo of Europe tried to jumpstart a revival. Twice. Kinda. And then there's former Nintendo programmer Giles Goddard, and the revolutionary prototype his team built for the Switch. What would those F-Zero sequels have been like if they'd crossed the finish line? And why didn't they ever take off from the starting line? Before we get into all that, let's cover a bit of the background info so that we're all on the same track. Nintendo made the original F-Zero on SNES and F-Zero X on Nintendo 64 themselves, along with BS F-Zero Grand Prix 1 and 2 on the 64DD expansion, which were only released in Japan, and also a Virtual Boy spin-off that was completed but locked into a vault, never to be seen by the public. But around the dawn of the GameCube era, Nintendo started making fewer games themselves and relied more on outside studios. Metroid Prime was outsourced to Retro, Star Fox was with Rare and Namco, and even Zelda got lent out to Capcom. We call them collaborations, Miyamoto told NGC magazine. What Nintendo is doing differently these days is trying to build strong relationships between the game creators at Nintendo and those at other companies. It's not company versus company anymore. Something most of these series had in common was a decline in sales, and F-Zero was sadly no exception. Every new game sold less than the one that came before it, so Nintendo contracted their old rival Sega to take the reins and make a new F-Zero for the GameCube. Toshihiro Nagashi, the creator of the incredibly popular Daytona USA arcade series, was put in charge of development. Even though we'd lost the hardware market, I wanted Nintendo to see how great Sega was as a company, Nagashi recounted years later. The only thing we needed to admit was that Sega did not have the ability to sell hardware. Miyamoto was involved. He was like a god to me then. Miyamoto was the F-Zero series producer from the very beginning, and he told Nagashi, "You know how to do this. All you need to do is be confident and just do it, without hesitation." And the results speak for themselves. When it finally hit store shelves, GX was lauded by critics and fans alike, gathering review scores around 90%. Even Nintendo was impressed at what Nagashi accomplished. After release, they called him up and asked to see the source code because they couldn't figure out how he'd made such an amazing game with the time and budget that they'd given him. Takaya Imamura, longtime series supervisor at Nintendo and creator of Captain Falcon, said, "I'm at a loss as to how we can take the franchise further past F-Zero GX." But Nagashi knew he could push the series even farther and wanted to make a sequel. Talking to UK magazine Cube, he said, "To tell you the truth, during the programming processes, we did not have time to develop some of the courses I really wanted to implement in the game. Courses I wanted, but could not incorporate into the existing F-Zero game. So yes, there will be further advancements when it comes to the course designing." He went on to say that online play would be really interesting with a randomly generated course system. Some fans complained that GX was too hard, and to them Nagashi said, and quote, "If you feel that you've been tortured, I'm really, really sorry, but that the punishing difficulty was absolutely on purpose. So we could probably expect the same tough as nails gameplay in a Nagashi-led sequel." He also said that they pushed the Cube to its graphical limits, and since F-Zero's never been a yearly franchise, presumably the next one would have had to be for Wii. But despite its critical acclaim, GX barely managed to sell half as many copies as the previous entry, and Nagashi's ideas for a sequel never became a reality. Later that same year, a 51-episode anime was produced, and Nintendo partnered with Japanese studio Suzak to produce the anime-inspired game GP Legend for the Game Boy Advance. Nintendo was throwing the kitchen sink at F-Zero. You can't say they didn't try at the time, but sales fell even further. The entire series was dubbed into English, but ended up getting cancelled after the 15th episode aired on Fox. Suzak made one more Game Boy Advance game a year later, F-Zero Climax, but sales were so abysmal that Nintendo didn't bother releasing it outside of Japan. That was the death knell for the franchise. It was over. Nagashi left Sega in 2019 to form his own studio, and to this day he still wants to make a sequel to GX, but it seems Nintendo just isn't interested. Nagashi wasn't the series' only suitor though. Someone else who wanted to see the world's fastest racer return, and they're gonna come up a couple of times in this video, was Nintendo of Europe. In early 2011, they picked up the phone and called Criterion Games, the guys who spent the last decade cutting their teeth on the Need for Speed and Burnout series. According to Criterion's creative director, Alex Ward, Nintendo of Europe asked me if there was any chance we could do a new F-Zero for them, and if so, could you be ready to show it at E3 in June? Because they were short of games coming to their Wii U hardware. The UK guys were trying to match Western developers with Nintendo-owned intellectual property. When word got out, some news outlets may have oversold the story a little, saying the game almost got made and would have been a Wii U launch title. It wasn't until a few years later that Ward clarified the situation. He said the guy at Nintendo Europe wasn't very high up. Maybe if it was Miyamoto himself, a deal could have been struck, but even if it was Miyamoto, Criterion was 100% owned by EA, so the decision would have been up to the corporate types. And besides, Ward's team was already up to their necks making a new Need for Speed, so it was a bit of an exaggeration to say the Wii U almost launched with the Criterion-made F-Zero. After 9 years without a new entry, Captain Falcon was becoming better known as that guy who punches in Super Smash Bros., and people started asking Miyamoto why. In 2012, French site Game Cult polled their readers asking what series they missed the most. One of the top results was F-Zero, so they showed Miyamoto and said, "Nobody really understands why Nintendo hasn't made a new one since 2004. Is there a chance we can see it come back on Wii U?" Miyamoto's eyes opened wide and he said, "I'm really pleased to hear their opinion, because since the first episode on SNES, many games have been made but the series has evolved very little. I thought people had grown weary of it. I'd like to say thank you very much and try to wait by playing Nintendo Land's F-Zero minigame. I'm also very curious and I'd like to ask those people, why F-Zero? What do you want that we haven't done before?" A few months later at E3, GameSpeed asked a similar question. Mario Kart 8 made a showing, but where was F-Zero? "I certainly understand that people want a new F-Zero game," Miyamoto told them. "I think where I struggle is that I don't really have a good idea for what's new that we could bring to F-Zero that would really turn it into a great game again. Certainly, I can see how people looking at Mario Kart 8 could see, through the anti-gravity, a connection to F-Zero, but I don't know, at this point, what direction we could go in with a new F-Zero." Captain Falcon's creator Imamura said something similar, that F-Zero needed a grand new idea if it was going to make a comeback. Some fans bristled at their comments. New tracks, HD graphics, online play. Wasn't that enough? To be fair to Nintendo though, the series had been evolving. Better graphics, faster speeds, more cars, but it wasn't enough to keep sales from driving off a cliff. People just weren't buying them. So from that perspective, maybe it was gamers who weren't satisfied with mere evolution. Maybe it really was gonna take a revolution. More on that later. But to better understand F-Zero's past, as well as its future, we need to veer off track real quick and look at how the genre's puttered along in its absence. During the 20-year drought, several studios pulled for position to become F-Zero's spiritual successor, with games like Redout and Formula Fusion. If you're an F-Zero fan, at some point you might have googled something along the lines of, "What games can I play like F-Zero?" If you did, the top result was probably Fast RMX. Not only was it a Switch exclusive, it was a Switch launch title, and was apparently received quite favorably as the next best thing to an actual F-Zero. We asked Fast RMX's designer and programmer, Manfred Linzner, "Was that your intention? If Nintendo won't make it, we will?" Not exactly. He said the first game on WiiWare started as a prototype of fish swimming around a Kirby stream. He made a joke to his team that, and I quote, "We could make a game out of it and call it Fish Zero." The joke quickly got serious though, and over the next few minutes, they decided to abandon the fish altogether and make a futuristic racer instead. They eventually made more ambitious sequels for Wii U and Switch, with some help from our old friends at Nintendo of Europe. Linzner said, yeah, he'd heard the Criterion story. "It seems some Nintendo of Europe employees are fans of F-Zero, he told us, adding a little smiley face. After we shared some not too exciting prototypes with Nintendo of Europe, they gave us very honest feedback. That was super valuable because we were a bit lost in technical details, and they saw better than us the full potential we could reach. They helped us understand how to design tracks and environments that played and felt like we envisioned. We were very happy how the sequels turned out. And of course, we're also very grateful that Nintendo published the Wii U physical edition, then allowed and encouraged us to make a launch game for the Nintendo Switch." Linzner made Fast RMX with a team of just 4 guys. It's got 30 tracks, 15 cars, up to 8 players online, and it runs at 60 frames a second in 1080p. Keep those numbers in mind for later. Linzner said he couldn't share exact sales figures with us, but it was the best-selling game they ever made, and now 5 years later, it's still selling well each and every week. Another sequel, he told us, is definitely on the cards. Right around the time Fast RMX was racking up high scores, another studio entered the race, but they were determined to make a real F-Zero sequel, Falcon and all. That studio was Chuhai Labs, who needs a little bit of an introduction. Located just on the road from Nintendo HQ in Kyoto, Japan, Chuhai was founded by Giles Goddard, a programmer with a long history at the big end. Back around 1990, he was the first non-Japanese programmer to ever work at Nintendo, simply put because they couldn't find any Japanese programmers as talented as Giles. He worked on the original Star Fox, Mario 64, Dash and the Giant, and many others, including a 3D Game Boy game called X that only released in Japan. Giles and another British programmer, Dylan Cuthbert, worked in an office separate from the Japanese staff, and Miyamoto used it as a smoking room to brainstorm in. In 2002, Giles left Nintendo to start his own studio, Chuhai Labs, where they continued to collaborate with Nintendo, like Steel Diver 1 and 2, where Giles was programming director, Miyamoto was producer, and the director was Imamura, who said he made Sub-Wars' mission mode to be like F-Zero in slow motion. More recently, Chuhai released the VR spiritual successor to 1080 called Carve Snowboarding, and their newest game was Curse to Golf, which has seen its share of praise. That's a pretty long introduction, but you get the point. Giles is extremely talented, has a long history with Nintendo, and runs his own studio. In 2021, Giles did a Reddit AMA that had 1,300 comments, but we just want to highlight 2 of them. He said F-Zero was his favorite game on Super Nintendo, but more importantly, revealed that his studio made an F-Zero prototype with ultra-realistic physics. A month later, he sat down for an hour-long interview with GameXplain, during which he spent about 1 minute talking about that F-Zero prototype. Giles said he'd pitch it to Nintendo, but, and we're quoting here, Nintendo are very wary about using old IP, because it's such a huge thing for them to do. It's much easier to go with a new IP than to reuse an old one. We were kind of stuck in a catch-22 working with Nintendo, because we'd say to them, we want to do this F-Zero game, can you give us all this money? And they say, but you don't have enough people. And I'd say, well, if we had the money, we could get the people. So it was forever this kind of ridiculous catch-22 of them wanting us to make a game, us pitching a game, and then them saying, you don't have enough people. We were dying to hear more about it, so we got in touch with them, and it turns out Giles' F-Zero really was revolutionary. He told us it was super fast, super chaotic, super realistic physics, so it feels like F-Zero, but there's a lot more depth there. It was quite interesting to see what situations you could get the entire race into. You could bump into one car, it would bump into 2 other cars, and they would bump into the rest of the pack, and it would cause an entire pileup. So it was just fun playing around and seeing how badly you could screw up the race. A fresh take on F-Zero would have been really cool. Each car had 4 jets, and if a car took damage, 1 jet might fail, and the car would start leaning in that direction. If 2 jets failed, the car would flip over. The demo was made with a team of 3. Giles did the programming, another guy did art, and another made some tweaks to Chuhai's custom engine, although they'd obviously need a bigger team to make a full game. Giles went on to explain the more evolutionary aspects. He said, the idea was massive multiplayer. Massive as in 16 human players, 16 AI, so 32 in total. A course editor, map editor you could share with your friends online, and yeah, 60 frames a second on the Switch. So of course we had to ask, can we get some footage of that demo?
I'm consulting my legal experts in my head. I think I can, because Nintendo didn't pay for the demo. We made it on our own. It was our own code, our assets, and I have it upstairs. It's on my PC. It's just not running on the latest, GFX chips, whatever. So yeah, we could do that. I could do that.
Holy shit! Needless to say, we were pretty stoked. He also said he'd upload it to the internet so fans could download it and play it for free, although he wanted a little something for his trouble.
No, you don't have to pay for it. I'll do it for free.
Oh shit!
I don't know, if I get 5,000 more Twitter followers, I'll make it.
Now we were double stoked, and over the next couple of months, we bounced emails back and forth with Chuhai talking details. Tragically though, the whole thing ended up falling apart over legal concerns. We'll spare you the details, but basically, we all agreed the future of Giles' studio and the games they'll make are far more important and not worth risking just for this YouTube video. But at least we got to hear the story. Most developers keep these kind of things a secret, so no hard feelings. We love you, Giles, and everyone should go follow him on Twitter anyway. The dude's a legend. Giles had said the game never got made because of money, so how much is it gonna cost? He said, nowadays, less than $1 million, because it doesn't have to be very big, it just has to play really well. You don't need that many programmers. You could probably do it with 5 people, less than $1 million for sure. We got the feeling Giles asked Nintendo for more than $1 million back in those negotiations. To us, $1 million sounds like a pretty small budget, but Fast RMX was made cheaper than that and with a smaller team. A few tasks would inevitably have to be outsourced, like how Fast RMX contracted an outside composer and voice actor. But Giles has been in the biz since the 80s and has plenty of experience budgeting games at Chuhai. The guy knows what he's talking about. That's a lot of potential financial upside with minimal investment. Giles still has a lot of enthusiasm for the project, but even if it wasn't an official F-Zero title, a lot of fans would still love to see that prototype developed into a full Switch game. We know you're gonna watch this, Giles, so, respectfully, please get back to the negotiating table with Nintendo, or just make a spiritual successor on your own terms. Show us your moves!
Show me your moves!
Also, follow him here on Twitter, folks.
For a long time, there have been rumours out there about a game, whispers of a partnership with Nintendo that never came to fruition. A venture led by an Activision Blizzard-owned studio involving a new 3D Donkey Kong platformer for the Nintendo Switch. Suggestions of this project, apparently in development at Vicarious Visions, the company who worked on titles such as Skylanders Superchargers and the Crash N. Sane trilogy, date all the way back before the reveal of the Switch itself. Fans have hotly debated the authenticity of this game for years, and so I decided it was time to get to the bottom of it. Was Vicarious Visions really planning a new 3D Donkey Kong game? My investigation will take us into the heart of the company and uncover not just the truth behind Donkey Kong, but a number of lost projects using some of Activision's most beloved intellectual properties, including scrapped plans for Skylanders, Spyro, and others. One of the major sources behind the Donkey Kong rumours is DK Vine, a news site dedicated to the franchise by editor Hyle Russell. Hyle has chronicled the rumours on podcasts and in articles over the years, and I reached out to him to learn more about what he had been hearing. According to Hyle, he first caught wind of the project back in 2018, when a source had dropped hints about it to him, although no concrete details were provided at the time. 1 year later, he was apparently approached by a developer who told him that Vicarious Visions was the company behind the project. From there, he gained further contacts and gathered a considerable amount of intel on the game. In January 2024, Hyle penned a retrospective on Donkey Kong history, elaborating on the project, which he said was a 3D platformer called Donkey Kong Freedom. He claimed that it was in the works at Vicarious Visions and was scrapped by the end of 2016, among many other details, which we'll get to. This is not the first time someone has written up rumours like these. 1 year earlier, in March 2023, similar suggestions emerged on Famaboards, a forum for discussing Nintendo. The community was debating rumours of a new Donkey Kong game being made for the Nintendo Switch, and a user named Professor Chops chimed in with their take. In their post, they claimed that there was a Donkey Kong game in the works at Nintendo, but it had begun life years earlier as a project at Vicarious Visions in 2016. According to them, it was an open-world 3D platformer and featured Pauline as a playable character. However, in 2018, the project was moved from Vicarious Visions to Nintendo EPD in Tokyo, and its fate has remained unclear ever since. Professor Chops alleged that it was part of an initiative spearheaded by Donkey Kong creator Shigeru Miyamoto to breathe new life into the series. Quote, "Behind the scenes, Miyamoto has been championing for a major DK brand revitalization, hence the theme park expansion and rumored spin-off film. He wants DK to be an A-tier franchise again, and he was reportedly behind the push to bring the franchise home and develop it internally." They also took the opportunity to take a few shots at a fellow sharer of rumours named Zippo, who claimed in 2022 that a new Donkey Kong game had completed development at Nintendo's headquarters. Here's what Chops had to say about that. Quote, "Don't believe a word he says about DK or anything else. EPD is more secure than the Pentagon. The only reason we know about this game is because of Western sources who were involved in the cancelled Vicarious Visions project." A few weeks later, Zippo fired back at Professor Chops, claiming that the premise of their post was false. Quote, "There's another alleged report coming from some literal Who Famaboards poster with no track record who goes by Professor Chops. They go on to claim that Vicarious Visions was at one point making a Donkey Kong game. I'm sure you've already figured this out, but this is complete and utter bollocks. Nothing about this makes any sense, the timeline does not remotely line up. If this was common knowledge to insiders and people with knowledge on the situation, it would be out there." Around this same time, over on YouTube, a Nintendo news channel called Nintendo Prime hosted a podcast discussing the rumours shared by Professor Chops, and claimed that he had personally seen footage of the Donkey Kong Freedom game himself. In the aftermath of this, and mounting skepticism against their information about the project, Professor Chops posted the following on Famabots. The Vicarious Visions Donkey Kong game was definitely real, and I stand by all of the details I shared. But the details I shared are now being conflated with other more tenuous claims that I cannot independently verify. Furthermore, YouTubers like Nintendo Prime are dubiously claiming to have seen footage of the game, which I don't believe for a second. Nintendo Prime replied to the thread, offering some more details on how he apparently gained access to the footage from the game. Quote, "The 40 seconds of footage was shared with me via a video call with a particular person. It was as I described on my podcast. Of note, the footage wasn't full screen and small, and I said that on my show. Having seen a smidge of credibility behind the VV involvement, I was willing to make that one video. The video stuff, the 40 seconds, I was never sure if that was real. It was a different source than the journalist who responded, and unfortunately a quick one-time look wasn't enough for me to verify it. The reason I believed it may be real is this person also provided evidence, images, from the VV offices." End quote. Ultimately, no proof of this footage was provided, and discussion around the project fizzled out until DK Vine's article in early 2024. I bring up a lot of this infighting to highlight the amount of impassioned discussion there has been over this subject. Many people believed it was real, many did not. Some have even claimed to have seen it. One person, who goes by Gothic Teddy Bear, was so fascinated by the rumours that he created his own game in dreams based upon them. As for myself, I was skeptical of elements of the tale, such as the notion of the project being transferred over from Vicarious Visions to Nintendo. It is very rare that anything like this ever happens at Nintendo, which is very independent with their own design philosophies and styles. The suggestion that they would pick up the baton from a Western studio in this fashion and continue it at their HQ is something that I found difficult to believe. If Nintendo wanted to make a new game in a franchise, they would do it and make it their own. Even in the rare instance of them reassigning development duties from one studio to another, such as in the case of Metroid Prime 4, the project was restarted from scratch. There was also the fact that no visual material had leaked from the project, and no big game news sites had covered it. There were aspects of the rumour like these that left me unconvinced, so I wanted to find out for myself how true it really was. What followed was a lot of digging into Vicarious Visions and its history, which plays a role in understanding what happened. Vicarious Visions was founded in 1990 by teenage brothers Guha and Karthik Bala in their parents' basement. For the first years of the company's life, it began as a scrappy upstart where the two taught themselves to code and absorbed as much video game culture as they could from the latest releases and magazines like Nintendo Power. Fueled by a genuine passion for the medium, Vicarious Visions steadily grew into a legitimate business, making games for PC and eventually Nintendo platforms. This included their first partnership with Activision, a Spider-Man 2D platformer for the Game Boy Color. The company would come to wider prominence, however, with their work on the Game Boy Advance. They produced an ambitious GBA version of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, which utilized innovative techniques mixing 2D and 3D assets to create an isometric 3D skateboarding game. It was released to widespread acclaim, with critics praising it as a technically impressive and faithful conversion of the original title. From there, Vicarious would go on to translate other well-known franchises to the handheld, including Jet Set Radio, Crash Bandicoot, and Spyro. The Bala brothers strongly rejected the notion of doing watered-down ports in favour of doing something more ambitious, and it was this ethos that would lead to their continued success and eventually Activision buying the company out in 2005. According to Guha Bala, they accepted the acquisition out of a need to have access to bigger budgets and more resources. Vicarious Visions would go on to prove themselves a valuable pillar of the Activision portfolio, helping to develop a number of successful titles in the Guitar Hero series. As the 2010s dawned, however, the plastic guitar craze began to lose steam. A highly experimental Guitar Hero 7 was in the works at Vicarious, which included a new guitar peripheral with strings, but was shut down by Activision amid a sharp drop in sales for the series. The studio would instead pivot towards working on another burgeoning trend, Fellow Activision subsidiary Toys for Bob developed Skylanders Spyro's Adventure, and Vicarious Visions was tasked with creating a Nintendo 3DS version. Part reimagining of Spyro the Dragon, part brand new franchise, Skylanders combined action figures with NFC technology, allowing players to summon their toys in the game. While Activision was enthusiastic about the new concept, they set about trying to find a publishing partner to offset as much financial risk as possible. Toys for Bob therefore pitched the game to Nintendo, who was apparently impressed by the technology, but ultimately declined to be a part of the venture. Vicarious Visions, on the other hand, was in on the ground floor of this new idea, and helped to develop each successive game in what would go on to be a massively successful series grossing billions. Led as ever by the two men who founded them, the company continued to be at the forefront of innovation. Nintendo, meanwhile, having missed out on a huge opportunity, gradually came back to the bargaining table over Skylanders. As the series began to take off, talks resumed between them and Activision over including Nintendo characters in the series, but according to then Nintendo of America president Reggie Fils-Aimé, it wasn't until 2014 that these talks grew more serious. At E3 that year, Nintendo introduced their take on Toys to Life with Amiibo, and Vicarious Visions saw their opportunity to finally make the discussed Nintendo Skylanders crossover a reality. With Vicarious leading development on the next Skylanders, they submitted a proposal to Nintendo to bring their characters to the series. The Baller brothers, Karthik and Guha, had long since been huge Nintendo fans, and this was not even their first attempt to use Nintendo's icons in one of their games. Back in 2006, they were developing the Wii version of Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and tried to partner with Nintendo to add Link from The Legend of Zelda and Metroid Samus Aran to the roster of playable characters. A demo was developed for these proposed platform-exclusive heroes, but Nintendo turned down the idea. Years later, they hoped that this time they would be more receptive. According to a source familiar with the Skylanders negotiations, they initially asked to use minor Mario enemies such as Dry Bones as playable characters, reasoning that they would fit within the Skylanders world, but to their surprise, Nintendo encouraged them to think bigger and be more ambitious. This would ultimately lead to both Bowser and Donkey Kong joining 2015's Skylanders Superchargers, complete with their own Skylanders figures, which also functioned as amiibo. The Ballers already had connections with Nintendo at this point. They met Reggie Fils-Aimé, for example, before he was even at the company, back when he was working for VH1 in the early 2000s. Collaborating with Nintendo on Skylanders Superchargers, however, enabled them to forge deeper connections with the game giant. By all accounts, Nintendo was pleased with how the game turned out when it was finished in late 2015, and it's around this point in the timeline that the Donkey Kong rumors finally come into play. According to DK Vine, one of the primary sources for a lot of the information, Vicarious Visions started work on their Donkey Kong game sometime after Skylanders Superchargers. Up until that point, Texas-based Retro Studios had generally been regarded as the custodians of Donkey Kong throughout this era, as they developed Donkey Kong Country Returns and its Wii U sequel Tropical Freeze. However, they had since moved on to other projects. Here's how DK Vine's article described this dynamic as they understood it. Quote, "With Retro Studios fully occupied and desperately trying to salvage their current project, Nintendo gave Metroid Prime 4 to Bandai Namco and awarded the next Donkey Kong game to Vicarious Visions, Superchargers having served as their quiet audition." End quote. The article didn't give an exact timeline of when it was apparently in the works, but it was enough to go on. I reached out to as many people as I could who worked at the studio around this time. Initially, a couple of people responded and claimed they had no recollection of such a project. Then, I finally began to reach people who did. I remained skeptical throughout this entire process and wanted to prove to myself that this project was definitely real, and so I ended up speaking to not just one or two, but around a dozen different people who vouched for its existence. At this point, I can say without a doubt that Vicarious Visions did work on a Donkey Kong project as DK Vine claimed. However, there are aspects of the story that they and others have told that, after having spoken to so many different people about it, I don't entirely agree with. The DK Vine article, for instance, asserted that Donkey Kong was awarded to Vicarious Visions, and even that Skylanders Superchargers served as an audition for it. In my research, I was never able to substantiate that claim. In fact, I was told the opposite. Nintendo did not approach Vicarious to do a new Donkey Kong game. It was the other way around. This was an unsolicited pitch by Vicarious Visions to get a new game into development. Here's my understanding of what happened. As development wrapped on Skylanders Superchargers in late 2015, Vicarious Visions was mapping out the future of the studio, and had a few different projects that they were experimenting with. One of these was a remastered collection of the original Crash Bandicoot games that they'd been quietly planning since the start of 2015. Then there was the matter of Skylanders. While Toys for Bob was busy as the primary developer on the immediate next Skylanders game called Imaginators that would release in late 2016, Vicarious was already formulating ideas for a Skylanders 7 that would follow on from it. In the background of all this, the two founders of the studio, Karthik and Guhar Bala, decided that it was time for them to make their move. They had built a strong relationship with Nintendo, and they wanted to seize their chance to work with them even more closely. Several former workers shared the very same story. One day in late 2015, a series of walls was erected in the open plan office at Vicarious Visions, sectioning off a portion of the building. This makeshift secret area was off limits to all but a small selection of employees. It even had a door locked with a keypad requiring a password to enter it, leaving some people puzzled and trying to figure out what kind of project could have possibly been afforded such a high level of secrecy. The truth was that behind these walls, they were creating a pitch for a new Donkey Kong game led by Karthik and Guhar Bala. The project consisted of concept art and a prototype being targeted to run on the next Nintendo console. Following their partnership with Nintendo on Superchargers, the studio had been handpicked to be one of the earliest third-party developers to receive Nintendo Switch development kits, and the two founders were keen to create something unique for it. What was devised was in many ways a culmination of their experiences over the years at Vicarious Visions. It was a demo for a new 3D Donkey Kong game set on a large open island, which placed an emphasis on character movement and flow. Donkey Kong could climb walls and swing on vines, but it also introduced a key new mechanic to his repertoire: grinding. Calling upon their past work on Tony Hawk and Jet Set Radio, the player could grind over horizontal and sloped vines positioned throughout the world. Players were intended to seamlessly string these moves together, creating a sense of rhythm, momentum, and flow that one developer said pulled from their experience with Guitar Hero. I am not the first person to discuss the vine grinding mechanic. In fact, it was originally mentioned in DK Vine's piece. I can corroborate that it was indeed a part of the demo. Something that I wasn't able to corroborate, on the other hand, are the article's assertions that Donkey Kong creator Shigeru Miyamoto was heavily involved in the project, which included a very specific anecdote. According to DK Vine, they heard that Miyamoto was in close communication with the team and expressed the following apprehensions about the vine grinding mechanic. Quote, "He was greatly concerned about Donkey Kong getting rope burns on his feet. He told the team that he was worried about DK's bare soles, so the team figured out a workaround. DK would wear banana peels as makeshift shoes whenever he would grind. Miyamoto loved it, and it became a key component of the game's visual identity." I did speak to developers who confirmed that Donkey Kong did use banana peels in this manner, but DK Vine remains the sole source for any Miyamoto connection. Out of the people I spoke with, none had any knowledge of him being directly involved, although some did believe it was possible he could have at least given feedback on it. According to some sources, the Bala brothers paid semi-regular visits to Nintendo's headquarters in Japan, and years earlier Miyamoto gave a talk to Vicarious Vision staff, so there was at least a relationship between the two parties. DK Vine's article, along with some of the other sources that shared info about the project over the years, have provided a number of other details that I was not able to substantiate. One recurring rumour tells that Pauline was intended to be featured as a playable character, possibly with stealth gameplay depending on who you ask, but out of the many people I spoke to, none could recall anything like that. The same applies for suggestions that they were planning a story that involved Donkey Kong's home being polluted by some ecological disaster. As it was described to me by multiple former staff, this was an experimental early prototype with some art that was worked on by a very small team. They were focused on nailing the feel of Donkey Kong's movement as he traversed the world. This leads me to believe that a lot of the finer details some have shared may have been embellished over the years. The name of the project is a good example of this. For a long time, fans have commonly referred to it as Donkey Kong Freedom, but to my knowledge, there was no game called this. The project did not have a working title, and it is rare for companies to try to establish one at such an early phase, when that would be something determined later as other parties get involved, like marketing people. Not to mention the fact that in this case, they were trying desperately to keep it under wraps. The project was, however, given a codename, which was Freedom. And this is where a lot of the confusion appears to have come from. At some point, it appears to have been conflated as a possible subtitle for a new game, when in fact, it was simply a codename. One of my points of skepticism early on in this investigation was the lack of visual material that had leaked online, but that can be easily explained by understanding the top secret nature of the project and that less than 10 people worked on it. While I wasn't able to find anyone who had preserved anything from the project, which is understandable given how confidential it was supposed to be, numerous people did describe its art style as being a far cry from your typical Donkey Kong game. As opposed to following Nintendo's usual portrayal of the character, or even their own as seen in Superchargers, Freedom reimagined DK with exaggerated proportions, huge arms, and small legs. One former worker even described the visual design as Burton-esque, another said it was, quote, a huge swing artistically, and likely way too far for Nintendo. Despite Vicarious Visions attempting to take Donkey Kong in a bold new direction visually, it was in actuality well received by Nintendo when it was shown to them by all accounts. A through line between the conversations I had with former workers was that they had all heard that Nintendo had given them some positive feedback on their demo. In total, it was worked on for a little over 6 months, starting from around the end of development on Skylanders Superchargers in September 2015. Some developers say that Nintendo's interest in the project was genuine, and that it was gaining momentum behind the scenes, until a few months into 2016. As I mentioned earlier, Vicarious Visions had been setting up several new projects, including Crash Bandicoot, a new Skylanders game, and Freedom. Within a relatively short space of time, all but one of these projects would be called. One of the biggest endeavours in the firing line was Skylanders. A group of people at Vicarious Visions had been planning what could have been the most ambitious entry in the series yet, which was codenamed Prism. A demo had been assembled for an open-world Skylanders game set on a large island that was poised to fundamentally shake the series up from a level design perspective. Developers were working on streaming tech that allowed them to stitch together different environments into one seamless world players could explore. Plans for a new online multiplayer mode were in motion as well, which was based around collecting items and bringing them to your team's goal, a setup one developer likened to Crash Team Rumble. They'd also drawn designs for a new line of Skylanders toys that would have brought a fresh dynamic to the games. These would have had 2 RFID chips in their base as opposed to just one, allowing players to switch between more than one character or form using one figure by twisting it. The idea was heavily inspired by the Skylanders amiibo hybrids they had made with Nintendo that worked similarly. However, by 2016, the Skylanders series was in decline. Skylanders Superchargers, despite being well received, failed to meet Activision's sales targets. During a February 2016 investors briefing, they said the following. Activision Publishing's casual titles, namely Q3 release Skylanders Superchargers and Q4 release Guitar Hero Live, performed weaker than expected, we believe due to greater competition in the Toys to Life genre and due to the casual audience's shift to mobile devices. In response to this, they shut down Vicarious's concepts for Skylanders 7, otherwise known as Prism. Skylanders Imaginators by Toys for Bob would later release in October 2016, which continued the downward trajectory of the series financially and marked the final nail in its coffin. Vicarious Visions, however, was not willing to give up on some of their ideas for the Prism project, and chose to reboot it as an original property. Namely, they wanted to retain their multiplayer concept and rework it into a new IP about a league of various archetypal supervillains vying for supremacy. It would retain the Prism codename throughout this phase. Concept art was produced and a demo was in the middle of being assembled when Activision once again stepped in and shut it down. Developers likened the style of the game to Overwatch, but told me that they had yet to settle on either third or first person for the perspective it would adopt. Lastly was the matter of Donkey Kong, which had made some progress by the end but still only existed in the form of an early demo. According to some sources, it never advanced beyond grey-boxed environments, although the setting the team had aimed for in their prototype was a jungle-infested cityscape. Players would start at the bottom of the city running along the ground. To build further momentum, they would need to interact with the environment by, for instance, swinging or grinding on vines, wall running, or bouncing on objects like mushrooms or store awnings a la Super Mario Sunshine. By stylishly chaining these moves together without falling, the player would build up speed, enabling them to scale to higher areas. Internally, their work had received plenty of positive buzz, and word went around the offices that Nintendo had signaled their approval of how it was progressing, although no final decision had been made on their behalf. The only party that definitely wasn't interested in moving forward with it, crucially, was Activision. Times were changing at the publisher, whose leadership decided that they would start moving away from having a diverse lineup of titles from across various genres, producing fewer single-player games in particular. Instead, they intended to focus on no more than a few franchise juggernauts like Call of Duty. Activision's plan for Vicarious Visions was to ultimately transition them into becoming a support studio focused on supplementing these franchises and cutting back on the amount of projects they would produce in-house. This, they had deemed, would be a better use of their resources from a financial perspective. Even the opportunity to work with Nintendo on an IP as well known as Donkey Kong was not enough to dissuade them from their plan. Activision's management could not be convinced by the ballers to give it the green light, and it was scrapped towards the start of spring 2016. They instead planned for Vicarious Visions to provide supplemental work on Destiny and Call of Duty. One developer offered the following explanation as to some of the issues Activision had identified with a potential Nintendo collaboration. Quote, "If we went with the DK project, it was a riskier move. If they or Nintendo decided to pull the plug on it down the road, we might have had to scramble to find enough work to keep the studio afloat without layoffs." The singular exception to this change in direction for the studio was the Crash Bandicoot N. Sane trilogy, which remained in development. This was for a range of different factors according to former workers. For one, Activision was interested in creating remasters of older games after witnessing the success of similar projects from other publishers that generation. They viewed cost-effective re-releases like this as lower risk compared to producing a fully new game. Sweetening the deal even more was the fact that they had been able to cut a deal with Sony to release it on the PlayStation 4 as a timed exclusive, further mitigating financial risk. This, in essence, is why the Crash Insane trilogy was made. According to some ex-developers, despite growing fan demand at the time, Activision was initially reluctant to do anything with Crash Bandicoot, and took months of convincing that even a remaster would be worth investing in. Activision ending the Freedom Project and making known their intentions for Vicarious Visions was the last straw for the two men who founded the company. On the 4th of April 2016, the Baller brothers announced that they were leaving Vicarious Visions to start a new game business not far from them in Albany. They would go on to found Velen Studios in November 2016 and began producing their own original games. In the years since, the duo have been coy about the reasoning behind their departure, saying little more than that they wanted to take on a new challenge. In November 2016, they told VentureBeat, "Emotionally, it was very challenging to leave. It's been our growth from childhood to adulthood. There are amazingly talented folks there." I asked a variety of different people who worked at Vicarious at the time about what inspired the two founders to leave behind the company they created. The consensus was that Activision and the Baller brothers were at odds with each other philosophically. The Ballers wanted to keep creating original games, while Activision wanted Vicarious to provide additional work on franchises helmed by other studios. One person who worked directly alongside the two brothers was senior designer Rob Gallerani. He offered the following comment on what happened. "It's well known that the Ballers have always pushed the boundaries of creativity in their games, and Karthik especially is a huge fan of Nintendo. a point of friction always existed between Vicarious Visions and Activision about how risky to be with our games and the projects we took on. As history shows, Activision publishing is basically nothing but Call of Duty at this point. Now, I'm hopeful that with the change in leadership with Microsoft they might change that, but at the time none of that was a thing. Ultimately, I expect that this big difference in styles is the largest reason the brothers decided to leave and go do their own thing. And honestly, they have kept true to form if you look at the type of creative titles Velen has released since its founding. One could conclude that Activision had no interest in a not Call of Duty game, and the brothers wanted to, with Nintendo in the middle. Again, I'm not saying that VV ever had a Donkey Kong project, but I can confirm the bit about the brothers wanting to be creative with projects and Activision really having no interest in it." End quote. While neither Karthik or Guhar Bala have spoken about any Donkey Kong project or explicitly confirmed any of the aforementioned suggestions about their reasons for leaving, it could be argued that some of their public statements do line up with these sentiments. In 2021, Guhar Bala gave an interview to GameIndustry.biz in which he discussed the difference between working for a large publisher like Activision versus going independent. Quote, "These firms tend to focus on more predictable franchises or categories. Even with new bets, they have ready comparables for what the sales would be. So it's either, let's extend more of what we have, or there's a category out there that we want to be in, or here's what's selling, we're going to take market share away from somebody else." They also have a value delivery system that's already pre-established, like mobile games or free-to-play mobile games or premium games. Their entire value system is organized around that, so those are the types of games you're going to be making in those sorts of organizations. What we wanted to do was get out of our comfort zone. On a personal level, I get very uncomfortable when things seem a little routine, when the future looks totally fine and predictable, so I don't gravitate towards that." End quote. Following the departure of the Bala brothers in April 2016, senior executive producer Jen O'Neill was appointed the new head of Vicarious Visions and would oversee the company as it embarked on a new chapter in its history. While many staff were busy working on Crash Bandicoot, Activision began to implement their plan for Vicarious. The rest of the company was assigned with supplementing development on Destiny 2 and the next Call of Duty game, Infinite Warfare. Their work on Destiny in particular would continue for the next couple of years, an assignment most developers told me they were less than enthusiastic about. Quote, "There was some difficulty there due to the relationship being treated like an outsourced studio by some people at Bungie and a collaborator by others. It made for a somewhat uneven experience." End quote. A project that Vicarious staff did enjoy developing, on the other hand, was the Crash Insane trilogy, which launched to positive reviews in June 2017 and went on to become a huge commercial success. It dominated UK sales charts for 8 consecutive weeks, and in 2019 Activision revealed that it had sold over 10 million copies. Such a positive financial result led many to believe that the studio would be given the leverage to head up more adventurous projects, or perhaps even bring back other beloved franchises, but at least in the immediate aftermath, that was not so. Activision instead had them focus on developing post-launch content for Destiny 2, although that's not to say that Vicarious didn't try to work on their own projects. Following the release of the Crash Insane trilogy, the studio attempted to get a number of other projects into development, one of which involved another mascot of the same era, Spyro the Dragon. In 2018, Vicarious had been contributing to the development of the Spyro Reignited trilogy, a collection of remakes led by Toys for Bob, and developed ambitions of creating their own game in the series. The project was led by studio head Jen O'Neill and presented a new take on the world of Spyro for the modern era. Many years had passed since the events of the original games, and Spyro had matured into a fully grown adult dragon. Rather than playing as the hero of the old games, the player controlled their own original dragon character that they would customize with different equipment or by altering features like the color of their scales. Spyro in this game would have instead served the role of a mentor, teaching the player's younger dragon character the ropes of being a dragon warrior. His design in the game was likened by one former developer to the Guardians from the Legend of Spyro series. Your adventure would have taken place on an ancient island that had mysteriously re-emerged after years of being lost. The player would roam the island, a vast open world, completing missions for Spyro and other characters. They could also team up with the dragons of friends in online co-op to explore the landmass together. The game focused on a combination of exploration and combat that would have taken place both on the ground and in the air. Players would have been able to fly around the island, engaging in dogfights against enemies. Over a number of months, Vicarious Visions developed a prototype for the project and was testing out flight mechanics for the dragons. In an attempt to appeal to Activision, given their shift towards the games-as-a-service model with titles like Destiny 2, the pitch proposed a live service approach that developers told me was very similar to Destiny itself. An ongoing story and a living world that would evolve over time with new quests and collectibles for players to come across. While there was some enthusiasm internally about the prospect of doing an original project like this, not everyone was on board with this element, such as one developer who said the following. To me, it read as somewhat of a desperate attempt to combine VV's experience with the Spyro IP with Activision's desire for evergreen games. Which wasn't wrong, Activision was basically only interested in games that would live forever and make infinite money. Despite their efforts to appease Activision's fixation on the live service trend, the publisher declined to move forward with their Spyro project, again wanting them to focus on Call of Duty and Destiny 2. Another fad which Activision's higher-ups had become enamored with was Battle Royale games, namely Fortnite. In response to the rise of titles like these, Activision added a Battle Royale mode to 2018's Call of Duty Black Ops 4 named Blackout. During the making of this mode, the company wanted to get a mobile version of Blackout to release around the same time, and tasked Vicarious Visions with developing it. This would have been a standalone mobile game separate from Call of Duty Mobile that was entirely dedicated to the Battle Royale mode. Recognizing that mobile players were integral to Fortnite's success, Activision had hoped to rush it out for phones and tablets, but it was ultimately short-lived. They were unable to expedite its development fast enough to their liking and chose to shelve it in favour of adding Battle Royale to Call of Duty Mobile at a later date. Amid these cancellations and rejections, morale at Vicarious Visions faced a gradual decline from 2016 onwards, according to former staff, with some even citing the end of the Donkey Kong project specifically as a turning point. Here's what one ex-staffer had to say about the state of the studio at this time. Prior to 2016, we regularly did pitches for games to Activision. We often got budget allocated for staffing and project resources to prepare pitches, even though they were basically all declined by Activision corporate. Afterward, we rarely made new pitches, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Very few people actually wanted to work on Destiny 2, and we basically upended our entire studio to work with Bungie. Destiny 2 development was exceedingly miserable for a wide variety of reasons, and it was clear that we would not have the creative freedom or independence that we did previously. Multiple former workers that I spoke to told me that while Activision would allow for teams to create proposals for new games, including demos, this was done more as a creative exercise to keep morale up, rather than out of any genuine intention to let them do anything original. They believed Activision's management understood on some level that the appetite to do supplementary work on their big franchises, the studio's primary assignment at the time, was very low. Quote, "After Donkey Kong got cancelled, the studio heads left and VV switched to a Destiny support studio. Things got worse very quickly. The studio culture took a severe nosedive and we lost a lot of the most talented developers." End quote. In my research, I found that Vicarious did indeed face an exodus of key staffers in the years after the founders left in April 2016, and many of them went to work for the Ballers under their new company, Velen Studios. David Nathaniels was a senior executive producer at Vicarious Visions. He left in July 2016 and joined Velen in December of that year. Jeremy Russo, who served as lead designer on Skylanders Superchargers, left in December 2016 and signed up at Velen 4 months later. Senior software engineer Joe Morton departed Vicarious the same month and immediately joined Velen. Nicholas Rupp was an executive producer at Vicarious. He left the company in January 2018, directly for a job at Velen. There are many more examples of this, but the last one I'll mention is one of the most crucial. Dan Doptis was a senior software engineer at Vicarious who worked specifically as a toy engineer on Skylanders Superchargers, helping develop the Skylanders Amiibo hybrids. He resigned from Vicarious in December 2016 and took a position at Velen immediately after. Using his expertise in toy development, he went on to direct Velen's first shipped game, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit for the Nintendo Switch, which released in 2020. This ambitious project involved the player controlling a physical toy of a Mario Kart RC car on their Nintendo Switch, driving the kart around their living space. Finally, after years of striving unsuccessfully to do so under Activision, the Balla brothers were able to partner with Nintendo on a fully original project, one built upon the type of innovative thinking they had become known for. Vicarious, meanwhile, was slated to supplement more of the same two franchises Activision needed content for. Even when Bungie and Activision eventually split up in January 2019 and Vicarious was relinquished of its Destiny duties, they were still assigned largely to work on Call of Duty. There was, however, an exception to this. After years of unsuccessful pitches, the studio found some respite from its support work when they proposed a new collection of remakes, this time of the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater titles. For some time there had been a desire to revive the fondly remembered series, and they found a way to do it that was low risk enough for Activision to fund it by proposing remakes. They would go on to remake the first two games in the series, but according to Vicarious sources, they once considered something far greater in scope. During early discussions on the project, the team initially wanted their remake collection to comprise not just Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 as well. Ultimately, this was deemed too ambitious, and the proposal was scaled back to the original two titles. One former developer explained the decision thusly: "We settled on adding some handling features from the later games to reflect the way people remember the old THPS games. Some of the improvements from 3 seemed to bleed into people's memories of the first two. Eventually, it became clear that we didn't have time for more than 1 and 2, so the idea that we'd continue on and release 3 and 4 in some fashion was on the table." The notion of carefully and incrementally improving the original games by making them reflect the rose-tinted memories of fans was a philosophy the developers had carried since the days of the Crash and Sane trilogy. With that release, for instance, they implemented features from the later games into the original title, such as time trials. The Tony Hawk remakes, by all accounts, were a welcome change for Vicarious staff, who had only positive comments about working on them in our exchanges. The collection would go on to release in September 2020 to universal critical acclaim and was a big commercial hit. It became the fastest selling game in the franchise and was cited as a major source of revenue for Activision in their 2020 investors briefing. Around launch, there was a brief flicker of hope that Vicarious Visions would get to fulfill their ambition of revamping Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, but that soon faded. A pitch for such a project was presented to Activision's head shortly after the first two were finished, and they declined to greenlight it, again telling the studio that they wanted them to focus on supplementing their larger franchises. According to Tony Hawk himself, Activision supposedly held talks with their other subsidiaries about producing more games in the series around this time, but those discussions never amounted to anything. One of the major reasons why remakes of 3 and 4 were turned down by their parent company has to do with another project that Vicarious was working on during this period. Alongside the Tony Hawk remakes, the studio co-developed a remaster of Diablo 2 in a collaboration with Blizzard, which Activision had merged with back in 2008. Blizzard was impressed by the technical and production expertise demonstrated by Vicarious during the making of this title, and expressed a desire for them to move over from the Activision side of the business on a permanent basis. They proposed merging Vicarious Visions with Blizzard to work with them more closely, but during initial talks, told them that they could maintain their studio name and potentially continue to make their own projects. In the short term, Blizzard primarily wanted Vicarious's resources to supplement the development of Diablo 2 Resurrected, followed by Diablo 4. This pledge, however, was soon abandoned amid upheaval among the management of Activision Blizzard. In April 2020, Cody Johnson, their chief operating officer who had previously worked as a White House field director under President George W. Bush, stepped down from the role. He was replaced by Daniel Allegra, a former Google executive. Following this shakeup, the prospect of Vicarious Visions maintaining its identity and ability to create its own projects was eventually taken off the table, although workers at the studio were not informed of this planned change in direction for months to come. Even in January 2021, when news of Vicarious merging with Blizzard went public, staff remained under the impression that they would maintain their independence. As the merger was announced, it came with another important shift. Their studio head Jen O'Neill transferred to a new position as EVP of Development at Blizzard. Vicarious COO Simon Ebertscher became the new studio head in her absence. He would lead the company through its transitionary period, although as the year went on, these changes would be overshadowed completely by a storm of controversy that had been brewing in the background for years. On July 20th, 2021, the state of California filed a lawsuit against Activision Blizzard, alleging that the company was subject to a culture of rampant sexual misconduct and harassment. It was the result of a 2-year investigation by the government that had uncovered a pattern of abusive and often criminal behaviour that the management had apparently enabled and at times even encouraged. The lawsuit attempted to force Activision Blizzard to comply with state workforce protections and pay damages to female employees. This was the start of a reckoning the likes of which the publisher had never faced before. In a public statement, Activision Blizzard was initially dismissive of the suit, saying, quote, "The Department of Fair Employment and Housing includes distorted and in many cases false descriptions of Blizzard's past. It is this type of irresponsible behavior from unaccountable state bureaucrats that are driving many of the state's best businesses out of California." With time, journalists eventually unearthed a trail of evidence that only substantiated the state's claims against Activision Blizzard. The Wall Street Journal, for instance, uncovered emails, internal memos, and other documents showing that their CEO, Bobby Kotick, had known about many of the allegations made against his staff and failed to act on them, neglecting to inform their board of directors about these incidents. In the days after the lawsuit was filed, however, Activision Blizzard's executives attempted to downplay the allegations. One figure who came to attention during this period was Fran Townsend, another former advisor to President George W. Bush, who was previously known for advocating for and defending widely discredited forms of torture during the Iraq War. Townsend became the subject of controversy after she sent out a company-wide email to Activision Blizzard employees which opened as follows. "Everyone, as the executive sponsor of the ABK Employee Women's Network and our chief compliance officer, I wanted to reach out to you. A recently filed lawsuit presented a distorted and untrue picture of our company, including factually incorrect, old and out-of-context stories, some from more than a decade ago. Rather than put out the fire engulfing the company, the email only enraged it. Days later, hundreds of employees organized a walkout in protest, and according to an IGN source, this demonstration was directly inspired by Townsend's inflammatory email. As the controversy blew up, Townsend stepped down from her position at ABK's Employee Women's Network. 1 year later, she resigned from the company altogether. Days after the email controversy, CEO Bobby Kotick sent out a new company-wide message apologizing for the ongoing issues and labeled Townsend's email as tone-deaf. But not everything was as it initially seemed. It later emerged via the Wall Street Journal that Fran Townsend was not the person responsible for writing that email. In fact, it was authored by none other than Bobby Kotick himself, who ordered it to be sent out under Townsend's name. In sharp contrast to this initial defensive messaging from other executives, Blizzard's president J. Allen Brack, who had held the position since October 2018, after many of the alleged events occurred, sent out his own email with a very different tone. Quote, "Hello Blizzard. I personally have a lot of emotions coming out of yesterday, and I know you do too. The allegations of the hurt of current and former employees are extremely troubling. While I can't comment on the specifics of the case as it's an open investigation, what I can say is that the behaviour detailed in the allegations is completely unacceptable. The leadership team and I will be meeting with many of you to answer questions and discuss how we can move forward." End quote. Although, just a couple of weeks later, Brack resigned. In 2021, he revealed to VentureBeat the reasoning behind his decision. Quote, "For some time, it had been clear I had differences in vision with Activision Blizzard. Yet, with 16 years at Blizzard, separation was incredibly difficult. But I believe the organization would heal faster under someone new." Following his departure, former Vicarious Vision studio head Jen O'Neill was promoted to co-lead Blizzard in August 2021 alongside Mikey Barra, who had previously served as executive vice president. But just 3 months later, Jen O'Neill announced that she was leaving the company altogether. Initially, the split seemed somewhat amicable, with O'Neill releasing a statement that read, "I'm doing this not because I am without hope for Blizzard, quite the opposite. I'm inspired by the passion of everyone here, working towards meaningful, lasting change with their whole hearts." However, it soon became clear that there was more to the story than this press release had let on. The Wall Street Journal obtained a series of internal emails sent by O'Neill to Activision's legal department, in which she said she'd been sexually harassed and discriminated against throughout her time working at Activision Blizzard, and professed a lack of faith in those running it to fix these issues. In one instance, she recounted attending an Activision studio party with Bobby Kotick, which included scantily clad pole dancers and a DJ who encouraged the women present to drink more than the men. On top of this, the emails revealed that O'Neill had been paid less than her fellow co-president Mikey Barra for doing the same job. When O'Neill discovered this and asked to be paid equally, the management of Activision Blizzard, a company worth $51 billion at the time, denied her request. Shortly thereafter, she chose to leave, writing in another message, quote, "I have been tokenized, marginalized, and discriminated against, and it was clear that the company would never prioritize our people the right way." Activision Blizzard responded swiftly to these allegations, telling Kotaku that Jen O'Neill was offered equivalent pay. This claim prompted O'Neill to finally break her silence on the matter, setting the record straight in a letter to IGN. Quote, "When Mike and I were placed in the same co-lead role, we went into the role with our previous compensation, which was not equivalent. It remained that way for some time, well after we made multiple rejected requests to change it to parity." End quote. She then went on to clarify that Activision Blizzard eventually did offer her an equivalent amount, but only after she handed in her resignation as a last resort to keep her in the company. When asked if this was true by the games press, the publisher stopped responding to their questions. This is just one example of many in which the company deliberately attempted to obfuscate the truth in order to save face. While attempting on one hand to deny its alleged widespread mistreatment of women, Activision Blizzard publicly tried to throw two of its most prominent female executives under the bus. Jen O'Neill worked her way up through the organization over the course of nearly 2 decades, starting out as a producer at Activision before becoming the head of Vicarious Visions and eventually Blizzard. Its leadership thanked her with unequal pay and by attempting to paint her as a liar when it emerged they had done so. After leaving the company, she went on to found her own development studio, Magic Soup Games, with fellow former Blizzard head J. Allen Brack. Vicarious Visions, meanwhile, was notably absent from the onslaught of allegations leveled at members of Activision Blizzard. The subsidiary maintained its name throughout 2021 as they completed ports of the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater remakes and concluded their work on Call of Duty. Most staff there believed that they would continue to maintain their independence and title under Blizzard, but that illusion was abruptly shattered on the 27th of October 2021. Workers were summoned to a Blizzard town hall meeting in which their leadership suddenly declared that they would no longer be called Vicarious Visions and that they would cease making their own games. This blindsided most of the developers present who had previously been under the impression that this would not be happening. Over the course of the transition, more employees continued to leave from across all different departments, many of whom joined their former colleagues at Velen Studios. In April 2022, it was announced that the merger had been completed. Vicarious Visions was no more. It was renamed to Blizzard Albany. They permanently switched to becoming a Blizzard support studio, ending their 30-year run of creating games as the lead developer. They would continue development on Diablo 4. Later that year, their quality assurance department launched a bid for unionization in an attempt to secure better working conditions and fairer pay. Activision Blizzard fought the campaign bitterly, attempting to derail it at every stage. The Game Workers Alliance accused them of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on Reed Smith, a law firm specializing in union avoidance tactics, in order to stop the bid. Publicly, Activision Blizzard made the case that unionization would negatively affect pay growth for workers and attempted to delay the vote numerous times. Ultimately, Blizzard Albany's QA team was successful, winning the vote 14-0. Activision Blizzard tried to appeal the results and failed. 1 year later, the National Labor Relations Board charged the publisher with illegal union busting. They said that workers, quote, faced illegal coercing, intimidation, and silencing by their employer. They went on to say the following: "This egregious behavior by Blizzard is yet another example of the company using its platforms and tools to coerce and intimidate workers exercising their protected right to organize. These actions, coupled with Activision Blizzard's illegal firing of workers speaking out about their working conditions and several other unlawful actions, shows a clear pattern to disregard the law in an attempt to silence workers." The years after the initial lawsuit by the state of California shrouded Activision Blizzard in scandal after scandal, some of which directly implicated its CEO. It emerged that not only was Bobby Kotick allegedly responsible for covering up many of the aforementioned incidents, he had himself harassed a former assistant of his years earlier. This individual sued him, presenting a voicemail as evidence in which Bobby Kotick threatened to have her killed. Kotick later settled out of court for an undisclosed sum. The Wall Street Journal, who uncovered this information, received this comment from Activision, who conceded that all of this was true. Mr. Kotick quickly apologized 16 years ago for the obviously hyperbolic and inappropriate voicemail, and he deeply regrets the exaggeration and tone in his voicemail to this day. The Wall Street Journal later reported that Kotick considered buying games media outlets such as PC Gamer or Kotaku in a bid to influence the narrative about his management of the company. Although Activision Blizzard's board did nothing to stop the embattled CEO and re-elected him for another year in 2022, there are some suggestions that his grip on the company was weakening by this point. On the 18th of January 2022, Microsoft announced their plan to acquire Activision Blizzard for a record sum of $68.7 billion. According to Bloomberg, a source familiar with the process told them that Kotick did not want to approve the buyout initially, but due to his shaky position, he was compelled by the board to accept it. Despite the company's repeated protestations, Activision Blizzard settled multiple lawsuits as a result of the allegations against them in 2023. In February of that year, they agreed to pay the Securities and Exchange Commission a fine of $35 million. It was ruled that they had lacked procedures for workers to report misconduct within the company and that they had failed to provide protections for whistleblowers, de-incentivizing people from coming forward. In December 2023, the Californian government's lawsuit against the company came to its conclusion. Activision Blizzard settled the suit for approximately $54 million. A statement from the state's Civil Rights Department said that their management had, quote, discriminated against women at the company, including by denying promotion opportunities and by paying them less than men for doing substantially similar work. The settlement would go towards compensation for those who had been affected between October 2015 and December 2020. 1 month later, with Microsoft's takeover of Activision Blizzard complete, Bobby Kotick resigned from his position as CEO. In spite of the slew of scandals that plagued his tenure, he was handed a compensation package of around $15 million. This was in addition to his annual salary that peaked at $155 million in 2021, which marked him as the second highest paid CEO in the industry at the time. In the days after his departure, numerous former Activision Blizzard employees came forward with their stories of how Kotick's leadership had negatively impacted them during their time at the company. One of these was ex-Blizzard community manager Andrew Belford, who tweeted the following: "Breaking my silence to share a fun fact. When we planned Overwatch 2's Steam launch, my team warned months in advance that we're going to be review bombed. We begged for more information, more details, and more resources to help us with the anticipated influx, all flatly denied. When asked whose decision it was to launch on Steam with no additional help, Bobby." This is only one example of the culture Kotick bred at AB. Shit flowed downstream, usually landing on the lowest paid and most overworked individuals. Management was too busy reacting to widely vacillating direction and decisions that made zero sense. At the end of everything, player experience/worker meant nothing to C-suite and exec leadership. It was all about that quarter's earnings call. Bobby Kotick survived for as long as he did at Activision Blizzard for the same reason Vicarious Visions did not: the indomitable success of their major franchises like Call of Duty. The only people capable of threatening his position, the board of directors, did not care about the untold harm he enabled or the maelstrom of bad publicity that resulted from it. The same franchise behemoths delivered year on year, and to them that was all that mattered. Instead, it fell to journalists to hold him accountable. The work of people at the Wall Street Journal, Kotaku, IGN, Bloomberg and others brought to light the many injustices that Kotick and his ilk allowed to take place. Now it's left to the public to decide how they want to consider his legacy, as a man who brought financial growth to Activision Blizzard, or as someone who inflicted a culture of misconduct and mistreatment upon his own workers.
We never worked on anything, even pitched anything that would be similar to, like, Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker. We never worked on a game of that format. We never worked on anything that could be called a traditional Zelda.
In 2008, a few months after Retro Studios released Metroid Prime 3, rumors started to spread that their next project was a Zelda game for Wii. Interviewers spotted Hylian memorabilia hanging on the walls of Retro HQ, and fans were hyped for what a Western Zelda made in Texas might look like. Retroid actually worked on a GameCube launch title called Raven Blade they said was going to be like Ocarina of Time with some twists. Now almost a decade later, hopes were high for Retro's Wii project, but excitement faded as years passed without any official announcements or leaks. In 2012, IGN asked series creator Shigeru Miyamoto if there was any truth to the rumor. Miyamoto said, "In terms of them working on a Zelda, it's not out of the question, certainly, for them to work on an entire Zelda game amongst themselves, but they're too busy for that sort of thing right now. It would probably require me to be involved to a great extent as well, so I would have to get over there quite a bit too. I'd probably have to live in Texas." Retro's next game was Donkey Kong Country Returns, and after a while, fans forgot about the Zelda rumors. Well, until 2020 that is, when Metroid fan site Shinesparkers noticed some of the game's concept art hiding in plain sight. Over the past couple years, a former Retro artist, Sammy Hall, posted over 100 pieces of art on his ArtStation account, a social media platform similar to DeviantArt. The story quickly went viral, and apparently realizing he shouldn't have posted that stuff online, Sammy immediately deleted all his social media, his personal blog, and basically went into hiding, never to be seen again. However, we managed to get a hold of him with some internet sleuthing, and talked off and on for a couple weeks. It was great talking to Sammy, but he ultimately declined our interview requests. Luckily, however, we were able to grab some info from his old websites before he deleted them a few years ago. We were also able to speak with two other Retro employees familiar with the project. One is Paul Tozur, one of the game's two programmers.
I feel the statute of limitations has expired on a lot of this because it's 15 years ago, and I'm interested in telling the truth.
The other person was only willing to speak as an anonymous source. We know who this person is, and we're able to confirm their identity, but we can't share who they are in this video. It's a pretty secretive subject, and as it turns out, Retro's Zelda project was bigger than you probably thought. There's much more than just artwork. There was actually a playable prototype with 9 months of work put into it. By the way, make sure to stick around to the end of this video. You're in for a mind-blowing surprise about 15 minutes from now. We're getting ahead of ourselves though. Before we get into all the new information we dug up, let's start with the art and info that dropped in 2020. We should note that every image used in this video has been digitally upscaled for clarity, and will also show the name of all concept art in the bottom corner. We acquired these image names by downloading the concept art directly from Sammy's ArtStation, which are worth some attention because they reveal some clues. For example, these pieces are called Rhino sketches, and this location artwork's called Rhino Land, which suggests they go together, with the rhinos living in or around the city. On his now deleted ArtStation, Sammy described the concept art as being made for a cancelled Zelda project worked on from 2005 to 2008, applying different mediums as well as combinations to explore a wide range of styles. It was a fun pre-production origin story of the Master Sword. Within the bad ending of Ocarina of Time, we were exploring the last male Sheik's, after a genocidal ethnic cleansing, journey transforming into the Master Sword, all while the Dark Gerudo were giving their 100-year birth to Ganon. For folks unfamiliar with Zelda's 3 timelines, Ocarina's bad ending refers to the timeline that occurs if Link is defeated by Ganon. That's when this game would have taken place. By the way, fans often wonder how the Gerudo race continues to exist if there's only one male born every 100 years. Ocarina's script director Toru Osawa answered that question in a Japanese magazine we translated for an upcoming Ura Zelda video on this channel, but it's worth sharing here. He said the Gerudo women marry men from other tribes, and it's not uncommon for them to kidnap men just for that purpose. The children born from these interracial marriages always have features of a pure Gerudo, and as long as men remain captivated by Gerudo's exotic charms, their bloodline will never fade. All the offspring are daughters, except one son born each century. In addition to the Sheikah and Gerudo, Retro's artwork also shows some new variants of old races, like Deku warriors, as well as the Dark Velu race, which seems to be a corrupted version of the Dragon race from Wind Waker. There's also some brand new races, like this axolotl-inspired creature, and a few pieces dedicated to steampunky clock kids, including a clock boy and clock girl. Weird stuff is how Sammy described the project. But games in the Zelda universe have very weird stuff. These were exploration and tests to exercise a range of potential art directions. Several population centers can be seen as well, like Horntown and a connected area called Horntown Roots. Then the bizarrely imagined Rock Town, like an impressionist painting come to life. There's also Lightning Town. Zoom in and you can see some people providing scale. And there's flying airships tied to Lightning Town as well. Zoom in on this one and you can see what looks like ships bombing a village. These are, however, early concepts, and there's no guarantee they would have made it into the game. Sammy wrote, "Highly experimental concept designs and art direction. Slinging whatever crap at the wall, see what sticks. Nothing more fun than early blue sky pre-production." It's fun to see how the game was taking shape, but how serious was Retro about actually making it? When all this artwork went viral in 2020, fans were wondering if it was a real project or if Sammy was all on his own going nuts with a paintbrush. Right after his art was discovered, but before he disappeared, Sammy provided a brief statement to IGN. He said, "I doubt many at Nintendo proper saw much of any of this stuff. I was mostly put into a room like Milton from Office Space and tasked to brainstorm between other projects. We weren't entirely convinced it was a one-man job though. Sammy may have downplayed the situation to cover his retreat. So we contacted everyone who worked at Retro during this time. About 70 people total, all the way down to the accountants and janitor. Almost everyone was either unable or unwilling to talk, but we caught a break when one agreed to share details as an anonymous source. They told us Retro pitched a lot of games over the years, including some that fans have never heard about, even as rumors. And truth is, most pitches never become games. That's just the nature of the industry. So we asked, would it be fair to say the Zelda spin-off was nothing particularly important, that it was never taken too seriously and it was just one of countless ideas that basically went nowhere? They took exception to us suggesting Retro would half-ass a project, especially a huge Nintendo IP. They set us straight. Everything they pitched to Nintendo was taken seriously. Retro had multiple developers supporting even preliminary takes on every project. There was a lot more of the game that was never made public, much more than Sammy's art. Around the same time we were talking to our source, some huge Nintendo leaks happened. A lot of the Nintendo 64 development assets, beta sprites, and more visual aspects soaked up most of the media coverage. But there was also a spreadsheet for internal company use, not meant to be seen by folks like us, with a list of in-development games circa late 2005. One of those games was called Project X, developed by Retro Studios. We went ahead and translated the part around Project X so you can read it. The spreadsheet includes some games that did release, like Mario Party 8 and Battalion Wars 2. Based on outside info, these appear to be Other M and Smash Bros. Brawl, which were also completed. Some of them got cancelled though, like the Battalion Wars spin-off Night Wars, and of course, Project X. The spreadsheet says it was gonna be in pre-production at least a few more months, and that it's an action game featuring Sheik from Zelda Ocarina of Time. Some of y'all might be thinking, wait, Sheik? I thought this game was gonna star the last surviving male Sheikah. We were confused on that point for a while ourselves, but what Sammy actually said was it's the origin story of the Master Sword within the bad ending of Ocarina of Time, exploring the last male Sheik's journey transforming into the Master Sword. It's probably safe to assume male Sheik was a typo, and he meant the last male Sheikah, the race Impa hails from. A lot of news sites that reported the story implied he was the playable character, but actually the story focused on the last male Sheikah's transformation into the Master Sword, but the playable character was Sheik. It's worth noting that when Skyward Sword released 6 years later, it also told the origin story of the Master Sword, and how Fi's spirit was laid to rest inside it. That's pretty similar to the plot of Project X, so it seems Nintendo repurposed the idea for their own Wii Zelda. The leaked spreadsheet also identifies who's overseeing production back in Japan. Nintendo Software Planning and Development Production Group 3, headed up by Kensuke Tanabe. NPD Group 3 oversaw development on classic titles like Paper Mario: Thousand Year Door and Mother 3, as well as games like Mario Strikers Charged, Kirby, and Metroid Prime 2 and 3. Interestingly though, they never touched a Zelda game in their entire history. In other words, we had Retro, a talented developer who'd never worked on Zelda before, being managed by a veteran Nintendo division who'd never overseen a Zelda before. Project X was on the road to becoming something completely different to Zelda games of the past. Our anonymous source told us, "We never worked on anything, even pitched anything that would be similar to Breath of the Wild, Ocarina of Time, or Wind Waker. We never worked on a game of that format. I shouldn't say too much, but we never worked on anything that could be called a traditional Zelda." We were a little confused. Were they trying to deny the game ever existed? What were they saying exactly? I'm just saying we never worked on anything that could be equated to the same type of game as a Zelda, as a Breath of the Wild, and so forth. We never worked on a game in that format. So we asked what the genre was gonna be. Sammy Hall's notes said it was set to be an action JRPG. So was that the twist? That the spin-off was some sort of JRPG? Maybe turn-based? Our source told us no. Retro never planned or even pitched anything that could be considered a JRPG. We had a long list of questions, but most of them they'd only give us vague answers to, and he refused to say what made Project X so non-traditional. So we redoubled our efforts to find more team members. It took a few months of emails, LinkedIn connections, contacting the same people that ignored us the first time, etc., etc. We'll spare you the details, but long story short, we finally got in touch with one of Project X's programmers who was willing to speak on the record. That someone was Paul Tozur, who was also a programmer on Metroid Prime 2 and 3. He answered every question our anonymous source wouldn't.
I see people, commenting on that concept art on the internet and being like, "Oh my God, Retro was working on a Zelda game that would have been so awesome." And I understand that feeling, but what they have to understand is it was not actually a Zelda game. At no point was it really anything like Zelda. It was an experiment gone wrong that happened to be set in the Zelda universe.
So what was the gameplay actually like? Paul said it was badly undercooked, like a simplified version of Whack-A-Mole. He was in charge of coding the combat, which he describes as Sheik standing in one place unable to move, surrounded by a group of enemy wolves, which by the way is why there's so much wolf concept art, and they jump at you one at a time, and you just flick the Wiimote to kill them. There were 4 or 5 wolves, maybe 6, and they would just be in their idle state waiting to pounce at you. Then they'd jump one by one and you'd go whack. So that's literally all it was, just detecting when the player swung the Wii remote. If so, the wolf dies, and if you don't do it correctly, you take damage. For me it comes back to that famous Sid Meier quote, "A game is a series of interesting decisions." So I compare that gameplay to Whack-A-Mole, but the problem is there's actually fewer decisions involved than Whack-A-Mole. Because with Whack-A-Mole, you've got all these moles popping up, and you've got to prioritize which one do I hit, which ones do I ignore, which order am I going to whack these moles in. There's actually some thinking involved, whereas with Sheik, it's pure stimulus response. So if you don't have that level of interesting decision making, you don't really have gameplay. He went on to say that the only enemies in the prototype were wolves, but the plan was to add more enemy types if it went into full production. To be clear, Paul was just programming what he was told to program. He didn't get to decide how the combat actually worked. That was dictated by Sheik's designers. That was another code name, by the way. They called the game Sheik. But when Paul went to one of the designers and voiced his concerns, the designer said this sort of super simplified gameplay was the wave of the future, and compared it to Link's crossbow training. The other programmer, Rice Lewis, was in charge of the overworld traversal, which was completely separate from the combat. Sheik moved around the overworld, then when she got to a point of interest, she was kind of sucked out of the overworld and into the fight like how it works in a JRPG. As for the overworld traversal itself, Paul says it was even messier than the combat. He called it, quote, a hot mess. We were kind of in disbelief. Are you sure this is the same game? The artwork is awesome. How could the gameplay be so basic? The art was never the problem, Paul told us. The art was great, and there was never any question that Retro's artists could make anything look brilliant. It was the gameplay design that was badly underdeveloped, and wasn't reviewed by Retro's other designers, like the ones working on the Prime Trilogy collection. After a while, Paul went to one of his bosses and said, "Hey, why are we doing this? There's no gameplay here. We could do something like Shadow of the Colossus. I know all of us love that game. Why don't we have something where you're fighting huge monsters and you're actually crawling around on their surface? Nintendo's never done anything quite like that before." And he replied, "Yeah, that would be cool," but he also refused to change the direction we were heading. There were a lot of Shadow of the Colossus fans at Retro. Two of them, Andy O'Neill and Marco Thrush, left Retro to create their own studio, Bluepoint Games, and literally remade Shadow of the Colossus for PlayStation 4. That game's currently got a 91% on Metacritic, by the way. Even Eiji Aonuma, the director and producer of the mainline Zelda series, is a big fan of Shadow of the Colossus. In 2007, he told German magazine Endzone that it was currently his favorite game made outside Nintendo. A Zelda game in that format would have had a lot of potential, or even just a traditional Zelda developed by Retro Studios. But the problem, according to Paul, was Retro's leadership. Whenever anyone put their hand up to say Project X was headed off a cliff, they were ignored. Leadership thought they weren't being team players and they should just put their heads down and do their jobs. But Paul points out that part of being a team player is being willing to say, "Hey, there's an iceberg. We need to turn the ship right away," and not just blindly follow orders. But unfortunately, those warnings fell on deaf ears, and development continued in the same direction. Pre-production, as Sammy put it, started in 2005. Then, after Nintendo greenlit the project in mid-2007, Paul and some others were brought on for actual pre-production, which lasted 9 months, up until the prototype was pitched to Nintendo. So how did the pitch go? Paul told us, Nintendo couldn't really make heads or tails of it. Their reaction basically boils down to, "This is seriously what you're proposing? Really?" It was immediately rejected. That's what I was told, but I wasn't there when it happened. And I suppose there's a possibility it never actually happened and they decided not to show it to Nintendo. Nintendo gave us the green light to make the prototype, but they had zero input or visibility during the 9 months of pre-production, which is one of the reasons it failed. 2 weeks later, Paul resigned from his position at Retro Studios. Our anonymous source suggested, in his vague way of answering questions, that the decision to cancel Project X might have also been influenced by Retro's top 3 developers, Mark Pacini, Todd Keller, and Jack Matthews, leaving Retro to start their own company, Armature Studio. They left the same week as the pitch, although we heard conflicting reports whether their departure or the failed pitch happened first. How much talent was working on Project X? Well, one of the guys who left, Mark Pacini, was the design lead. He'd also been the director of all the Metroid Prime games. Todd Keller left too. He was the lead artist and art director on the Prime games, and he was leading the artwork on this project as well. Sammy Hall was working under Todd along with some other artists, although Paul can't remember who they all were. Vince Joly was the animation lead, the same guy who led animation for Prime 3. There was one more designer, but Paul didn't want to identify him, and Paul and Rice Lewis were the 2 programmers. In total, there were at least 7 people working on this project, but probably a few more Paul can't remember. Paul says many on the team, including himself, thought Project X needed more programmers, Retro had about a dozen more, but they were assigned to other tasks, like the Metroid Prime Trilogy collection and another prototype called the Blog game. But he reiterated that regardless of how many programmers they had, X could have only been saved with fundamental design changes. There was a lot of top talent working on the project. The potential was huge. It could have been an awesome game, or who knows, maybe a whole side series, but the design wasn't up to snuff, and Retro leadership refused to change direction. As for why, we don't really want to point fingers and name names. Stirring up hate mobs on Twitter isn't really what this channel is about, and our sources don't want that either. So to put it simply, it was just office momentum, and the higher-ups not wanting to listen to the lower-level guys in the trenches. They just wanted them to do their jobs. After 3 years of work, the project was canceled in April 2008. Paul said, "Rice and I tried to point out that we were headed toward an iceberg, but we were met with a lot of resistance and eventually found ourselves sliding down the deck into the icy waters of the Atlantic. Maybe this whole messy story is why everyone we talked to was so hush-hush about the project, and why a few years later, Miyamoto said if Retro was going to make a Zelda game, he'd probably need to move to Texas to oversee its development." For the record, after we talked to Paul, we reached out to everyone mentioned in this video one more time to see if they wanted to provide comment or offer an alternate perspective. They all declined or ignored our correspondence. And finally, the big question. Whatever happened to the prototype, the artwork made by all other artists, and the design documents? Paul never kept any of it to himself. He was immensely proud of a lot of the projects he worked on at Retro over the years, but not this one. He's spent the last 15 years trying to forget about Project X, not preserving it. Who knows, maybe it's all sitting on a thumb drive in Retro's basement, never to be seen again. But we've got some potential good news for folks who'd love to see a good Sheik game someday, and also the special surprise we alluded to earlier. First, the good news, which is that Nintendo's still considering a Sheik spin-off. Right after Breath of the Wild's first trailer dropped in 2014, a vague statement from Eiji Aonuma led to rumors that Link was going to be female, or that players would have the option to choose Link's gender. Aonuma later clarified it was just a joke, and Link was still very much a dude. But then a couple years later at E3 2016, Aonuma said the Zelda team actually did consider having a woman playable after fans reacted positively to those rumors, but they decided Zelda would make more sense as a playable character than a gender-swapped Link. But the idea was ultimately rejected because if Zelda's off saving Hyrule, Link wouldn't really have a purpose. Shigeru Miyamoto was at E3 too, so the next day, Game Rant asked him to expound on that idea. He said, "Some people might wonder, because the title is Zelda, it's a female character. Why isn't the protagonist a female character? But really, to me, The Legend of Zelda, the main series, Link is the protagonist. And here's the important part. But within the development team too, there have been talks about how it might be cool to have a game that features Sheik as a protagonist. It's having maybe a Zelda spin-off with Sheik as a protagonist, for example. I don't think that's an impossibility. A Zelda spin-off starring Sheik as the protagonist sure sounds a lot like Project X, but with better gameplay presumably. And since the Master Sword origin story already got used in Skyward Sword, it would need a new story as well. Miyamoto said the Zelda team's been talking about it, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'd make it themselves. Nintendo's lent out the Zelda IP to quite a few outside studios over the years. Capcom made the Oracle and Four Swords games, Grezzo handled a lot of remakes including Link's Awakening, and the Philips CDI trilogy, and Brace Yourself Games made the recent Cadence of Hyrule spin-off. Most of the guys who worked on Project X already left Retro a long time ago, so there's no chance it could ever get made by the original team. But whether it's Nintendo themselves or one of their partners, there's still a chance Sheik will get the spin-off series she deserves. Okay, and now for the surprise. While we were spending the last year chasing down old Retro devs trying to get the story on Project X, we came into possession of another Zelda spin-off that Retro pitched to Nintendo. Yes, another Retro Zelda. It was called Heroes of Hyrule. Much of the story focuses on three heroes, a Goron, a Zora, and a Rito who lived 100 years in the past. Kinda sounds like Breath of the Wild, doesn't it? But there's one big difference. Instead of staying forever young in the Shrine of Resurrection, in this game, Link's aged into an old man. There's a heck of a lot more to talk about, but that's where we'll leave it for now. Heroes of Hyrule really deserves its own video. We're already working on it and it'll be up on this channel in a few weeks. Subscribe if you don't want to miss it. I hope people realize there's more to me. I don't like being thought of as the Metal Gear guy. There's a lot more I can do. Over his near 40-year career, there have been lots of self-confessed weird games Kojima couldn't make, like Silent Hills, an online zombie project, and what he called the raw game, the kind of concept no one's ever played before. But creative perfectionism, death threats from fans, and a myriad of other hindrances kept him tethered to Metal Gear for decades. And when he became vice president of Konami Computer Entertainment Japan, he gained an executive responsibility to focus on games that would appeal to a broad audience and make bank. Play it safe. Did you know Gaming dug through hundreds of old magazine interviews in Japanese, Chinese, English, Russian, all to learn more about Kojima's ideas that never became reality. We even scoured some digital information, even if it is filtered by the Patriots. It quickly became clear that Kojima's aims got weirder over time, so we're going to cover things in chronological order, starting at the, start. Now let's go back, to a time even before Metal Gear, to 1986. That's when 22-year-old Kojima began his career at Konami, working as designer on his first game, Penguin Adventure for the MSX home computer. It's all about delivering a package across desolate landscapes, so I guess you could call it the first Strand type game. After that, he wanted to make another MSX title called Lost World, spelled like a mix between world and war. In a 2007 issue of Famitsu Weekly we had translated, Kojima said, "The first thing I made was an action game, Lost World. I wrote an incredibly thick proposal that got a lot of attention at the time. They couldn't believe the new guy wrote such a big planning document. It was like an homage to Super Mario, a vertical, horizontal, diagonal scrolling action game. I put in bonus stages and stuff like that, but the MSX didn't have anywhere near enough capacity. I even made opening, middle, and ending cutscenes, but even just those took up so much space. I put a lot of thought into it. I'd never made a game before, so I went overboard. But then I was called in by my department head who said, I don't know when it'll get finished, so I'm canceling it. Those cutscenes were never made public, but we do know a little about the story thanks to more Japanese magazines. The player character would have been a girl named Jamie, who's honeymooning with her new husband Frederick aboard the Titanic. But instead of an iceberg, the Titanic crashes into a mysterious floating continent. Then a villain wrapped in smoke called Mr. Cloudman kidnaps her husband, and Jamie's gotta run off to save him. It's worth pointing out that Sons of Liberty later starred a guy named Jack and his girlfriend Rose as another hat tip to the Titanic. Kojima says he was working so hard on Lost World that he didn't get much sleep, but despite that, it was a lot more fun than future projects. When it got cancelled, basically for being too ambitious, Konami tasked him with making a war game instead. Kojima's Titanic-themed Mario homage getting canned turned out to be a blessing in disguise, because that war game ultimately became the first Metal Gear. Or at least it was a blessing for fans, though maybe not for Hideo himself. More on that coming up. A year later in 1988, Kojima released Snatcher, a self-described cyberpunk adventure. The story's set in 2042 East Asia, as a detective investigates artificial life forms that are going around killing people and taking their place. Soon after, Kojima found out Konami was making a Metal Gear sequel without him called Snake's Revenge, so he decided to develop his own sequel, Metal Gear 2: Solid Snake. If you haven't played it before, it's worth checking out. It sets up a lot of the story in later entries, and so much of the Solid titles are essentially 3D reenactments of what happened right here in Zanzibar. The next Kojima-directed title was Police Knots in '94, a sci-fi graphic adventure following space cop Jonathan Ingram as he investigates the murders of his ex-wife and her husband in 2040's old Los Angeles. Kojima also helped write an RPG remake of Snatcher and served as producer on the high school simulator Tokomeki Memorial series, but didn't return to the director's chair till the dawn of the 3D era, when he began work on Snake's third mission, Metal Gear Solid. In addition to characters from past entries like Gray Fox and Colonel Campbell, MGS also reused elements from Police Knots, like the Tokugawa Corporation and Meryl Silverberg, who's a soldier now instead of a cop. Don't know if you noticed this far, but Kojima likes to reference his older works in newer ones, even if they're not necessarily set in the same canon universe. Solid launched in '98 to critical and commercial success, with review scores in the 90s and over 6 million copies sold. Fans expected a sequel, but Kojima wasn't interested. "I was completely exhausted," he said. "After the first Metal Gear Solid, even after it was done, I wasn't recovering at all, and ended up being passed from one hospital to the next." He wanted to do something different for creativity's sake, but besides his directorial duties, he was also vice president of Konami Computer Entertainment Japan, which meant he had to temper his creative aspirations with more practical business considerations. "I have so many weird ideas, but I have to make sure my ideas will sell too. If I wasn't a manager of the company, I would probably be creating all these weird games, but as a manager, I can't allow it. I was planning to create a completely new game, but I couldn't escape my fate. I have to direct the sequel." So he buckled down and got to work on Metal Gear Solid 2. But mid-development, he was still daydreaming about other game ideas, like something with less action and more detective work. He said, "I'd love to make a mystery game. I'd like to do an orientation kind of game where in the game they tell you, go to Heathrow Airport by 3 p.m. You go there and you see a number on the wall and then you follow that." One of the more weird ideas came a little later, when he told a UK magazine, "I have an idea for something that I call a raw game, a fresh game. If you play with it very carefully, it will continue for 10 or 20 years. But if you're not careful, once you reach game over, it ends. You can never play it again. It's dead. There is no continue." 5 years later, the same publication asked Kojima if he still wanted to make a disc that self-destructs when the player dies. "Yes, someday," he told them. "I included some similar elements in MGS3. You know, I think the whole concept of continues in games is totally outdated and unnecessary on home consoles. It all came from arcade games, where you throw in a coin when the game ends. I don't want to imprint children with the idea of virtual worlds where you can just play and die with infinite lives. Even if it is a virtual world, I want people to value their own lives. In that sense, a raw game would be perfect." Even later in 2008, he explained it was just one of several game ideas he was juggling in his head, more of which you'll hear about soon. He said maybe someday he could combine a few of them together to produce an actual playable title. Now more than 2 decades after he first dreamt it up, Kojima still hasn't put his raw game concept into action. It's worth noting though that a Russian studio tried to bring the same basic concept to life in 2015 with a game called One Life. The trailer went viral, racking up well over 1 million views.
"There is no room for a single mistake. You have only one life. Take justice into your own hands. Son of a... I'm gonna friggin' kill you, you hear me? If you die, you'll leave this game forever."
The gaming press drew a lot of comparisons between One Life and Kojima's idea. The Russian project made it to Steam Greenlight and sold pre-orders for $10. But not long after, the devs disappeared and the game was never finished. Some accused One Life of being a scam. Whether or not that's the case, a game with no continues is a pretty tough sell, especially to a broad audience. That kind of game might never be realized by any studio. Back to Kojima though. During his 3 years directing Sons of Liberty, he was also producer on Zone of the Enders, a mech hack and slash focused on 22nd century space colonists rising up against an exploitative Earth government. He also supervised console ports of Konami's arcade rhythm series Beatmania, another Tokimeki Memorial, and Metal Gear Ghost Babel, a story-heavy Game Boy Color spin-off set between Metal Gear 2 and Metal Gear Solid. After a difficult development, Sons of Liberty launched in 2001 to even more critical and commercial success than its predecessor, but it took its toll on Kojima. As soon as it was done, he told the press, "It was indeed the toughest time in my life in the video game industry. I've been sick physically since spring 2001. The MGS series is no longer mine. If people want a sequel, there will be a sequel. However, it is very unlikely that I would create a game plan, script, and direct it as I did with MGS 1 and 2. Just like the theme of MGS 2, it is necessary to pass it on to the next generation with the development team. So now there are many things I would like to do, like create a form of entertainment involving robots, online elements, and digital elements." End quote. You'll notice he said he wanted to create a form of entertainment, not necessarily a game. But all those robots, online and digital elements would have to wait. Kojima said now wasn't the right time because of what was happening in the real world, possibly referring to the culture of fear and censorship in the wake of 9/11, which had already necessitated last-minute changes to Sons of Liberty's plot. All that became moot though when Kojima ended up getting sucked back into directing another sequel. "I'm kind of embarrassed that I said MGS2 would be my last one," he lamented. "I mean, my feelings haven't changed. I really thought back then that I wouldn't do another, and here I am now once again saying this will be my final game. I really want to move on. I asked my staff, who wants to direct MGS3? I waited for a while and no one volunteered. They were too afraid of the pressure. Then I started coming up with the jungle and survival concepts, and eventually it got to the point where we were changing the game so much that I realized I needed to direct. It would be too risky otherwise." But he was still bursting with new ideas, like a game that changed based on the player's real-life movement and speed. He told Play magazine, "Handheld systems are a great invention, but the games that you can play on them are basically the same as those on home systems. I thought this was unfortunate. There has to be a better way to exploit a portable system. Being able to carry it around means that your environment can change as you move around. I wanted this changing environment to be reflected in a game. Let's say you're in a car and you're going 50 kilometers an hour, and then maybe 60 kilometers an hour. I wanted the speed of the car to be implemented in the game. With game creation, you're basically making something out of nothing. It's just digital data. Since we have total control of everything that's in the game, we set the rails, and the players follow these rails." That idea didn't come to fruition, but it did lead to Kojima designing and producing a different portable game influenced by the player's surroundings. Boktai: The Sun Is in Your Hand released on Game Boy Advance between MGS2 and 3, with a very unusual conceit. Every cartridge could detect sunlight that could help vampire hunter Django vaporize the undead. Boktai also had a real-time day-night cycle, with chirping birds in the mornings and an orange glow at dusk. And naturally, vampires have an advantage in the dark of night. Talking about how the speed game idea turned into Boktai, Kojima said, "I'm a fan of vampire films. You know, I always wanted to drag the vampires out and burn them under the sun. So this idea and the previous idea of the changing environment merged together." Kojima produced a Boktai sequel 1 year later, which featured Solid Snake as an amnesiac merchant who can't remember his own identity. He was also producer on another Zone of the Enders and the Metal Gear Solid remake Twin Snakes. But none of these were a Hideo Kojima game. That's what he calls the ones he wrote, designed, and directed himself. The games he pours himself into completely. Despite his inclinations, the next one of those games was Metal Gear Solid 3: Snake Eater. After it released in 2004, Kojima was really done directing Metal Gear. For real this time. He'd step back, do some writing and produce, but he'd hand off the director's chair to Shuyo Murata, the guy who co-wrote Snake Eater and directed Zone of Enders 2. But when mega fans got wind of it, some sent death threats, leading to Kojima's team urging him to lead once more. The staff heard about this and got very nervous. Kojima told Computer and Video Games magazine, "We talk today as if it was a joke, but at the time it was not a joke at all. It was serious." In a later trailer, the director's chair is taken by Murata. For a split second right before, you can see the name Alan Smithy on the chair. First used in the 1969 film Death of a Gunfighter, Alan Smithy's a fake name used by directors who want to disown their creations. It's a reference most fans wouldn't catch, but it was clearly a strong statement by Kojima. By the end of the MGS4 trailer, it's revealed as a fake-out. Murata's not going to be the director after all. It's Kojima. Just one last time, he said, then he'll be free of Metal Gear. While Guns of the Patriots was in development, Kojima oversaw some smaller Metal Gears as producer, like Metal Gear Acid 1 and 2, PSP turn-based spin-offs written in part by Murata and set near the end of the series timeline. Another was Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, taking place after Snake Eater, as well as Metal Gear Solid Mobile, set between Solid 1 and 2. Plus a couple more Boktai games with Snake returning as the amnesiac merchant, and 2 Japan-exclusive stock trading simulators for Nintendo DS. As usual, these were really more Konami and Kojima Productions games than Kojima's, but they're worth mentioning since he served as producer. So what kind of games did he want to be making? There were a few ideas he shared publicly, including a weird one about zombies.
Zombie? What does that mean?
Beats me.
You mean you've never heard of zombies?
Nope.
Never.
You guys don't know anything.
Kojima's always wanted to make a zombie game, but one very different to something like Resident Evil. It's well known that Kojima's a movie buff and would watch at least a film a day as a kid. What's not as well known is he's an especially big fan of Dawn of the Dead and used to shoot amateur zombie movies with his childhood friends. They'd sell tickets at 50 cents per view, thinking they could use the profits to buy lots more movies for inspiration's sake. Sadly though, they didn't end up making enough to buy even one movie. Kojima says Metal Gear was deeply influenced by Dawn of the Dead, and that any gameplay involving air ducts and elevators were lifted straight from it. Early in the PS3 era, Hideo told Edge magazine he liked Capcom's Dead Rising, and considered making at least one zombie game himself. "The zombie idea I have is a bit different," he explained, "but I'm less interested in the idea of the living dead than the fact that you can turn people just by biting them. That would be a great game system. I know that such a game has already been released, but I'd like to offer a truly online version. Imagine a large town where half the inhabitants are zombies. Users would subscribe, get inside the town, and get bitten. At that stage, they become undead and can't control their character. All they can do is modify the camera angles. They'd see their character attacking humans and have to pay just to watch. The only way they could end it is by opening another account, hunting themselves down, and killing themselves. Of course, the problem is that your second character can get bitten as well." Edge scoffed as politely as they could at the proposed business model. Kojima continued, "If you can't get yourself killed, then you can call a friend for help. Please kill my zombie, it's roaming at that address. But to be honest, there are just too many zombie games right now. Should I decide that the timing's right, then I'll take some time to prepare one. Very seriously." On his blog, he clarified that a server would end successfully when every zombie in a city was killed, or end in failure when zombies outnumbered humans. The online gaming fee will continue to tally while the zombie wanders the virtual streets, he said. If the player isn't happy with this, he can create a new zombie hunter. He can hunt down his former, now zombified character. However, if zombies bite the new character, then he zombifies too. The number of zombies associated with the player's payment account increases, and the fees continue to tally for the second character. This is a real zombie simulation. I want to make that game someday. He told Resident Evil creator Shinji Mikami about his idea repeatedly and encouraged him to bring the concept to life, but Mikami didn't seem up for it.
バイオハザードとずっといろんなところに行ってるんですけど、一緒にやってくれないんで。そうでしたっけ？皆さん僕隊の時に言いました。ブレイクじゃなくて、ゾンビというのは。皆さんこれいかがでしょうか？それも今初めて聞きました。何回も聞きましたこれ。
Did You Know Gaming recently touched on this in a cancelled Metal Gear Games video, but it's worth repeating that Kojima said if Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance was going to have a sequel, he'd want it to star Frank Yeager versus zombies. He pitched this idea to Revengeance's developers at Platinum Games and volunteered to write the story himself, but Platinum wasn't interested in his zombie ideas either. There's also been rumors coming from within Konami that Kojima originally planned for Metal Gear Survive to come out as DLC for the Phantom Pain. Survive was basically a zombie apocalypse game after all. Kojima's denied those rumors, but whether they're true or not, if he actually was planning zombie DLC for Phantom Pain, it surely would have been different from how Survive turned out. Maybe more like his online zombie concept from a decade earlier. In a 2006 episode of Kojima's podcast Hide-Chan Radio, he was joined by Goichi Suda, the director and producer behind cult classics like Lollipop Chainsaw, Killer 7, and No More Heroes. They talked about making a text-based game together, a concept that's not so much revolutionary as it harkens back to the days before dedicated graphics even existed. Presumably, the two legendary directors would have sprinkled in modernizations and clever twists, but despite their enthusiasm, few details were delved into. Edge magazine later followed up, asking Kojima if he was still considering it. "I'd really like to," he told them, "but I know it wouldn't sell. You just can't do that today." Besides just specific game ideas, Kojima's also captivated by platforms themselves, like what's only possible on one or the other. Psycho Mantis is probably the most famous example, reading your PS1 memory card and vibrating your DualShock in a way that just couldn't be done as easily on Nintendo and Sega's consoles. More recently, he announced he was partnering with Xbox to make a cloud-based project, saying there's a game he's always wanted to make, a completely new concept that no one's ever experienced or seen before, only possible with the power of the cloud. Kojima's been mostly a PlayStation man throughout his career, but during MGS4's development, he wanted to expand and explore the capabilities of other platforms, saying he was regularly studying PC development to take advantage of its unique capabilities. But what he was really interested in was Nintendo Wii. The first time Kojima saw it, he said, "You've done it," was my reaction. This was totally unexpected. The Famicom defined the modern controller. It made us control games using the A and B buttons, holding the controller with both hands and facing the TV monitor. We've been doing this for 20 years and this premise will now be changed significantly. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Over the next year, he'd repeatedly express a strong desire for a tailor-made Wii game. For MGS4, we have already started the project for the PS3 platform, he told Game Informer, so we would like to concentrate specifically on what we could do just for the PS3. Another example is Wii. I'll try to create a title specifically taking advantage of the Wii's hardware. Later, talking to GamePro, he promised, "Yes, I will do it. I'm saying this every day. But first I have to face this giant that's called Metal Gear Solid 4. So until I'm finished with that, I can't do anything." Nintendo fans constantly psyched themselves up, adamant that Kojima could unveil his Wii game at any moment. It would have been interesting what unique ideas he might cook up, but it seems like he never found the time. Though he did, quote, practically beg his friend Sakurai to put Solid Snake into Smash Bros., and Kojima personally designed the Shadow Moses level for Brawl. As a result, Geckos actually debuted on Wii before their mainline appearance in MGS4. But ultimately it was Microsoft who won him over, not Nintendo, with Kojima announcing Metal Gear Solid Rising at an Xbox event. Rising got cancelled. You can hear all the sordid details in Did You Know Gaming's recent cancelled Metal Gear games video if you haven't already. Looking back though, Rising actually could have played great with Wii Motion Plus. It just wouldn't have been much of a looker. Anyway, after Guns of the Patriots, Kojima admitted Snake was supposed to die, but everyone on the staff really wanted to keep him alive, so I caved a little. Actually, I wanted to end it at every step along the way. I have a lot of other things that I want to do. By now though, you know how it goes. He just couldn't quit her. And the next day Hideo Kojima game was Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, this time seemingly more due to his creative perfectionism than any outside forces. Talking to Dengeki PlayStation Magazine, he said, "At first I was just going to create the overall guidelines and concepts for the project, and leave it in the hands of my excellent staff. I was going to have a hand in the project as a producer, and make titles other than MGS. But I set the game in the South American country of Costa Rica and created a story with themes about nuclear deterrence and the Cold War. It looked like it might be very confusing to young people because of generational differences. So in the end, I finally said, I'll do it." He'd later go on to say his younger staff had trouble understanding the 1970s Costa Rican setting as well, another reason he wanted to do it himself. Peace Walker was a pretty quick turnaround by Kojima standards, less than 2 years, so he didn't do much on the side. Although he did grab an executive producer credit on Metal Gear Solid Touch, a mobile game that's basically a super simplified retelling of MGS4, both in terms of story and gameplay. During this time, fans and press alike kept asking for remakes of Snatcher and Policenauts. In fact, they'd been asking for years. Kojima consistently said he was up for it, but only if another studio handled development, while he oversaw as producer. He just didn't have time to direct remakes himself, and really no desire to look backwards, only forwards. For Metal Gear Solid 5, Kojima did his usual song and dance, said maybe he'd only make quote-unquote one stage. But of course the game, or rather games, both got the Hideo Kojima game treatment, and were the last Metal Gears to do so. During their production, Kojima had a few other irons in the fire, like a critical advisory role on Castlevania Lords of Shadow, and providing the voice of the game's Chupacabra. The next game to slip through his fingers would have just been a Kojima Productions title, not an esteemed Hideo Kojima game. It's Zone of the Enders 3. Zoe's always been Koji Pro's second biggest franchise, and despite its critical success, it never achieved big-time sales, something Kojima blamed himself for, saying he scheduled the second game's release date at the wrong time, and that good games don't always get their due. At a 2012 event promoting an upcoming HD collection of the first two games, Kojima announced a third title was in the works, and showed off some concept art and physical models used in its development. At the time, his team was going back and forth between making it anime-styled or giving it a more live-action look. the latter of which would have worked better with the Fox engine that powered it, the same Fox engine used in MGS5. Work on Zoe 3 started years earlier, in fact, with evidence left over in Snake Eater. That game's hidden nightmare sequence was actually an early Zoe 3 prototype. The nightmare, called Guy Savage, got cut out of later re-releases like the MGS HD and Master Collections. But on PS2, if you save while Snake's locked up in Groznyj, Paramedic starts telling him a Dracula story. Snake's terrified of vampires for some reason, so afterwards he falls asleep and has a playable nightmare. Essentially, it's a hack-and-slash minigame, an early taste of what this version of Zoe 3 might have been like. Zoe 3 development dropped off, but picked back up in 2008, with Kojima publicly promising fans they'd get to play it someday. Those fans were understandably expecting more space robots, like the first two games, but Kojima was concerned that'd limit its audience mostly just to Japan. To appeal to a broader market, he said, "I was about to make a Lord of the Rings-style fantasy Zoe, but when I pitched it to fans, they told me to stop, so I gave up on that direction. Anime, photorealism, zombie cops, Lord of the Rings, robots. Koji Pro seemingly didn't know what to do with the project. They were also short-handed, with most of the studio knee-deep in Metal Gear. After working on it off and on for a decade, in 2013, Kojima announced Zoe 3 was cancelled and its team disbanded, citing the HD Collection's failure to meet expectations. During this time, Kojima oversaw Metal Gear Solid Rising from afar, a role he'd reprise on Revengeance after Rising got canned. Again, that got covered extensively in the cancelled Metal Gear games video, so check that out later for what happened with Rising. Then, of course, there's the now infamous cancelled game Silent Hills.
We regret to report the murder of a wife and her two children by their husband and father. The father purchased the rifle used in the crime at his local gun store 2 days earlier. This brutal killing took place while the family was gathered at home on a Sunday afternoon. The day of the crime, the father went to the trunk of his car, retrieved the...
In 2014, Kojima released a PlayStation 4 demo called PT, under the fake developer name 7780s Studio. 7780s was a made-up studio that didn't exist. It was all a Kojima mind game. At the end, the truth's revealed that PT stood for Playable Teaser, and was in fact his demo for a new Silent Hill. It's scary because there's no information, Kojima told the Japan Times. Nowadays when people don't know something, they Google it. They ask on Twitter or Facebook and they get the answer right away. We live in an age of information. When that suddenly disappears, that's the scariest thing. That's why there was no information about who made PT. That's why I hid my name and title and just let them play. The demo took place in one tiny looping hallway, with a bathroom that the player walks through over and over, becoming slightly redecorated, darker, and creepier with each passing loop. The game relies almost entirely on atmosphere, while eschewing cheap tricks like jump scares and grotesque violence. The real fear isn't from those things, Kojima explained. It's from standing in an empty place, where just to step forward or turn around is scary. All you can do is walk and look, but despite the cramped quarters and limited moveset, some puzzles were pretty cryptic, so Kojima expected no one to be able to solve it for at least a week. To his surprise, some fans finished PT day one, and were treated to a cutscene revealing that they'd been playing as Walking Dead star Norman Reedus all along, and also that it had been made in collaboration with film director Guillermo del Toro of Pan's Labyrinth fame. PT was just a teaser developed in 4 months. The full game would be very different.
The one thing I can tell about Silent Hills, this is something that I've been talking with Guillermo del Toro as well, but originally we were thinking of making a game that would make you pee your pants, but at this point we've changed our minds and we are aiming for a game that will make you shit your pants. Wow.
Kojima would later say the game engine was designed for open world. Interestingly, PT's ending cutscene wasn't CGI. It was rendered in real time in-engine, and a modder named Lance McDonald hacked it to explore the town beyond the hallway. Unfinished and not reflective of the final game, of course, but a small taste perhaps of what Silent Hills might have looked like. Kojima also said Silent Hills would either let you choose between first or third person views, or it'd switch back and forth automatically based on the situation. He hadn't decided yet. Either way, he forecast an approximate release date sometime in 2016. Unfortunately, life had other plans, because in early 2015, rumors started to spread that after 3 decades at Konami, Kojima'd be out the door as soon as The Phantom Pain was finished. Those rumors soon gave way to official announcements, along with a statement from Konami saying Silent Hills was cancelled. Not only that, but they were going to delete PT from the PlayStation Store almost immediately. Fan remakes are easy to find online, but if you want to play the original PT nowadays, you'll have to drop hundreds on a second-hand PS4 that still has it downloaded. We're thinking of making a full-length video just about PT and Silent Hills to fill in even more texture and detail. Please do let us know in the comments if you think we should. But for now, let's get back to the broader topic. With Kojima and Konami parting ways, he was finally free to pour himself into something other than Metal Gear. Within months, he started his own studio and got to work on some new projects. The first to see daylight was 2019's Death Stranding, with Norman Reedus returning in the starring role. But after decades of dreaming up weird ideas, Kojima actually wanted his first independent venture to be something a little more safe. He told the BBC, "This game is to start with, like Guillermo del Toro told me, not a way to break out, but to make something that the fans expect. There are new elements to the game, but the basis is something people are used to playing." On the other hand, Kojima also marketed it as the world's first Strand game, an open world in a new genre defined by its asymmetric online features and social connections, like picking up packages someone else dropped, or driving down roads built by the community, despite being a single-player experience. As far as story, it's still fairly new, so we don't want to get into spoiler territory, but as you'd expect from Kojima, it does get pretty strange and confusing. Gameplay-wise, it's mostly delivering packages, schlepping bridge babies, and fighting off otherworldly creatures across an apocalyptic America. Hard to believe Kojima didn't think all that was weird. He considered Death Stranding the safe play for his new studio. You'll hear about some he does consider weird here in a minute. One idea he gave up on recently was a superhero game, or rather an anti-superhero game, which he abandoned after realizing someone else had just done something similar. In 2022, Kojima tweeted about the popular TV show The Boys, which debuted the same year development wrapped on Death Stranding. Translated into English, his tweet said, "I watched The Boys up to Season 1, Episode 3. I'm thinking about watching the rest. I was actually about to start work on a plan I'd been cooking up for a long time, but after I saw a few episodes, I realized the concept was similar, but with a different setting and setup, so I shelved it. It was going to be about 2 special investigators, one male and one female, facing off against legendary superheroes behind the scenes. I pictured Mads as the lead. That's Mads Mikkelsen, the Danish movie star who played Cliff in Death Stranding. For those who haven't seen it, The Boys follows a team of ordinary humans determined to kill superheroes, because in-universe, supes aren't the altruistic good guys like in comics and Hollywood movies. They're more like corrupt politicians with godlike powers, worshipped by the masses, a dangerous cog in the military-industrial complex. Over the next few weeks, Kojima said he went on to watch more episodes and loved it, and that, quote, "The concept of a dark anti-hero story about superheroes and people facing off against them was the same as what I'd been planning, but the setting, setup, and tone were greatly different compared to how The Boys did it. He didn't want to be derivative, so he binned it." We're getting pretty close to the end of Kojima's 30-plus year career so far, and the last of the games he couldn't make. But there's a few more interesting ideas worth mentioning, and they're recent enough that they might still be in play. We mentioned before that in the early 2000s, Kojima mulled over games that differed depending on your environment. He ended up making Boktai, a world that changed with your exposure to sunlight. But Kojima was also tinkering with a speed-based concept, or a game that shifted with the temperature of your surroundings. In 2021, he said he wanted to evolve what games can be by revisiting those old ideas. Maybe even have a game change based on your own feelings. On 9/11's 20th anniversary, he told Japanese outlet Anan News, "What I want to make is a game that changes in real time. Even though there's people of different ages and careers around the world, they're all playing games the same way. So not based on those characteristics, but something that changes with a person's location or how they feel about it. These kinds of setups make a man-made system feel more real, like the sun in Boktai." He went on to vaguely describe another goal he sounds pretty serious about. Quote, "Gamers are getting more creative. Up till now, it's been a world of developers, players, and critics. But nowadays, there are pro gamers and gaming commentators, and even more recently, in-game cameramen. I have to clear up some copyright issues, but I have an idea that goes even further in that direction. I haven't been able to start working on it yet, though." As a creator, I'm happy things don't just end with me making a game and people playing it, even though I don't get paid any extra money from it. I build the field everyone plays on. It's like how even after the 9th inning of a baseball game comes to an end, the field doesn't just disappear. It continues to be used and enjoyed by countless people. After Snake Eater, one of the early ideas floating around for a sequel was Snake in Space. That was 20 years ago, but Kojima still hasn't given up on the idea of a space game. In fact, he wants to go there himself for research, and he wants you to go up there too, to play it. On stage at the 2023 Tribeca Film Festival, he looked to the future and said,
I want to go to outer space, right? I want to go to outer space and create a game that you could play in space. Because right now, all games you can't probably play in outer space, but I want to create something. So someone please send me up to space.
We're genuinely unsure if he was joking or serious, maybe half and half. And we'd be remiss not to mention, remember that cloud-based experience we touched on earlier? While this video was in production, Kojima revealed it's coming to life as a horror game called OD at the 2023 Game Awards.
With help of Xbox Game Studios and using their cloud gaming technology to make immersive and also something that no one has seen before is what I'm trying to do. And it is a game, don't get me wrong, but it's at the same time a movie, but at the same time a new form of media.
Kojima will be partnering with horror director Jordan Peele, plus more collaborators he isn't willing to reveal yet. He had a busy few months as this video was wrapping up actually. He also revealed Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, and an action espionage game called Fizzant, but that's still some years out. Kojima fans have been begging for a new Metal Gear for almost a decade, and Fizzant ain't that. But maybe it's the next best thing. After a health scare during the pandemic, thinking he might die, Kojima decided maybe it'd be nice to give the fans what they'd been asking for so long, before he's too old to deliver. The old codger's still got one in him. Lots more, hopefully.
Thousands of games that only existed on old Japanese cell phones. And I don't mean just random shovelware that, no one really cares about. We're talking Pokemons, Final Fantasies, Castlevanias, Resident Evil, Crash's Bandicoot, Sonic's the Hedgehog, Breaths of Fire, Mega Men, Monsters Hunter, Professor Layton. There are too many big series here to even highlight. But here's a quick list of what we'd probably consider to be the top 30. A lot of them were made by the original console teams with serious budgets and reached the quality of GBA and PSP games. That's not to say there wasn't any outsourced crap, plenty of that too, but today we're gonna focus on the good stuff. But the clock is ticking, and if no one saves these games, they will inevitably become lost media. In fact, most of them already are classified as lost media. So, a few months ago, we bought over 300 phones from Japan to rip the games off of them, and teamed up with a small preservation community who've been busy hacking, dumping, and building emulators before time runs out. In this video, we'll show some big games that have been saved, and some that are still lost, and briefly summarize their history, as well as what the future may hold. Emulators are already running on PC with controller support, and more recently, also made playable on Steam Deck. If the next few years are fruitful, we could be playing more games on more devices in English. But what about the people that aren't really interested in playing these old cell phone games? Well, there's also the prospect of harvesting their assets, like unique Pokemon sprites and animations, in-canon lore for Final Fantasy, so many game soundtracks, stuff like that. But if the next few years don't go well, so much game history is gonna stay buried forever. Before the iPhone and the rise of worldwide mobile gaming in the early 2010s, there already was a robust gaming scene in Japan. Back then they used feature phones, better than the phones that we had in the West, but still a step down from modern smart devices. Starting in 1999 and continuing for almost 2 decades, big Japanese studios like Sega, Square Enix, and Capcom were making games solely dedicated to these devices. Collectively, they are known as Keitai games. One of the biggest publishers was Capcom, who released about 20 Mega Man titles, including Mega Man Panic Fire and Mega Man Tennis, along with Mega Man GP, which plays a bit like F-Zero. A lot of them were pretty minor experiences, but the star of the show was Mega Man Legends, Great Adventure on the 5 Islands. Series fans often lament that Capcom only made Legends 1 and 2, but there actually was a third entry, released in 2008. We're happy to say all games just mentioned were released publicly a few months ago and preserved. Big shout out to my boy, Rockman Cosmos in particular, who led the charge and played a big part in making this video. Great Adventure on the 5 Islands was a holy grail of a find, and all the credit goes to him and his team. They also got a couple more Mega Man Battle Network games, Phantom of the Network and Legend of the Network, which were basically lost sequels to the popular GBA RPG series. These two have already been patched into English, with even more titles currently in the works. 5 Islands is currently being translated, and there'll be links in the video's description if you want to play them for yourself. So far, 8 Mega Man games have been preserved, but even more are still out there somewhere undiscovered, including Mega Man Legends Golf and Mega Man Intuition, which was a WarioWare-style microgame collection. Capcom also made something like a dozen Resident Evils. Most have yet to be recovered, though a playable demo of Resident Evil The Stories was recently found and made public. The Stories is set in Raccoon City's Clock Tower and stars Jill Valentine, with players able to download additional scenarios for story mode or short missions for situation mode. Similar games are still being searched for, like Resident Evil The Episodes, set in the streets of Raccoon City, and Resident Evil The Operations, which took place in another mansion. The only one released outside of Japan, Resident Evil The Missions, was set inside the Raccoon City Police Department. The campaigns in these games are not your typical Resident Evil campaigns, they're mission-based, and after each mission, you are graded based on your time, the number of people that you rescue, and so on, up to an S rank. Amazingly, they also made a feature phone port of Resident Evil 4, which is great news for all my crazies out there who just gotta play every version of RE4 like me. However, this original feature phone version, currently only the demo has been found, and it's not playable in emulation just yet, though it is on the to-do list. Capcom released some Monster Hunter games as well, most notably Monster Hunter I and Monster Hunter Mobile. They're probably the studio's highest budget Keitai titles, with hundreds of quests and pretty much everything you'd expect in a mainline entry. A few copies of Monster Hunter I have been found, but unfortunately the specific types of phones they are on are especially tough to dump. Preservationists are constantly finding new ways to hack and crack different models, so hopefully it won't be too long till they find a way to bust them all open and get them running on emulator, and then, translate them into English. Konami released at least 4 Keitai Castlevanias, though 3 were basically just ports of Castlevanias 1, 3, and Kid Dracula. More interesting though is Castlevania Complete Edition, which is a remake of Castlevania 1. Here's a side-by-side so you can see the original Famicom game next to the Keitai Complete Edition. We managed to find half the remake on one of the 300 phones we bought. It was originally sold in 2 parts, and we are still looking for that other half. Sega put out an absolutely ridiculous amount of Sonic titles, most of which were just essentially minigames. A card game called Sonic Daifugo has been saved, but there's also Sonic Billiards, Bowling, Darts, Fishing, Kart Racing, Backgammon, and about 30 that haven't been recovered either. Probably the silliest was Sonic Golf, where players could win free Coca-Colas by sinking some balls. For a limited time only, terms and conditions apply. On the other hand, arguably the most desirable Sonic game was Nakayoshi Chow, which took the beloved Chow Garden from Sonic Adventure and simplified it for a mobile experience. Nakayoshi Chow still needs to be found. Presently, we don't even have footage of it, let alone the game itself. The same can be said for Sonic 01, an original mainline entry made exclusively for Keitai phones. They also got 5 Professor Layton games. 3 were ports of the DS entries, so we won't dwell on those. More interesting are the 2 original titles, with the first being Professor Layton and the Mansion of the Deathly Mirror. It's basically the same puzzle adventure gameplay as the mainline series, while the plot sees Layton invited to a party at a mansion in the woods, where he has got to solve a mystery involving a mirror that can summon the dead. The game was split into 6 chapters, and so far 3 have been recovered and translated into English, but the other half of the game is out there somewhere. The second original title was Inspector Chelmey's Casebook, which stars the main series' Scotland Yard investigator and takes place in the Curious Village. A Japanese gamer uploaded footage of himself playing it in 2023, but at present, the entire game remains undiscovered and unplayable. Namco's Katamari series started on the PlayStation 2 and got some sequels in the years that followed. If you are unfamiliar with Katamari's gameplay, it is basically rolling up a bunch of stuff into an ever-growing ball of stuff. The bigger the ball, the more stuff you can pick up. It is a simple and incredibly fun concept. In 2005, Shigeru Miyamoto himself said he'd wished he'd made Katamari and called it really unique and well executed. The ending credits of Me and My Katamari on the PSP had a little 2D minigame. 2 full game expansions of that concept came to Keitai, Katamari Damashi-kun and its sequel, Oi Katamari Damashi-kun, both of which were preserved and made public earlier this year. They're both simple, fun, and can be completed in an afternoon, so if you are a big fan of this series, itching for a fix, you might want to give them a spin. Might want to give them a roll. A few more Katamari games came to Keitai, but so far they have not been found. Atlus released a dozen entries of their Megami Tensei and Persona series. They're actually kind of a success story, thanks to Atlus recently re-releasing some of these games on PC and Switch, so they're officially preserved and playable on modern hardware. Titles like Megami Tensei Gaiden, Last Bibles 1, 2, and 3, Persona Otherworldly Tower Chapter, and just last month they re-released I Guess the First Mission, which serves as a prequel to Persona 3. If only every company cared about its back catalog like Atlus does, though unfortunately, they only re-release them in Japanese without translation. But there are still some games trapped on phones like Persona 3M, a canon side story to the original PS2 game. Gameplay is similar to the core entries, but played differently depending on night and day based on your phone's clock. Mostly social interactions by day and dungeon crawling by night. There is also an MMORPG called Persona Mobile Online, along with similar titles based on Breakout, Bejeweled, Kicks, and more. Some of these games have been found, but the best ones are still being searched for. We should note, while Atlus has been cool about re-releasing old Keitai games on modern hardware, they've also recently sued fans for recreating their games that are otherwise lost media. We don't want to get anyone sued, so we will stay quiet about the preservation of Atlus titles. And that applies to some other games in this video as well. They are being preserved, but for some franchises, we're not going to reveal the details about who, where, and how. Before we get to more games, I want to show how preservationists get their hands on them in the first place. The ones we can talk about anyway. Keitai games went out of fashion years ago, but it wasn't until 2021 that the last of the Keitai storefronts closed down forever. Remember when the Nintendo 3DS and Wii U eShops shut down in 2023? Same thing here. Games can no longer be purchased or downloaded. Game preservation isn't as much of a thing in Japan, so it has mostly fallen upon Westerners to fight the good fight. They typically buy 30 phones a month from Japan, but unfortunately, their job is not as simple as plugging one in and downloading what's inside. A lot of them are locked, encrypted. One of the preservationists we've been working with, Good Tofu Friday, recently brute forced an encryption by running a program that input 34 billion keys a second until he found one that worked. After 20 days running non-stop and trying about 58 trillion possible keys, he finally found the right key, which will help preserve countless iMode games for years to come. In another more harrowing venture, Ukrainian community member Craze had to leave his bomb shelter in the early days of the war to retrieve a pile of test phones, some equipment, also some Zeebo stuff too, and then hurried back to his shelter to continue his work. This led to the preservation of quite a few titles that would have otherwise been lost to time, including several Tetris variants like Tetris Blue. He's the same guy who got that Resident Evil 4 demo, by the way, and tons of other games too, like the full English release of Metal Gear Solid Mobile. Another team member, Memory Hunter, has saved over 2,000 freeware games so far, pretty much all on his own. We're not going to delve into the long and very technical details of dumping, but we want to highlight the efforts that these guys are making in the name of games preservation. It is a lot harder than some might think, and this small team is making a huge difference with limited resources, and they have our thanks. But okay, back to the games now. If you are a Pokemon trivia fiend, you might have heard of a game called Pokemate before. Instead of Game Freak, it was developed by Square Enix, who were heavily invested into the mobile space. And you'll hear a lot more about that when we cover Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy in a minute. Pokemate's claim to fame is being the first Pokemon mobile game, and as such, was pretty simple in execution. More of a pet simulator than a grand adventure, Pokemon can't level up or battle, you just catch and take care of them. You can also befriend up to 16 other real-life players, and you use any Pokemon you've caught as your avatar. So for example, if you send a text or voice message to a buddy, on their end, one of your Pokemon will walk into their house and deliver your message. Probably the most interesting thing about Pokemate are the Pokemon sprites themselves, which are totally unique to this title. The game launched in 2006 between generations 3 and 4 and basically adds brand new poses and animations for Pokemon Emerald sprites. Let's use Pikachu as an example. Here are the static frames from Pokemate compared to the ones that are in Emerald. Now here's some Pokemate sprites in motion. There's hundreds of them. Pokemate has been designated lost media since it shut down in 2008. Luckily though, preservationists managed to find a phone with Pokemate pre-installed a few months ago. Unfortunately, they don't have everything, only the base game. They are still missing DLC that added new areas and Pokemon. With more of the right phones, they can archive every last sprite for fans to view on Bulbapedia, use in fan games, whatever y'all want to do with them. And of course, finally Pokemate playable in English for the very first time. The existence of a few more Pokemon games were discovered as this video was just about to finish. Games like Wigglytuff Guild, Apprentice Lookout, Pokemon Watching, and a litany of subscription services that provided Pokemon-themed ringtones, wallpapers, Who's That Pokemon-style quizzes, and other miscellaneous content. And it turns out that some of these games date back to at least 2004, which means despite its reputation, Pokemate was not the first Pokemon mobile game. These new discoveries are still being researched, but it seems there is another treasure trove of assets and oddities that, until now, had gone completely untapped. At least 24 Bomberman games came to K-Tai. Too many to cover in this video, so we'll just highlight a couple, starting with Bomberman Kart 3D. It is exactly what it sounds like, Mario Kart, but Bomberman. We choose up to 8 different drivers and different karts to duke it out on the raceway with bombs, blocks, bullets, and boosts. It's got 3 difficulties, and for the right Bomberman fan, could be a ton of fun. The other one is Bomberman RPG. It's got a ton of characters, an in-game economy, leveling up, pretty much everything you'd expect except turn-based fights. So it's really more of an action RPG where Bomberman must save Dokokano Village in an over 6-hour adventure. Neither game has been preserved at this point, unfortunately, but hopefully they will be soon and translated into English. Square Enix put out some of the biggest and most expensive phone titles, like Before Crisis Final Fantasy VII, which takes place 6 years before the original PlayStation game. Before Crisis focused on the Turks, Shinra's intelligence agency, with the player going on missions throughout Midgard to investigate the terrorist group Avalanche. The plot is pretty in-depth actually, but we won't spoil it here. As far as gameplay, it's a real-time action RPG that took unique advantage of the hardware it was released on. To get new materia, you'd use your phone's camera to take pictures of real-world objects. If you photographed something predominantly, let's say pink, it would generate cure materia. Photograph something red, you'd get fire materia, and so on. Before Crisis's 25 story chapters released periodically starting in 2004, and unfortunately for us, the game auto-deleted previous chapters when new ones downloaded. Thus, it's impossible to get lucky and find a Japanese phone with the full game. Instead, what we gotta do is buy tons of phones and identify the ones where the previous owners stopped playing after chapters 1, 2, 3, and so on. Before Crisis is one of the most sought after K-Tai games, but so far, we only have a couple chapters. Though it is worth noting that Before Crisis' story will soon be recreated in the modern mobile game Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, although the gameplay is different and some story elements will probably be changed or left out. The same goes for Final Fantasy VII's Dirge of Cerberus Lost Episode. Unlike most other games covered in this video, Dirge of Cerberus Lost Episode did get an English localization, but it met a similar fate, never found, preserved, or dumped. The Lost Episode's story takes place in the middle of the original PS2 game, Dirge of Cerberus. Square described it as, quote, effectively revealing the missing chapter from the PS2 version. Again, we won't be spoiling anything here. It did have voice acting in its cutscenes, which was really impressive for its time. Releasing only 7 months after the original, Lost Episode was also a continuation in terms of gameplay, a 3D first-person shooter. The game is divided into about 16 chapters, but as of this video's publication, only the first 5 have been recovered. A year later, Square Enix released Kingdom Hearts Coded, a canon entry taking place after Kingdom Hearts 2. The gameplay is in line with the mainline series so much that it eventually got remade on the DS as Kingdom Hearts Recoded. Square also made some smaller games that didn't get re-released, like Kingdom Hearts Card Struggle and Kingdom Hearts Gummy Ship Studio, along with some smaller Final Fantasies like FF7 Snowboarding. Our 300 phones are still in the process of getting cracked and dumped, and so far we found some Final Fantasy Chocobo spin-offs, but that pales in comparison to what happened while this video was in production. One of the guys we're working with, Naoya Shinota, managed to get over a dozen Square Enix games off of a single phone. He had to negotiate about 3 years with one Japanese superfan to finally get him to give up his old phone. Final Fantasy IV The After Years, Kingdom Hearts Coded, Before Crisis Lost Episode, and tons more were fully or at least partially recovered thanks to Naoya, and they are currently in the process of being made playable in an emulator. Just goes to show how big a difference one device can make when it comes to preservation. Back in the day, Crash Bandicoot was PlayStation's de facto mascot, so we'd be remiss if we didn't mention his one Keitai game, Crash Bandicoot Intuition. It's just a minigame collection similar to Mega Man Intuition and WarioWare, but let's be honest, if it is ever found, Crash fans are more likely to use Intuition for memes than actually playing the game for entertainment, but I personally support this. Speaking of games that are interesting just because they exist, even if they're not especially fun to play, now's probably a good time to breeze through some big IP shovelware. Keitai phones, of course, had no shortage of recognizable franchises willing to stamp their brand onto unoriginal card games, minigames, and other low-budget projects, like Phoenix Wright Poker. If you're an Ace Attorney fan who also loves poker, you might enjoy this mashup, but otherwise it's not an especially memorable experience. The same can be said for Phoenix Wright Hanafuda, Devil May Cry Reversi, Jet Set Radio Typing, and countless others. There's more shovelware that was maybe more original but still low quality stuff, like Dino Crisis Dino Egg, One Piece Sanji's Cooking Class, and a Nights into Dreams puzzle game. There are even a few that you could argue are high quality shovelware, but still not big enough to really dwell on in this video, like Breath of Fire Dragon Fisherman and Resident Evil Zombie Buster. Keitai phones had hundreds, untold heaps of games from historic franchises. Too many to list, let alone cover in depth. In fact, there is undoubtedly some we don't even know exist yet, but maybe they'll be discovered on a phone out of nowhere. It happens more and more frequently nowadays. Preservationists out there are trying to get their hands on every Keitai game, big or small. So whether you are hankering for $1 million Final Fantasies on your Steam Deck, or would rather relax with some Street Fighter Solitaire on your phone, you can rest assured they are on the job. 3 years ago, we made a video called Japan's Game Preservation Crisis, back before the final Keitai storefront closed down, encouraging folks to join the mobile preservation scene so all these games have a better chance of getting saved. And not that we're taking credit for it at all, but hey, the situation has improved since that video came out. One of the community leaders, Rockman Cosmos, told us the future is looking bright, and they've managed to preserve more games in the last 2 months than they had in the last 2 years. But there is still a lot of work to be done, and time is of the essence. The preservationists need programmers and translators. If you got the skills and the time to spare, please consider joining the Keitai Wiki Discord where all this work goes down. For many specific phone models, including some of the 300 we paid for, we still aren't able to crack and mine what's inside. The bigger games could greatly benefit from translation, and more emulation support is so sorely needed. We have links below for anyone who's interested. Please check them out.
Did you know? There's been dozens of unreleased games throughout history that have since been recovered and preserved online. There are thousands of unreleased games out there, and sometimes a nearly finished prototype emerges. Or if we're lucky, the actual source code of a game gets found on an old surviving disc. In this video, we'll be looking at several canned games, looking at why they were never released and how they got discovered and where they are now. Look out for some exclusive information in this video, as there will be plenty of it from our talks with game developers, collectors, and fellow historians. To give you a prime example of a lost and found game, let's take a look at Super Mario 64 DD, the planned Nintendo 64 disk drive port of the revolutionary 3D platformer. The Nintendo 64 disk drive was a peripheral add-on with a higher 64 megabyte capacity and rewritable storage. Although it first got unveiled at Nintendo's 1995 Shoshinkai trade show, the 64 DD would not see store shelves until December 1999 due to long delays caused by poor N64 sales. This resulted in dozens of games either getting canned or moving back to the regular N64 format. Some titles included early versions of Mother 3 and Pokemon Snap, and a new release of You guessed it, Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 DD was shown off at Shoshinkai in 1996 and featured a different title screen, sound engine, and curiously, no face-stretching model at the beginning. Don't be fooled, this is not some lost sequel or expansion to Mario 64. It is a slightly different build of the original game. It's actually not all that easy to make a Mario 64 expansion on the 64 DD, as the base game's code doesn't support the 64 DD's functions. While visiting Japan in December 2013, French N64 collector Jimmy130 found a copy of Mario 64 DD hiding in plain sight at a second-hand shop. The disc was priced at 22,900 yen, about $250 US in today's money, with a build date of November 22nd, 1996. It was colored the standard gray, unlike the usual 64 DD dev discs, which are blue. Jimmy130 was well aware of what it was. He'd been researching it on his blog since 2008, back when only a few photos were known to exist. 64 DD discs are notoriously fragile and can easily corrupt, but Jimmy130 and other game preservationists were able to get it dumped and documented online. Thankfully, this was one title that was saved for the ages, and a simple tale of a game that became lost media but was fortunately found. Our next story is not only about a lost game, but also a lost piece of hardware for one of the most iconic consoles of the 1990s. In 1993, when virtual reality was a hot new thing, Sega unveiled a home VR product for the Genesis, the aptly named Sega VR. The add-on was shown at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show with 2 LED screens, a high-functioning IMU, and a ludicrously low price for the time of $200. For comparison, a basic VR kit in 1991 would typically cost over $250,000 when considering stuff like the graphics supercomputer and positional tracking equipment. The low recommended retail price was made possible due to Sega's partnership with Silicon Valley startup Ono Sendai. Ono Sendai was founded by entrepreneur Mark Pesky in July 1991 in Cambridge, Massachusetts, with the company starting in earnest in San Francisco, November 1991. Pesky had worked in virtual reality since the late 80s and was well aware of the potential it had, and their patented tracking solution used in the Sega VR could be manufactured for only $1. When the Sega VR debuted at SCES 1993, 4 compatible games were shown with it. There was Iron Hammer, a tank combat game by Novalogic, Outlaw Racing, a simple racing title, Matrix Runner, a Snatcher-inspired murder mystery, and Nuclear Rush, a high-speed cyberspace adventure intended as a pack-in game. Nuclear Rush was the brainchild of Futurescape Productions, a small California company founded in October 1992 by ex-EA programmers Kenneth Hurley and Kevin McGrath. Sega of America producer Jesse Taylor, who'd worked with Hurley and McGrath at EA, recommended their new startup to the then president and CEO, Tom Kalinske. Kalinske was impressed with the team's resume, and Futurescape got picked as the first of 4 developers on the Sega VR. As stated in a 1993 press release, Nuclear Rush is a cataclysmic trek into a post-nuclear gold rush, where low-level nuclear waste is bartered as an energy source. You are posing as a nuclear pirate, piloting a hovercraft through radioactive wastelands guarded by heavily armed robots and drones. Kevin McGrath would serve as lead programmer alongside Matthew Hubbard, a veteran game developer behind Atari VCS titles such as Dolphin and Double Dunk. Tom Colley and Rick Lucy would supply the artwork, and Tara Packard would do minor uncredited work on the backgrounds. Futurescape worked closely with Sega of America and Sega Japan and was given a prototype headset to work with. Other Sega VR developers did not. Nuclear Rush was completed and even got a box art painted for it, but due to glitches in the hardware, it had to be put on hold. Preliminary work began on a possible sequel codenamed Chameleon, but it didn't go very far. Even worse, members of Stanford Research Institute were warning Sega of the hazards of Sega VR. Headaches and dizziness would occur if the graphics were out of sync with the actual movement of the player's head, and young users could get hurt. According to Mark Pesky in a 2010 interview with Audioholics, Sega took the test results from Stanford and buried them in fear of lawsuits and consumer backlash. The Sega VR never made it to market, and neither did the truth about its cancellation. Sega claimed in the press that the headset was so powerful, so immersive and realistic that it could not be shipped. Suffice to say, that wasn't true. After the death of Nuclear Rush, Futurescape Productions would continue making games for the Genesis, including a canceled title for the Sega Menacer peripheral and a film noir-inspired platformer for EA that was never finished. Futurescape's only credit on a published game was a special thanks on Balls 3D, released by Accolade in 1994. The company would cease operations later that year. Fast forward to July 2020, and co-founder Kenneth Hurley, now a manager at Google, was approached by a researcher from the preservation group Gaming Alexandria. In operation since 2015, Gaming Alexandria primarily focuses on scanning gaming magazines and dumping rare and unreleased games. The Sega VR games are somewhat of a white whale for staff member Dylan Mansfield, and Hurley was happy to talk to him about his work on the headset. Hurley had kept a vast collection of source code from his 40 years as a game developer, and after a few weeks of chatting, he dug up an old CD-ROM dated August 6, 1994 containing most of the Futurescape library. Although the nearly complete source code for Nuclear Rush was available on Hurley's disk, a compiled binary, an executable build, could not be found. Searching for someone who could put it all together again, Mansfield reached out to Rich Whitehouse, head of digital conservation at the Video Game History Foundation. The VGHF is a non-profit organization founded by Frank Cifaldi, dedicated to preserving, celebrating, and teaching the history of games. In October 2020, the VGHF started the Video Game Source Project, which is focused on preserving source code, arguably the best resource for researching a game's development. Source code helps us know when every asset got made, why some content was cut, and how certain elements changed over time. For example, if we convert the old LBM files in the Nuclear Rush source code to .png, we can see dozens of scrapped graphics as well as the evolution of the game's HUD. While looking over Nuclear Rush's code, Rich Whitehouse quickly discovered problems with the Sega VR. The refresh rate for its stereoscopic images was only 15 Hz, almost 5 times lower than the 72 Hz minimum for Oculus Quest. Some of Rich's research was especially challenging. Important files like vr.doc and vr.text were completely missing in the Nuclear Rush source, so he had to figure out how the headset worked without them. On his first attempt running the ROM, Whitehouse was met with a blank screen checking for a head tracker. He found out that all interaction with the headset happens through the second controller. Presumably, this is where the headset would be plugged in. Simulating the movements, Whitehouse used the right joystick of an Xbox 360 controller hooked up to his PC. The final steps consisted of building OpenVR support into a working Genesis emulator, which meant repositioning the panels and fixing any peculiarities from 1994. Whitehouse was able to play the Sega VR on his HTC Vive VR headset, and Nuclear Rush got to run in virtual reality for the first time in over 25 years. The OpenVR emulator, alongside 2 compiled versions of Nuclear Rush, would be released on the VGHF website on November 20th, 2020, as part of their source project. It was the first game for the Sega VR and the first game by the luckless Futurescape Productions. This was an unreleased game for an unreleased piece of hardware which was recreated without even touching it, a feat that couldn't have happened without Kenneth Hurley generously donating his old work to researchers. Before founding the Video Game History Foundation, Frank Cifaldi ran Lost Levels, a website primarily committed to finding unreleased Nintendo Entertainment System titles. When Lost Levels began in 2003, only 4 unreleased NES games had been preserved online. Today, there's nearly 70, including some fascinating relics like a scrapped 8-bit port of SimCity and a lost license platformer from Capcom, the California Raisins. For those unaware, the California Raisins was created by the California Raisins Advisory Board in the mid-80s as a marketing ploy for, you guessed it, California Raisins. 4 anthropomorphic claymation raisins animated by Will Vinton Studios would debut in a 1986 commercial singing rhythm and blues to a crowd of fruit. The ad became widely popular and turned the raisins into a merchandising powerhouse. There were toys, comic books, Halloween costumes, 4 studio albums, a 13-episode cartoon series, and, of course, video games. In 1988, the raisins appeared in an original title for Commodore 64, Apple II, and DOS computers, in which the jazzy dried grapes ran around a cereal factory in search of their lost band members. In December 1989, Applesauce Licensing, who did most of the licensing for the raisins, announced their collaboration with Capcom on an action-packed Mega Man-style game for the Nintendo Entertainment System called the California Raisins: The Grape Escape. The Grape Escape was commissioned by Capcom USA because they wanted to escape the development stranglehold of Japan and become more independent. Radiance Software, a California-based studio operated by Capcom product development director Christopher Riggs, was tasked with creating the game. Radiance would handle the design, while Interactive Designs, ironically, did the software. Interactive Designs was founded around 1986 by Rod and Nancy Nakamoto in Torrance, California, and had previously worked on arcade versions for both the Commodore 64 and PC. California Raisins was their first foray into console development. In addition to Christopher Riggs doing design, the game's small staff at Interactive Designs consisted of Robert Morgan on programming, Scott Etherton on music, and Nancy Nakamoto on graphics. As Robert Morgan told Lost Levels, "If memory serves, I programmed The Grape Escape in the summer of 1990. I was in college at the time, partway through the computer science program at Cal Poly Pomona. After class, I would drive up the hill to Diamond Bar, to the home of Rod and Nancy Nakamoto. I remember development being slow since the tools felt particularly arcane, even for 1990. I also only had about 4 pages of documentation on the whole machine, so there was quite a guessing game. Being so far down the chain of relationships made it difficult to get questions answered. Development was pretty fun on this project. We didn't get too bogged down in anything, and the game came together fairly smoothly. One interesting anecdote about the game is that when you press select, the raisins start moonwalking. Considering the California Raisins previously collaborated with Michael Jackson for commercials, it seemed perfectly on brand. According to Robert Morgan, it was nothing more than a simple glitch. I got some direction wrong and the raisin was moving backward. It looked like he was moonwalking. We all looked at it and said, hey. In the end, California Raisins: The Grape Escape was finished and ready to go after a development of roughly 5 months. According to Rod Nakamoto, the game's cancellation had to do with its prominent coverage in gaming magazines. In late 1990, Interactive Design sent a review copy to Game Players magazine for preview. It would make the front cover of their January 1991 issue alongside a 6-page preview. Capcom USA did not tell Interactive Designs that the game was being made in secret, so when it graced the front of Game Players, that was when Capcom Japan became aware of its existence. They were furious and had Capcom USA cancel the project. They refused to publish a game that wasn't developed in Japan. Thankfully, the developers still got paid. Interactive Designs continued doing console work, eventually getting purchased by Sega in 1992 and becoming Sega Interactive Development Division. Rod Nakamoto remained with the company as general manager until its closure in September 1996. Radiant Software continued making small NES games for other companies, including Rollerblader Racer for High-Tech Expressions and The Great Waldo Search for THQ. They shut their doors sometime in 1993. As for the California Raisins, their advertising campaign declined because it became too costly for raisin farmers to keep up. The California Raisins Advisory Board ceased operations in July 1994 following the controversy, but the Raisins are still remembered as one of the strangest pop culture icons of the late 1980s. Cut to the early 2000s, and The Grape Escape is considered a holy grail among NES collectors. The promise of a lost Capcom platformer similar to their 8-bit Mega Man and Disney games enticed many gamers. In late 2002, Brendan Murphy, a 21-year-old man from Jacksonville, Florida, sat at a local retailer with his friends when a woman walked in. She had a stack of NES cartridges with homemade labels: Mega Man 2, Platoon, and a mysterious game labeled Raisins. The woman had got them from a friend who worked for some gaming company. They were originally a gift for her son, but the child didn't want them anymore as he had recently purchased an Xbox. Murphy was quick to tell the woman that what she brought in were prototypes and offered to take the Raisins game from her. She agreed and gave it to him for free for his advice. At the time, Murphy did not know this game was unreleased and just wanted it for the Capcom label on the front. After posting about it online, serious collectors began messaging him for the cartridge, sending offers as high as $3,000. Rather than take the cash, Murphy decided to make the ROM available to everyone and donated the binary file to Lost Levels. Many collectors dropped out after this, and the most he could get for his exceptional prototype was $600 from Lionel Hutz, a staff member at Lost Levels and proprietor of the website SegaSaturn.org. They would sell it sometime after. On December 18, 2004, Brandon Murphy would pass away at the age of 22 following a dispute with one of his roommates. As reported by the Florida Times-Union, 27-year-old Angus Wallen and Kara Wynn shot Murphy, took his car, debit card, and remaining Nintendo games, and then lit the apartment on fire. They were convicted of first-degree murder, robbery, and arson. Brandon Murphy will be remembered for his generosity and contributions to video game preservation. His original California Raisins prototype is now in the safe hands of collector Jeremy Smith, who has amassed dozens of materials related to unreleased Nintendo Entertainment System games. Digino Gaming was able to get in touch with Smith, who sent us some exclusive photos of Murphy's cartridge, alongside the original box art for the game painted by artist Greg Winters. Smith tells us he bought the game from an unidentified collector who reportedly owned over 300 NES prototypes at one point. Smith found The Grape Escape hiding in one of the collector's photos and offered to buy the game, along with 2 other prototypes, for an undisclosed price. Note that the original file released on Lost Levels was not in fact the Murphy cartridge, but rather a slightly later gold version of the game sent by Robert Morgan halfway through their research. Murphy's would be released a little bit later. Another unreleased NES game uncovered by Lost Levels is Bioforce Ape. Bioforce Ape is, without a doubt, the most infamous title on today's list. The story of this game and how it got found is a story of mystery, hoaxes, and monkeys in diapers. It's so bonkers we even briefly considered doing a video on just this story, so get comfy for this one. Bioforce Ape is believed to be developed by Sega, a Japanese arcade company known for shooter games like Twin Eagle, Meta Fox, and Arbalester. Sega was started by Jun Fujimoto in August 1982 as Seta Kikaku. It was reorganized as Sega Corporation in October 1985 and found its home in Tokyo, making titles for both the arcade and Famicom. A North American branch, Sega USA, was incorporated in Nevada in December 1989. In addition to doing video games, Sega also designed and produced gambling machines, medical equipment, and interactive television products. At its start, most of Sega's Famicom games took a safer route, in that they were ports of existing arcade titles like 1988's Thunder and Lightning. But as they became more comfortable with the console, their work got weirder with original games like the Twainian platformer The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and, of course, Bioforce Ape. Bioforce Ape made its North American debut at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in June 1991, and starred a genetically altered superhuman monkey in a diaper, searching for his lost human family in massive warehouses and labyrinths. It was an action game made special by a super speed scrolling technique and buttery smooth character animations, 2 incredibly impressive things to see on a standard Nintendo Entertainment System. While researching this video, we got exclusive information about the game from the Game Developer Research Institute, a website focused on documenting the companies companies and people behind classic video games. In 2010, GDRI briefly spoke to Chuck Vowell, Director of Engineering and Product Development at Sega USA. Vowell was one of 6 members of Sega USA during Bioforce Ape's production and had this to say about the game. Bioforce Ape was a very interesting property. When we showed at the summer CES in Chicago, our booth was packed with other developers trying to figure out how we produced those types of scroll rates without supporting hardware. In Japan, Sega played a key role in the overall function of the industry, developing the software and hardware used by most of the major players. Even the Nintendo software development system used and sold by Nintendo to other Japanese licensees was a Sega product. As I understand it, these were shipped directly from Sega. More information on the game was uncovered when the 2020 Nintendo GigaLeak on 4chan gave access to the Nintendo Lot Check. For those unaware, the Lot Check is a process that ensures a Nintendo game's quality before it gets manufactured. When the title gets approved with the Nintendo seal of quality, it can make it onto store shelves. Using this data, we know that Sega submitted Bioforce Ape for a Famicom release in May 1991. What this means is that Bioforce Ape was most likely completed. There's no definitive answer to why it was never released, but Chuck Vowell recalls many publishers viewing the game as unprofitable. He stated, "After CES, I don't think anyone was really sure if it would be more profitable to release it or accept an offer on it, and possibly never see its release. I do recall that while the innovation was impressive, the game didn't have a lot else going for it. As always, to build in enough to flesh out the game would mean going to larger ROMs and driving the sales price too high to be successful." The April 1992 issue of Nintendo Power claimed the game would be sidelined for the foreseeable future, saying, "Apparently Sega does not want any monkey business right now." For years, Bioforce Ape eluded collectors. The lack of information combined with the bananas plot of a raging wrestling diaper monkey made it somewhat of a beast in the early days of the internet. On October 26, 2005, a man named Paul Brown would make a post on the classic gaming forum Digital Press. While visiting his relatives in Carson, California, Brown found a mysterious white-labeled NES cartridge hiding in a box at a yard sale. To the shock of everyone, it was the final build of Bioforce Ape, dated June of 1991 and addressed to Sega USA. Brown began posting photos of the game in action, and it was more insane than people could have imagined. The monkey would fight against sumo wrestlers and four-armed mutants, running around an infinite hallway searching for his husband, wife, and kids. If the player pushed the A and down buttons, the monkey would unleash a fart attack so powerful that it caused the game to violently corrupt. After seeing the screenshots, the forums broke out into a fight. Some members wanted Brown to dump the game for prosperity, others told him not to, so he could maintain a higher market value of roughly $2,000. Several private collectors offered to buy Bioforce Ape. One person offered to trade it for an NES prototype of the Three Stooges. As the squabble continued, Brown would post 2 surprisingly relevant screenshots. We see some sort of butter monster teasing the monkey. It says, "Ja, I am made of der butter and you are worth 2K monies." The monkey correctly responds by punching the monster in the face, screaming the immortal line, "Eat communism!" By this point, most of Digital Press realized what was going on. Some users, however, still believed Brown and continued fighting for a few more days. Having seen the anger Bioforce Ape caused on the forum, Brown decided to put things to an end. On October 30th at 8:32 p.m., he would post a photo of the broken cartridge saying that it was too powerful and needed to be destroyed. Bioforce Ape was no more. In case it wasn't clear, the whole thread was an elaborate hoax. Paul Brown of Carson, California never existed. He was an alias by Digital Press regular Bratwurst. The cartridge was just a copy of Super Mario Bros. With the original sticker removed. The label was an aged envelope run through a printer and faded out in Photoshop. Bratwurst had been a part of Digital Press since the early aughts and was familiar with fake prototypes coming up on the forum. Weeks before the creation of Paul Brown, 2 pranksters claimed to have an unreleased NES prototype for The Legend of Zelda 3, a game that never existed. In a spring 2006 interview with Video Game Collector magazine, Bratwurst said, "The Zelda 3 prototype looked amateurish, and I wondered if I could come up with something that was actually convincing. I felt compelled to give people a reason to be wary in the future instead of confidently dismissing something as a fake or declaring it real at the drop of a hat." Everything was done from scratch while carefully scrutinizing magazine scans with screens from the real Bioforce Ape. I worked within the native resolution of the NES and kept in mind how televisions distort the graphics. Then I piped the images through a TV out card on my laptop onto a 36-inch television and took pictures with a digital camera. The charade was planned to end in a couple of ways. Whoever was going to dump the cart's data would receive an empty NES cartridge with an orange rubber monkey inside. One of the proto collectors would receive an unannounced package with the Bioforce Ape cart and a Super Mario Bros. Board. I heard from a few sources that some of the prototype collectors were starting to make deals based on the idea that one of them was going to get my cart and share the ROM. There wasn't any intent on my part to scam anyone of their money, and that was a potentially hot situation that needed to be cooled off. I ultimately went with the smashed cart picture because it was so immediate and guaranteed drama would ensue. The thread exploded into 13 pages of people going nuts. In the following years, Bioforce 8 became somewhat of a meme. In 2009, there were plans to turn Brown's game into a real homebrew, but it petered out after the programmer had issues with their computer. A competition cart would eventually be released in 2010 and included 2 levels, 1 boss fight, and a secret volleyball minigame with the Butter Monster. The same year, however, another Bioforce 8 prototype surfaced in a Yahoo Japan auction. It wasn't a hoax this time, it was real. It was in a Famicom Disk System RAM adapter shell, which can hold up to 4 EEPROMs. A standard cartridge can only hold 2. Notified by none other than Bratwurst himself, Frank Cifaldi and the rest of Lost Levels had an emergency meeting to discuss the listing. Getting donations from kind-hearted collectors and forum members, the team placed a bid. The auction ended at 250,000 yen on April 2nd, 2010, amusingly one day after April Fools. Lost Levels managed to get the cartridge, but when it arrived at the home of dumper Chris Koval, a photo emerged of the prototype smashed up in the mail. Thankfully, in the grand tradition of Bioforce Ape, the photo was a fake. The game arrived safe and sound and got dumped immediately. The prototype is now in storage at the Video Game History Foundation, a safe home for the weirdest NES game that we never got. On January 1st, 2022, the VGHF and fellow preservation website Hidden Palace would release a new US prototype from a private collector. It was identical to the Japanese build, but with a slight copyright change. The story of Bioforce Ape has become the stuff of legend, going from a tiny blurb in Nintendo Power to a crazy hoax to an even crazier real game. If it weren't for the hardworking historians, archivists, and collectors in the gaming community, all of these games would have been lost to time. This video would not be possible without them.
The 6th generation of home consoles played host to a multitude of licensed games, with new leaps forward in technology and a wider base of players than ever before, thanks in part to the explosive popularity of the PS2. Tie-ins to movies, TV shows and more were in great abundance. As the gaming press endeavoured to sort through them all, a trend of mixed to negative reviews set in. Time-restricted development cycles, often to meet movie release dates, led to many of these titles receiving a critical mauling. Unsatisfied fans and critics fueled a stigma around licensed games throughout the 2000s, but occasionally some games managed to defy the norm, games such as the Simpsons Hit and Run. The press responded well to this driving-centric open-world adventure, and it would go on to be one of the highest-selling licensed games of the generation, with an enduring cult following. Regardless of its astronomical success, the title would mark developer Radical Entertainment's final game to use the IP. A sequel to Hit and Run never surfaced, despite an unrelenting outcry from fans spanning well over a decade. It was an acknowledgement of the continued reverence for the game that I went in search of the developers behind it. I spoke at length with numerous former employees from Radical to learn more about the history of their Simpsons games and why a Hit and Run 2 never materialized. In the year 2000, a new generation of consoles was beckoning, and the Simpsons license holders were in talks for their characters to star in a video game for this new hardware. Pitches were heard from studios all over the world, but it was Vancouver-based Radical Entertainment that managed to stand out from the crowd. Their proposal came about partly by coincidence. A small group at the company had been experimenting with an original driving game prototype around this time. When the studio learned that Gracie Films and Fox were looking to create a new Simpsons game, the realization came that the property would be a natural fit for what they had already been working on. Former employees say this open-ended driving game of theirs came to life when mixed with the personality of The Simpsons. The player would provide a taxi service for the residents of Springfield, picking them up and taking them to a destination of their choosing as quickly as possible, a la Crazy Taxi. Radical saw this as a fresh angle for Simpsons video games, with a premise that enabled them to showcase a variety of different character interactions. Gracie Films agreed, and the game was soon put into production. It would become known as The Simpsons Road Rage. According to former Radical producer Vlad Saroldi, however, initial outlines for the game were far more ambitious than the final product. For much of its development, Road Rage had been set to portray a fully open-world Springfield. Outside of 1997's virtual Springfield, this was the first game to attempt to realize the whole town in 3D space, an undertaking which warranted constant back and forth with the rights holders. Players would have zipped all over the landscape seamlessly without loading screens as they ferried citizens from one side to another. Alas, this plan was held back by the technical limitations of one system in particular, the PlayStation 2. For the majority of development, Radical had experienced no such issues. They found that the PS2's development hardware could handle the large world they were aiming for, which had been almost entirely mapped out. But, as the game's technical director Vlad Saroldi explains, problems arose when the retail PS2 units arrived with unexpectedly revised specs.
The speed of the drives of the retail units were not as efficient or as reliable as the dev units. So we could not get the data fast enough off the disks in order to populate the worlds the way we had designed everything. So a little early screw up on my part probably. At the last minute, we were going to go publish the game. We got dates and everything else. We had to redesign the levels like crazy.
These complications forced the developers to abruptly redesign the whole game in a short time frame, chopping it up into smaller levels to salvage its performance. The last-minute changes left visible scars on the game's world, as the developers tried to account for why players could not continue driving along certain roads. Obstacles like vehicle pileups inexplicably block the player's path if they attempt to access a different region of Springfield.
It was pretty compelling for that era of device. Pretty disappointing at the very last minute to realize it wasn't going to work as we had designed.
This wasn't the only considerable change to sweep the game mid-development. According to game historian Andrew Borman, its textures and colour palette were noticeably revised following feedback from Simpsons creator Matt Groening. Older builds of the game had a brighter, more cartoony look that was more in line with the show, but this was apparently not to Groening's liking. He wanted Road Rage to stand apart from the show and look more like a video game. These suggestions are further supported by the claims of some of the developers I spoke to myself. In earlier meetings with the license holders, it said that Radical had initially proposed basing the visuals of Road Rage around the Treehouse of Horror short Homer Cubed. The story depicted Homer entering a portal into another world where everything is rendered in 3D. This idea was soon shot down by Gracie Films, who wanted it to adopt a more original art direction. Similarly, some attempts to expand Springfield beyond what was seen in the show were also held back by licensor demands and time constraints. According to multiple former employees, the setting was once intended to be much larger and include more original gags from the developers. An example of this provided by Vlad Saroldi was a shop named Gnome Depot, a pun on Home Depot, which was eventually cut. The Simpsons Road Rage released in 2001 on PS2, GameCube and Xbox to moderate success, enough for a follow-up to be commissioned. The working title for this project was simply The Simpsons Road Rage 2. The team was set on creating a direct sequel that would more closely follow the open world setup originally intended for the first game, as well as adding on-foot exploration. Players could now exit their vehicles, allowing them to enter iconic Simpsons locales like the Quickie Mart and Homer's workstation at the power plant. As the scope of the game continued to balloon, it was decided that it would no longer be a numbered sequel and would instead become another original title named The Simpsons Hit and Run. By all accounts, the developers were aiming for new heights of fan service, cramming in as many references to the source material as possible. According to Vlad Saroldi, one of its producers, they attempted to establish what he describes as a cadence to the environments, in that players would regularly encounter a recognizable landmark or reference to the show as they drove about. They wanted to reward exploration by always having something familiar and amusing be right around the corner. Many of the developers I spoke to in the making of this video cited the studio's genuine love of The Simpsons for its success. Their reverence for the series was palpable enough that the Hit and Run team even named itself after a fairly obscure reference from it, Fishbulb. This was a nod to the episode In Marge We Trust, wherein Homer is startled to discover a mascot for a Japanese cleaning product named Mr. Spark, seemingly using his likeness. He later finds that it is actually a blending of two other existing corporate logos, a fish and a light bulb. As Radical upped their ambitions for this considerably larger game, they looked to other landmark video games for inspiration. Their platforming was influenced by Super Mario 64, their driving mechanics by Gran Turismo, and lastly Grand Theft Auto was looked at for exploration. The latter of those was such a key inspiration that employees would sometimes jokingly refer to the project as Grand Theft Auto internally. The development of Hit and Run in general proceeded with fewer hiccups than Road Rage. A more experienced staff meant a greater understanding of the hardware, which emboldened them to try new things. However, some developers say that large parts of the game's story were reiterated over, leading to many hours of work being scrapped. Without warning, Gracie Films decided to revise the script partway into development, diverging from the initial storyboards Radical had prepared. According to Vlad Saraldi, the changes were substantial and led to a story that was completely different from their original plan. It wasn't just the rights holders who were second-guessing the project either. Some of Radical's own workers were voicing doubts about its quality.
There was a time where we weren't sure how it was going to turn out. That was probably about 2/3 of the way through development. We had taken on such ambitious ideas that we weren't sure that what we were building was... Literally, one of the guys said we're polishing a turd.
Radical staff began to realize that more time would be required in order for them to deliver on their vision for the game. With deadlines looming, they met with publisher Vivendi Games to request an extension. They sought to delay the game, and to their surprise, Vivendi was receptive to their request, agreeing to push it back as to not compromise on quality. A further 3 months were granted on top of the already agreed 18 months. For context, Road Rage was developed in only 11 months. The additional time allowed them to further polish their mechanics and pile on more detail to the environments, adding new interiors to buildings.
You know, they were game to spend more money and more time, which is rare. You don't often get those opportunities. We had very little time, but the team was pretty enthusiastic about the additional time and how we could use it. Probably a bit freaked out too, if I remember, because it was pretty ambitious add-on to what was already pretty ambitious.
One mantra that the developers of Hit and Run employed during its creation was that they wanted fans to get access to all of its content and minimize barriers to forward progression. As such, a hidden adaptive difficulty system was implemented into the game, according to Saraldi. If a player fails a mission a certain amount of times, the game will dynamically alter its difficulty in order for players to more easily complete it. They can also opt to skip missions if they fail them 5 times in a row. Radical's devotion to the project paid off for them. Favourable reviews and strong word of mouth among fans propelled the game to financial success when it was released in 2003. Over time, sales snowballed, well exceeding the expectations of both Radical and Vivendi. According to sources linked to the two companies, there had been some considerations for a portable version of the game on PSP, although these were ultimately shelved to focus on other projects. In the years since its release, the game survived through its avid cult following. An active speedrunning community and petitions for sequels and remasters continue to thrive in 2019. Given its popularity, the lack of a follow-up has raised plenty of questions among fans. Multiple former staff from both Radical and Vivendi asserted that a sequel was indeed once being planned. A small number of developers at Radical were a part of these discussions, which began during the tail end of Hit and Run's production. Initially, these plans were seen as very tentative amid uncertainty over whether or not the first game would actually sell, as ex-Radical designer Darren Evanson explained. "We all knew that Hit and Run was fun, but we didn't know how sales were going to go. Needless to say, in the months after we shipped, we were pleasantly surprised at how well the public was responding to the game, and it really fed into our enthusiasm. For some of us, making a sequel was a no-brainer because that's what successful games usually did. Recognize when there's something hot and keep providing it until people don't want it anymore. But people wanted it, so we were fully planning on giving them what they wanted, and to be frank, it's what we wanted as well. We understood the license, we learned how to work with Gracie, and if we spent up to 2 years making it, we could have had an absolutely wonderful experience to give to people. So we started planning and started working under the assumption that something like this was going to happen. If these early considerations are any indication, Hit and Run 2's planned direction was simply to go bigger and better. The developers wanted to provide players with an even richer level of detail in its environments and an increased level of freedom. For my role, I spent it researching branching mission structures and mission variety, explained Evanson. I spent some time playing through GTA Vice City to learn how they set up their mission structure, and was planning for Hit and Run 2 to have a similar structure. It was going to be a bigger game, but it was going to be less linear, and really let people explore a virtual Springfield. It felt like this was going to be the game that was going to be the biggest hit we'd ever worked on. One developer cited plans to add more unique interactivity to each playable character, allowing certain characters to be able to access areas that were off limits to others. Another former designer likened their ideas to that of the LEGO games developed by Traveller's Tales in the 2000s, in that kid characters such as Bart would have been able to perform actions that the adults like Homer would have not, and vice versa. For instance, the children might have been able to fit into smaller spaces that were too big for the grown-ups. According to a former producer with ties to Fox, Hit and Run 2 was under consideration as part of a potential multi-game deal between the licensors and Vivendi. The success of Radical's two Simpsons projects had excited Fox, leading to this ambitious rollout being suggested. The multi-project partnership would have employed not only Radical, but could have also involved other external partners such as Stormfront Studios. They had been in talks with Vivendi to deliver an alternate take on The Simpsons as part of the aforementioned deal. Referred to by the developers as The Simpsons Adventure, this proposal transformed the town of Springfield into a medieval fantasy setting. Many of its iconic characters and settings would have been represented through the lens of this new twist, such as Moe's Tavern, which became Ye Olde Moe's. Either this or Hit and Run 2 moved forward as talks came to a close. Don Daglow, the former CEO of Stormfront, commented on the failure of their proposal. It was a pitch where the end result of licensing and publishing decisions prevented the game from ever being made. It was like pitching a wedding service to a couple who decide not to get married. Everyone loves your plan, but the ceremony will go elsewhere. According to a producer involved in these licensing negotiations, the issue had proven contentious among the higher-ups of Vivendi. On one hand, their Simpsons titles were hugely successful. On the other, the costs of renewing the license and making these games were considerable. Some people at Vivendi viewed it as potentially risky to continue revisiting the same well, and felt that it wasn't necessary for them to add more Simpsons games to their portfolio. The first Hit and Run was already forecast to continue providing a steady stream of revenue for some time to come. Meanwhile, they already had access to other popular franchises from entities like Marvel Comics that their partners could leverage, allowing them to diversify. Despite some internal division over the subject, Vivendi eventually declined to renew their contract with the Simpsons owners. The proposed deal that once could have brought 4 more Vivendi-produced Simpsons games fell through. 2 years after the release of Hit and Run, EA signed a contract with Fox to develop their own Simpsons title. They released the Simpsons game in 2007, although it failed to reach the critical success of Hit and Run, and plans for a sequel were subsequently scrapped. For some Radical Entertainment members like Darren Evanson, the demise of Hit and Run 2 was a source of deep regret. For me, that will always be one of the best times in the industry. We were working with friends on a game we felt was fun, and seeing it succeed. It's really too bad it ended there. Evanson claims there were brief talks to instead develop an open-world game in the mold of Hit and Run for the Family Guy license, but these suggestions were turned down by Radical's management, and they began to work on other projects such as The Incredible Hulk: Ultimate Destruction. For other employees, such as Vlad Saraldi, this presented a welcome change from The Simpsons following 5 years of working with the IP.
We had a lot of energy left. If they had wanted to make another Simpsons game right away, I think we would have had a lot of excitement. I was excited to explore some other IPs that were part of Vivendi. I was a Crash Bandicoot fan from the original PlayStation, and they had that property, and it had been not necessarily front and center in the public mind in a way that I thought it could be. So I myself was wanting to work with that, and subsequently we did.
In March 2005, following multiple successful partnerships, Vivendi bought Radical Entertainment out. 2 years later, Vivendi Games merged with Activision to become Activision Blizzard. Radical was able to release several more games in the years that followed, such as the open-world action game Prototype. A sequel to Prototype arrived in 2012, but was unable to meet sales targets set by Activision. The publisher responded by dissolving Radical Entertainment and laying off the vast majority of their workers. The Simpsons rights are now owned by Disney, following its acquisition of 20th Century Fox. For Hit and Run's developers, the continued calls for the game's revival stand as a testament to the team's passion and the quality of their work.
It was wildly successful from our perspective at that time. And so, yeah, people put their body and soul into trying to do everything they could in those 3 months to maximize our opportunity to create a great special product. And you know, we're still talking about it. So obviously the team did a great job of touching a nerve with fans as far as what they're hoping to see in video game form.
The original Banjo-Kazooie was released in 1998 on Nintendo 64, the eventual result of an arduous string of ill-fated projects at Rare. The game was nonetheless a critical darling and a hit among N64 owners. As such, ideas for Banjo to grow into a major franchise were soon stirring. A sequel made in the mold of the original, Banjo-Tooie, was put into development around the launch of the first game in June '98. Just 1 year later, another Banjo game was already brewing in the background at Rare. With Banjo fans well catered to on the N64, the company turned its attention towards Nintendo's portable system, the Game Boy Color. During the summer of 1999, a small group at Rare began drawing plans to take the Bird and Bear duo in a new direction with their first adventure for handhelds. The project first existed under the title Banjo-Kazooie GBC and was poised to reinvent the series for this less powerful platform. Their original concept, as detailed in this project plan shared by a former Rare developer, was for a 2D platformer game. Through various twists, the project would ultimately evolve into a top-down platforming adventure for Game Boy Advance. It was released in 2003, named Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. In an effort to understand more about the original vision for the game, I tracked down the architects of the now 20-year-old design documents. The first section of this literature was written on the 10th of August 1999 by Rare designer Desmond Hinkson. It focused not on how the game would play, but the narrative it would follow and how it would continue on from the events of the first Banjo-Kazooie. In fact, it was planned to be a more direct sequel than Banjo-Tooie was, taking place between the two games. At this early stage, the plot was noticeably different from how it would eventually end up in Grunty's Revenge on the Game Boy Advance. That game was set 2 months after Grunty's first defeat at the hands of Banjo and Kazooie. Unable to shift the rock she was imprisoned beneath at the climax of the first game, Grunty's minion Klungo creates a mechanical body for his mistress and transfers her soul into it. Grunty then seeks revenge on the two titular characters by first kidnapping Kazooie from Banjo's house. She then travels back in time, intent on preventing the Bird and Bear from ever meeting in order to undo her defeat and restore her original body. Mumbo uses his magic to send Banjo back in time to pursue her. As a side effect of the time travel spell, Banjo forgets his platforming moves from the first game and must relearn them from an old mole named Bozai throughout the game. The original synopsis, on the other hand, did not feature time travel and included different characters and settings. It opened a few years after Banjo-Kazooie as opposed to just 2 months. Banjo, Kazooie and Mumbo are holidaying on a farm. Bottles is also there, a character who doesn't appear in the final game at all. Furthermore, the documents do offer some context as to why Tutti, Banjo's sister, is no longer around, stating that she's away having an adventure of her own somewhere else. This idea was later dispensed with. The character was not mentioned in future games, save for a cameo in Banjo-Tooie where she can be spotted in a missing poster on the side of a milk carton. This version of the plot too would have featured Klungo creating a mechanized vessel for Grunty's spirit, although her evil schemes were somewhat different. She travels to the farm where the other characters are relaxing and unleashes a series of spells upon them. Bottles is transformed into a creature with 4 eyes, and Mumbo is cursed with excessively bad luck. She then warps Kazooie into an evil blue version of herself before kidnapping her. Mumbo runs after her, but his bad luck intervenes, and a comedic set piece follows in which a black cat scratches at his face, he runs under a ladder, and a mirror smashes on top of him. The blow leaves him with amnesia, unable to remember his spells. To make matters worse, Banjo has forgotten his moves in the peaceful years since the first game and must now relearn them. With his usual source for tutorials, Bottles, indisposed in his new form, Banjo seeks the counsel of Grandpa Mole, the father of Bottles. He may be blind as a bat, but the old curmudgeon taught him everything he knew, the document reads. As development went on, Grandpa Mole was changed to Boz-Eye, another mole from the past whose relation to Bottles was never specified. One key detail separating Grandpa Mole from Boz-Eye was that he would have relayed his lessons to Banjo by playing a crappy song, as the docs described it, on a gramophone. If the player collected enough musical notes, he would have also been able to use his music to open bonus levels wherein Banjo could collect honeycomb pieces to extend his life bar. In Grunty's Revenge, no such bonus levels exist, and the honeycomb collectibles are instead scattered around the various worlds. According to former Rare designer Gavin Hood, who was a part of the project from its inception, a major part of the game's early premise involved Gruntilda using Kazooie to enhance her maneuverability. With the evil bluebird stored in a backpack, she would have used Kazooie similar to how Banjo did in the previous game, pulling off various tag team platforming moves. At some point not too far into the game, Banjo would fight the witch and ultimately reclaim Kazooie, restoring her to normal. The majority of the adventure would have played out with their moveset expanded from then on. By October of 1999, this early form of the project came to be known as Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Curse. The person responsible for giving it that subtitle was Desmond Hinkson, who disclosed to me its supposed dual meaning. It apparently referred to both the curse Grunty was personally afflicted with, being bound in her spirit form, as well as the curse she had unleashed upon Banjo's friends. Evidently, a decent amount of time was spent developing these tentative plot and design details. Banjo's movesets, levels, enemy types and more are described in meticulous detail. Art was made for the documents, including sprites and menu concepts, demonstrating how it would fit within the constraints of the Game Boy Color screen. These included early renders of Banjo, Kazooie and Gruntilda in their reimagined 2D forms. With all of this laid out, the question remains, why wasn't this game made, and why did the final release deviate so much from this original plan? A large part of it, former developers say, was down to resource restrictions and timing. While the design documents were being drafted, there was no team available at Rare to make the game. According to Gavin Hood, he and other staff members were already busy on projects like Mickey's Speedway USA for Nintendo 64. This would remain the case into the year 2000. There was an expectation that Grunty's Curse would enter development as other projects crossed the finish line and more staff were freed up. However, another project took precedence. In 2000, Nintendo commissioned Rare to bring their SNES platformer Donkey Kong Country to its next handheld, the Game Boy Advance. Desmond Hinkson, who had written the plan for Banjo on Game Boy Color, was moved onto that project instead. With its lead designer otherwise engaged, Grunty's Curse was put into a state of limbo for some time to come. Once the port of Donkey Kong Country was sufficiently far along, Hinkson and other staff were finally at liberty to move forward with Banjo. The Game Boy Advance by this point had not long since released, and Rare was keen to capitalize upon it. According to Hinkson, it was Rare's management that decided to put his portable Banjo into production with a few provisos. It would now be made for Game Boy Advance as opposed to Color, and would undergo a shift in perspective. It would no longer be a 2D game, and would utilize a pseudo 3D isometric style to make it more in line with the other Banjo titles. It would continue to morph as their plans were adapted for this new hardware. There were many elements lost in this transition, including whole areas that had originally been set to appear. The largest cut was a world named Mohendra Banjo, described as a temple set deep in the jungles of the east. Rare imagined it as being populated with ancient traps like moving walls and spikes, as well as hazardous creatures, spiders and scorpions. No such enemies appeared in the final game. They'd also envisioned using giant snakes as ladders and having tribal wall art of Banjo references decorating the ruins. In the finished game, there exists a world named Freezing Furnace, an ice level, which contains a sub-area with a steelworks theme. In it, Banjo has to avoid some high-temperature hazards such as pools of bubbling lava. Originally, this area was intended to be its own separate world, dubbed Fiery Furnace. Lastly, there was supposed to be a more substantial section leading up to the final boss. Grunty's Lair was once supposed to be its own distinct world, a horror-themed environment that combined elements from previous worlds, like the spiders of Mahendra Banjo and the lava pits from Fiery Furnace. It would have served as Banjo's last trial before his showdown with Mecha Gruntilda. In Grunty's Revenge, no such area exists. Once the player has collected enough Jiggies, they can enter Grunty's castle and begin fighting her after a short cutscene. On the other hand, a number of different enemies were dropped too. Documents from October 99 considered bringing back more baddies from the original Banjo game, like the Big Butts from Mumbo's Mountain and the Muty Snippets from Clanker's Cavern. Some original enemies met the same fate, including magpies that would steal Banjo's items and rolling gluttonous gruntlings that would challenge Banjo to a race stroke pie eating contest. Overall, a considerable portion of content was scaled back as Rare iterated upon Hinkson's original plan. He explained why these parts in particular were curtailed. With the change to GBA came a condition, the pseudo 3D isometric view. This was really problematic. The GBA is not 3D hardware, so to handle the new environment I had to control my plans. It was a simple trade-off between the environments and the character interactions and story I wanted to explore. I had no choice but to prioritize the pseudo 3D world. Everything became more complicated, and we really pushed the GBA to its limits. In terms of concepts that didn't make it to the final game, every element in the game had to be weighed in terms of scope versus play value. I decided to go with the elements that our small team could do best and that players would enjoy most. Another element sacrificed in the project shakeup were certain transformations Banjo could undergo. A bumblebee form that would allow him to shoot stingers and traverse large gaps was scrapped, as was the idea for a gag transformation, the specifics of which had yet to be decided. A toaster with eyes or a milking machine had been entertained as possibilities. The nature of the project's evolution, which Hinkson discussed, helps us to understand why the story changed over time as well, but he ascribes another reason as for why the game's title was altered from Grunty's Curse to Revenge. The name change was a simple marketing decision, he said. It was felt that American parents would be less inclined to buy a game with Curse in the title. As for the game it once could have been, on Game Boy Color, Hinkson says that he imagined it as a 2D action platformer, somewhere between Donkey Kong Country and Kid Icarus. Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge released to positive buzz from critics in 2003. Its past would remain an obscure open secret from Rare history for years to come, although that didn't stop the developers from referencing their original plans in the final game. When a relieved Banjo rescues Kazooie in the Breagle Beach level, he exclaims, "Kazooie, am I glad to see you? I thought Grunty would have made you into a monster by now," a nod to the blue monster form of Kazooie that was ultimately scrapped. Toys for Bob was a subsidiary of Activision based in California. Founded originally in 1989, the company went on to create the hugely successful Skylanders franchise before breathing new life into 90s gaming icons Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon. For a time, the studio appeared to be going from strength to strength, until the early 2020s when their staff numbers steadily dwindled and they stopped making games of their own, with one notable exception. That was Crash Team Rumble, an online multiplayer Crash Bandicoot game that was ultimately short-lived. In this video, I'll be asking the question, what happened to Toys for Bob? Why did this maker of successful nostalgic platformers shrink and change in the way that it did between 2020 and 2024? With input from former developers, we'll examine the unusual development of Crash Team Rumble, take an exclusive look at some of their cancelled projects, and uncover the vision that they once had for the future of Crash and Spyro. Toys for Bob marked its debut in 1991 with Star Control, a landmark sci-fi strategy action game for home computers and the Sega Mega Drive. In the following years, they would develop a number of follow-ups before their pivot to licensed games around the turn of the century. Throughout the 2000s, games using TV and film licenses were a booming business, and Toys for Bob was keen to take advantage of that. Their work on games like Madagascar provided the studio with a steady stream of revenue, allowing them to support their growing crew of developers. These games were published by Activision in the beginning of a close partnership between the two companies. In 2005, they would deepen their ties further when Activision acquired Toys for Bob in its entirety. In the short term, this allowed the team greater stability and the opportunity to work on Activision franchises like Tony Hawk, but uncertainty lay ahead. While Toys for Bob's licensed games were generally well received, the market had become crowded with low-quality titles pumped out to meet tight deadlines. By the late 2000s, this once bountiful well had become poisoned. Players were gravitating towards licensed games less and less, prompting Toys for Bob to begin shifting away from them. What the studio needed now was an IP of their own. They began an initiative to find the next big thing with the backing of Activision. This entailed months of internal experiments from which emerged a prototype combining action figures with RFID chips. While Activision was willing to take on a degree of risk by funding the costly production of this toy-centric enterprise, they suggested Toys for Bob use one of their existing properties to entice players to the new game. They would ultimately choose Spyro, a decision that studio founder Paul Ritchie has said was key to defining the style and humor of the series, and instrumental to it finding an audience. The project was given the working title of Spyro's Kingdom before eventually evolving into Skylanders Spyro's Adventure, which launched in 2011 to huge commercial success. This marked the genesis of a popular new franchise, spawning multiple sequels and spin-offs. Toys for Bob would go on to develop these games alongside fellow Activision subsidiary Vicarious Visions throughout the 2010s. But the Toys to Life craze that the developers had kickstarted with Skylanders eventually trailed off as the decade went on. The market grew increasingly saturated, and consumers in turn started to lose interest, leading to a decline in sales. The true death knell for Skylanders, however, arrived in 2016 with the launch of Skylanders Imaginators from Toys for Bob. This game brought with it a number of new features, including the option to make your own Skylanders and playable Crash Bandicoot characters, but this wasn't enough to attract consumers. Although it was well received like previous entries, the game was a flop, selling only 66,000 units in its first month on sale in North America. This was a precipitous 41% drop from how its predecessor Skylanders Superchargers performed. Activision responded by scrapping future plans for the series, including a game early into development at Vicarious Visions. See my video on Vicarious Visions for more on that. Toys for Bob, meanwhile, was cast into another period of uncertainty. Rumors briefly swirled at Activision that their leadership was considering downsizing or even closing Toys for Bob altogether. Bitterly disappointed with the performance of Skylanders Imaginators, the studio became a prime candidate for cuts among Activision's heads. Ultimately, they elected to eliminate their art department almost entirely. Up until 2017, Toys for Bob had employed a team of full-time artists. Then Activision determined that they could save money by firing those people and replacing them with contract workers. These would be artists working remotely who would be paid less and receive fewer benefits. With these changes implemented, the studio's future remained somewhat unclear for the time being. One thing that was for certain, though, was the rise of remakes and remasters playing out at the time, which Activision was at the forefront of. Alongside work on Imaginators, Toys for Bob had been supporting the development of the Crash Bandicoot N. Sane trilogy, a remastered collection of the original Crash trilogy led by Vicarious Visions. As the launch of the game approached, demand for remasters of other games from that era, namely Spyro, began to grow, and Toys for Bob was listening. Given their history with the character, their experience gathered from the Crash N. Sane trilogy, and their availability for a new project, the opportunity presented itself for them to helm remasters of the original Spyro trilogy for modern systems. Although it soon became clear that more than mere remastering was in order. Early into development on the project, Toys for Bob made contact with Insomniac Games, the creators of the first Spyro games, in an effort to procure the relevant source code. However, they were told that Insomniac had lost the original assets. They were rumored to have been misplaced during a company move. In order to move forward, Toys for Bob had to essentially rebuild the entire 3 games from scratch. This entailed a painstaking process of combing over every creature and environment in an emulator and faithfully recreating it, consulting the original developers when necessary. They were aided in this endeavour massively by an invention called Spiroscope, which was made by a single programmer at the company named Steve Mariotti. This was a piece of software written over the course of just 2 months that scanned each game in an emulator and extracted the shapes and positions of each asset in the game world. In 2024, I spoke to Steve Mariotti, who offered the following technical specifics on how he achieved this. Quote, I hacked up an open source PS1 emulator to inspect the PS1 memory, and sent data over WinSock TCP sockets to a separate program I wrote using OpenGL running on the same computer to visualize and export the data. Spiroscope allowed them to essentially take a reading of each environment, including where every enemy and element was placed, so they could reimagine the art with the exact same scaling and level design intact. This would become an invaluable tool as they took on the enormous task of remaking 3 different games in around little over 1 year. Not only was this much less time than Vicarious Visions was given for the Insane trilogy, but it was undeniably the bigger job given the larger scope of Spyro's worlds. To meet this deadline, some work was outsourced to other studios like Vicarious Visions and Sanzaru Games. Ultimately, the core team ended up requesting more time to polish it up, which Activision agreed to. The Spyro Reignited trilogy was pushed from its initial target of September 2018 to its final release date of November 13, 2018. Partway into development on Spyro in late 2017, Toys for Bob expanded their ambitions even more and chose to take on another original project based around the Crash Bandicoot series. Earlier that year, the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy had launched to massive success, moving over 2.5 million units in its first 3 months alone. As such, Activision was finally open to continuing the series after years of shooting down pitches for new games. Some fans around this time speculated that Vicarious Visions, the primary developer behind the remastered trilogy, would be the natural fit to take on the next Crash game, but that was never planned to be the case. Before the Insane trilogy was even finished, Activision had already decided that Vicarious would shift towards providing additional work on Destiny 2 and Call of Duty. This left an opening for Toys for Bob to pick up the baton. Rather than a traditional single-player Crash title, however, their first take on the series was a multiplayer game. The core concept of it was that 2 teams would compete to collect the most Wumpa Fruit in a large 3D world, and there were a few different ideas for how they would go about this. Some early plans toyed with the idea of objective-based asymmetric gameplay. For instance, one scenario considered revolved around a rocket launch site on a snowy mountaintop. One team would collect Wumpa to fuel a rocket, whereas the opposing team would collect them to feed a large Yeti. Either one team would supply the rocket with the fuel needed to blast off, or the other would strengthen the ravenous Yeti enough for it to sabotage the launch. It wasn't until 2018 that this project, codenamed Lava, would begin to take shape as an early demo came together. Internally, this prototype was often referred to simply as Crash Multiplayer, but its de facto working title was Wumpa League. In their demo, 2 teams of 4 would scour wide open 3D levels for Wumpa Fruits and bring it to their team's bank to add it to their total score. Matches played out over the course of 3 rounds, each one set in a different level, and the team with the most Wumpa banked at the end of each 5-minute round would score 1 point in a best of 3 setup. Players could diminish the Wumpa count of opponents by attacking them and knock them out either by whittling down their health or by bumping them into stage hazards like bottomless pits. Over time, the gameplay evolved somewhat, and in addition to Wumpa, players would also collect melons and capture bananas by standing on pads for a few seconds to mark them for their team. A variety of different characters from the series were playable, including all of those later made playable in Crash Bandicoot 4, which were Crash, Coco, Torna, Dingodile, and Dr. Neocortex. Other characters being built for their prototypes around this stage included Fake Crash, Ripperoo, Papu Papu, N-Brio, N-Jin, and Nina Cortex. Each of the 5 characters from Crash 4 played essentially the same as they did in that game, with a few extra movement and combat options that were unique to each of them. For example, Cortex could launch himself vertically in a special move that doubled as an attack. All characters also came equipped with a parachute that could be deployed at any time with the left shoulder button to glide around levels. Players were able to catch updrafts with the parachutes in certain stages to propel themselves upwards. Some of these early prototypes utilized fan art as placeholder assets, such as this piece created by artist Fierce the Bandit, which was used in an early Wumpa League banner. The levels in Wumpa League were intended to be completely original creations inspired by the Crash universe, each with their own unique hazards and features. One tested out was a harbour in which players would run along boardwalks above a sea of toxic water. Every so often, waves would ripple through the level, forcing competitors to scale higher in order to survive. Players could take out their opponents by using a turret located towards the centre of the battlefield. A creature known as the Wumpa Whale would swim throughout the map, which players could land on to rapidly gain Wumpas. Another level took place in a chemical plant, where liquid nitro filled the bottom of the level, but would periodically be drained, putting additional deposits of Wumpa fruit up for grabs for those willing to risk it. Many other stages were envisioned, such as Dr. Embryo's mansion, a treacherous cliffside filled with exposed wiring and the remnants of his past experiments. There was a world set high above the clouds, a docking station for airships of different kinds, like a cargo plane players could bounce on. Players could even commandeer small aeroplanes to fly around and fire on opponents. Art also existed for a setting where players would ride minecarts. All of these levels were vast and wide open for exploration, a direction one developer told me was inspired by Super Mario 64. Early in development, Wumpa League toyed with a handful of mechanics that were ultimately never implemented, like animal companions who would assist you, mounts, wall running, rails characters could grind on, and the ability to grab and throw other players. At one point in 2018, the team even considered adding characters from other Activision franchises to the roster, such as Ghost from Call of Duty, who would have been joined by Riley the dog, although these characters never advanced beyond the concept phase. During this exploratory period, Wumpa League was being envisioned as a standalone multiplayer game, but as 2018 went on, the project entered a state of flux. After assembling their initial prototypes, Toys for Bob drew plans to create single-player tutorial levels for the game. These would have essentially served as a way to get players to grips with the moveset of each character before heading online. One of them was set in a prehistoric world where dinosaurs roamed. At some point in the making of these stages, Toys for Bob's leadership decided that they would instead use what they had built to develop a brand new single-player Crash Bandicoot game. This was initially discussed as a possible reboot of the series, codenamed Quantum. They went from putting the finishing touches on their Spyro trilogy to conceptualizing a Crash Bandicoot multiplayer game, and now a single-player title as well, all at various stages of development simultaneously. As work on Spyro was gradually wrapping up, Project Quantum shifted to become the studio's primary focus, with Wumpa League being put on the back burner. Toys for Bob knew that they wanted to do a new single-player Crash, but according to studio head Paul Yan, they arrived at the concept for their project by reviewing the critical and commercial success of each past game. They determined that the pinnacle of the series in terms of both sales and reviews was the first few games. Therefore, they decided to create a direct sequel to Crash Bandicoot Warped, the third game in the series, effectively ignoring titles that had taken place after it in the previous timeline. This project would become known as Crash 4, sometimes stylized with the A in Crash replaced with a 4 in some internal renders. The developers of Crash Bandicoot 4 made a concerted effort to make the game visually distinct from the Insane trilogy from the beginning, reasoning that they did not want it to be perceived as a sequel to the remasters or DLC for it. They wanted it to be immediately recognized as something new and standalone, hence its shift in art design. The look of the game would be guided by art director Josh Nadelberg, who had previously overseen the Spyro Reignited trilogy. Many of the same contracted artists from that project were retained to work on Crash. Over the course of pre-production, the game was subject to a number of notable cuts and changes as the developers honed their vision. At one point, they considered having recurring Crash foil Ripperoo return as a mini-boss in the Run It Bayou level, but this was later excluded due to time and resource constraints. One character that played a major role in the game was an alternate reality version of Crash's past love interest, Torna. Toys for Bob's artists proposed many different takes on the character, such as this rendition by Rob Duenas that adhered more closely to her original design, and some that were more radical, like one from James Lloyd Martin, which imagined her as wielding a boomerang and carrying a baby bandicoot in a pouch. Torna's boomerang was something heavily considered as a possible game mechanic throughout pre-production, appearing in a number of different sketches before being scrapped in favour of a grapple gun. Another element under consideration early on was the idea of having warp rooms, the 3D hubs present in Crash 2 and 3 that allowed players to enter levels in an order of their choosing. These were dropped as the team determined that they wanted to adopt a more linear structure for their narrative and gameplay design. The music of the game was given much thought as well, and could have taken a somewhat different direction at one point. Grant Kirkhope, the composer from such games as GoldenEye and Banjo-Kazooie, created a number of tracks to pitch his take on the game. He wrote demo songs based upon early level descriptions he was provided, but they were ultimately rejected. The final soundtrack was composed by Walter Mayer, who had previously worked on Killzone and Grand Theft Auto. Crash Bandicoot 4, or Quantum, had by all accounts a symbiotic relationship with its counterpart Project Lava, aka Wumpa League. Technology, character movesets, and tutorial levels were lifted from Lava to become the initial basis for Crash 4. A prime example of this is the aforementioned prehistoric stage from Lava, which later evolved into Crash 4's Dino Dash level, wherein the player is chased by a ravenous T-Rex. The notion of Wumpa League including those single-player tutorial levels was abandoned as Crash 4 became established. In a similar vein, many of the concepts for multiplayer maps in Wumpa League were reworked into stages for Crash 4. The Nitro Processing Plant became the level Nitro Processing. Cortex's mountaintop rocket site morphed into the Icy Mountain Lab seen throughout the 11th dimension. Ideas for a map set aboard aircrafts led to a set piece at the end of The Crate Escape, where Crash has to leap between cargo falling out of the back of an aeroplane. Production on Crash Bandicoot 4 lasted around only 18 months between 2018 and 2020. The final level to be added to the game's plan was Offbeat, a New Orleans-inspired stage featuring musical elements and parade floats. This stage was created from scratch just 12 months out from its launch in October 2020. Like the Spyro Reignited trilogy before it, Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time was subject to a quick turnaround, despite the fact that staff were forced to work remotely for the last months of its production amid a global pandemic. Over the course of that development, work on Wumpa League stalled after 2018 as they focused on Crash Bandicoot 4, and it went from initially being thought of as a standalone game to possibly being an add-on. During this time, Toys for Bob was considering releasing Wumpa League as a free update for Crash 4 that would launch around 1 year after it did. Crash 4 released in October 2020 on the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and according to this early plan, Wumpa League would have followed in around September or October of 2021 on those same platforms. In the months leading up to that, they were set to carry out both closed and open beta tests throughout the summer of 2021. Wumpa League was intended to launch with 12 levels and 16 different playable characters. Most of those would have been returning heroes and villains from across the series, but they had also considered a myriad of fully original characters made specially for this project. During early deliberations in 2018, artist Nicola Saviori put together a poster containing a plethora of fully original Crash characters he had conceived of. Former developers say that this was made as an inspiration piece. None of these new characters were formally approved for inclusion in the game, but served to demonstrate the diverse possibilities of the Crash universe in a multiplayer context. Despite it being a multiplayer project, the developers did explore ways for the Wumpa League to feature narrative elements that could have possibly unfolded over the course of future updates. In-universe, the Wumpa League would have been an esports-style competition set in the Wumpa Islands that attracted people from all over the Crash Bandicoot world. Not only would past Crash characters like Ripperoo or Papu Papu have come out of the woodwork for it, it would have also drawn in previously unseen anthropomorphs from foreign lands, a concept heavily influenced by the Olympics. A multitude of these were sketched out as potential playable characters, many of which were inspired by different places from around the world. For example, there was a German hamster with a Tesla coil helmet who would have been one of Cortex's minions, a Canadian beaver girl, and a mole inspired by a Wyoming coal miner. Others conceptualized included a gun-toting hyena, an opera-singing cow, a pirate bird, and a cat-bat hybrid named Catbat. This last character, which was inspired by David Bowie, was conceived as a creature who could fly through levels and swoop down to attack. It was later teased in one of Crash Bandicoot 4's unlockable ending art pieces, where they could be seen alongside the game's main cast. One story concept floated was that it would eventually become clear that the people behind the Wumpa League competition held some kind of nefarious intentions. The developers discussed an idea for the main villain being an evil CEO pulling the strings from behind the scenes, although how exactly this plot would play out in game was never determined. While Wumpa League was, at the time, being considered as a possible free update for players of Crash 4, it was set to feature in-game microtransactions whereby players could purchase cosmetics for their characters. A robust selection of skins was being mapped out, all of which could be leveled up by completing matches with them equipped. Through this unique progression system, players could upgrade their skins over time. Every skin was planned to feature 3 different variations, starting off fairly rudimentary before growing gradually more elaborate and flashy. For instance, there were ideas for a zombie Crash skin whose body would gradually decay as you upgraded him, or a Dingodile Space Marine who upon reaching Tier 2 would fall victim to an alien parasite. By Tier 3 the creature would have fully taken over and transformed Dingodile completely. Players would have also been able to collect backpacks which would contain the different theme parachutes that they could deploy during gameplay. By the summer of 2020, Toys for Bob had devoted over 2 years of on and off work to developing their ideas for the Wumpa League, codenamed Lava. Former workers told me that they were genuinely passionate about the project and believed in its potential. As it quietly continued in the background of Crash 4 midway through the year, the company began drawing plans for a third project that could have possibly been their most ambitious game yet. At the direction of the studio's management, a small team of developers started imagining the future of Crash Bandicoot, which they were simply calling Crash Bandicoot 5. As the name suggests, this was a direct mainline sequel to Crash Bandicoot 4, and like its predecessor, it would have been another single-player 3D platformer that was set to bring back a number of past characters from across the series. Crash 5 intended to reintroduce plot elements to the series that were first established in 2004's Crash Twinsanity. In that game, Crash visits the Academy of Evil, a school for villainous children that was once attended by Dr. Neo Cortex. There they meet Dr. Cortex's niece Nina Cortex and come to blows with the headmistress of the school, Madame Amberly. According to their initial concept, the Academy of Evil would have returned in Crash 5 as the game's main setting. It had been greatly expanded over its previous appearance and would have functioned as a hub world of sorts. Crash would have explored the campus grounds, a dark, foreboding world filled with gothic architecture and danger around every corner. In this incarnation of the Academy, its faculty would have been made up of past Crash Bandicoot villains like N. Gin, Embryo, and Dr. Cortex himself. A major idea that the developers were experimenting with was inspired by the game's Psychonauts, wherein the player enters the consciousnesses of various characters and explores 3D worlds based around their innermost thoughts. Toys for Bob staff were envisioning a similar premise, in which Crash would enter the minds of his greatest enemies and literally delve into their inner turmoil, often gaining greater insight into their backstories. For example, the team had conceptualized a world portraying the subconscious mind of Dr. Cortex. In this realm, players would have traversed a landscape comprised by Cortex's greatest fears and most significant memories. Some ideas for this included seeing him capture Crash and Coco in the wild before their mutations, navigating a creepy circus from his childhood, and meeting Cortex's family, a collection of oddballs and lunatics. There was his elderly mother, Mama Cortex, with her deadly weaponized walker, his hunky Adonis older brother, Hughie Cortex, Id Cortex, his sinister nephew with a proclivity for experimenting on animals, and his sister Sarah Bella Cortex, who was a high-tech dentist, comparatively the most normal of the bunch. Through the Evil Academy faculty and the concept of invading minds, Toys for Bob was opening the door for more classic Crash villains to make a comeback. One of these returning foes would have been Pinstripe, a Tommy gun-wielding Potteroo from the original Crash game. Within Pinstripe's mind, Crash would have battled his rodent minions through a 1930s gangster theme level before confronting him in his office. En route, he would have possibly been given a glimpse of the family Pinstripe was taken from prior to his mutation. Another recurring baddie set to resurface was Tiny Tiger, whose mindscape would have manifested as a medieval-style area inspired by Dungeons & Dragons. In this section, Crash would have to navigate a perilous castle rigged with traps, making his way down to its cellar where he would find Tiny's lair, a hoard of gold, treasure, and weapons. Tiny would have eventually emerged from the shadows to fight him in the depths of his subconscious. Other characters lurking the Academy that were sketched out included Madame Amberly and Nina Cortex. This was the original concept for Crash 5. But as time went on, the project's ambitions expanded well past the scope of the Evil Academy. Soon they decided that the game's main antagonist would be Uka Uka, the masked spirit introduced in Crash Bandicoot Warped, who was set up to re-emerge in Crash 4's secret ending. In Crash 5, he would have returned with a vengeance, wreaking havoc across the Academy of Evil and beyond. In the story, Uka Uka would have gained access to an interdimensional portal hidden beneath the Academy that would allow him to travel to the universe of Spyro the Dragon. There he would use his magic on the Dragon Elders, cursing one of each of their feathers in a ritual to corrupt them. The Dragon Elders would then do his bidding, plunging Spyro's dimension into chaos, and in turn threatening Crash's home as well. Crash and Coco would follow his path of destruction and embark on an adventure traveling to and from Spyro's reality in pursuit. They would eventually encounter and befriend the heroic dragon, teaming up to restore the Dragon Elders and defeat Uka Uka. They would follow him through the various realms from the original Spyro game, like artisans, beast makers, and magic crafters, which they would find besieged by Uka Uka's sorcery. Along their journey, they'd collect dragon feathers as they undid the dark magic afflicting the various characters they'd run into. There were some considerations for feathers that would grant characters different special powers, similar to the masks from Crash 4. In addition to a variety of different dragons, other legacy Spyro characters like the Norks from the first game were being weighed up for appearances as well. On top of that, the team did contemplate adding more gender-swapped alternate universe characters into the mix, similar to how they did with Entropy in Crash 4. Female versions of the Komodo brothers from Crash Bandicoot 2 were among those sketched out. Following around several months of early work, this was the core concept behind Crash Bandicoot 5, a full-fledged Crash and Spyro crossover, bringing back past elements from across both franchises. The project largely existed as concept art, with some early demo environments tested out. One of these was Tiny's Lair, which gives us a glimpse at some of the more open level design we could have seen in the game, recalling titles like Crash to Insanity. According to the developers I spoke with, Crash and Spyro were intended to be the two main playable characters, with Nina Cortex and Coco also under consideration. Among the small group at the company who worked on the game, there was a lot of excitement for it. One source shared that they were enticed by the prospect of reimagining old Spyro worlds in the style of classic Crash gameplay. The team had conceptualized everything from Crash riding on Spyro's back, or using him as a weapon, to Spyro lifting him up to aid in platforming. There were considerations for them being playable both separately and together in a potential mashup of the two movesets. Many possibilities like these were being discussed, with plenty subject to change. One prevalent idea that the developers had talked about was finally shedding some light on Uka Uka's backstory, revealing the source of his rivalry with Aku Aku. The team looked at using their mind invasion concept to have Crash explore his fractured memories, gradually piecing together his history. They were even ruminating on potentially showing the two masks in their original humanoid forms. It was a slightly darker sequel compared to the light-hearted It's About Time, both in terms of visuals and storytelling, with a greater emphasis on fleshing out the series' lore. Crash 5 was worked on for around 3 to 4 months between summer and November 2020 in an early pre-production state. In that intervening space of time, Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time launched on October 2nd, 2020 for the Xbox One and PS4. Toys for Bob planned to port it to the Nintendo Switch and PC for 2021. The studio's relatively small size had prevented them from being able to release it simultaneously on all platforms. Crash Bandicoot 4 received generally very positive reviews and became the highest rated Toys for Bob game yet at the time of release, gaining an 85% critic score on Metacritic. According to sources from Activision, the publisher had high sales targets for the game internally. This was largely due to the massive success of the Crash N. Sane trilogy that had sold well over 10 million copies by this point. Activision hoped that it would perform comparably, which it didn't quite manage to do. While Crash 4 was moderately successful by all accounts, its initial performance didn't live up to their lofty expectations. Although it secured the top spot on UK sales charts for 2 consecutive weeks, physical launch sales were down 80% from the Insane trilogy, according to GameIndustry.biz. In the US, sales were down too. Here's a telling statistic from Nielsen Super Data Research, which tracked digital sales data for video games throughout the US. In particular, they reported first month sales. The Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy released on June 30th, 2017, and despite it coming out on the final day of that month, it recorded 520,000 digital sales on that day alone. Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time launched on October 2nd, 2020 and sold 402,000 throughout that entire month in the same region. The Insane trilogy comfortably outsold it within 1 day versus 30 days. Superdata Research speculated that Crash 4 being priced at $59.99, $20 more than the Insane trilogy, and launching in a crowded release season could have harmed its sales potential. Less than 2 weeks before its debut, Nintendo published Super Mario 3D All-Stars, a collection of 3D Mario platformers that was highly successful. In the days leading up to it, breakout hits like Hades and Genshin Impact landed. On the same day as Crash 4, EA released a new Star Wars game, Star Wars Squadrons, on the same platforms as it. FIFA 2021 came out 1 week later. To make matters worse, Activision had dropped Crash 4 1 month before the launch of the PS5 and Xbox Series consoles, with no next-generation versions or upgrades announced. Those wouldn't arrive until the following year. When I spoke to different former Toys for Bob employees, however, they pointed to the lack of a Nintendo Switch version at launch as a critical mistake, citing the popularity of 3D platformers on that console. Activision has been coy about the exact numbers Crash Bandicoot 4 sold in the years after, but according to the people I spoke to, it was financially successful. In 2024, Toys for Bob design director Toby Schacht claimed on LinkedIn that it had reached 5 million units sold. Within the first month, though, it fell short of Activision's high expectations, with drastic consequences. Throughout the summer of 2020, work on Wumpa League, or Lava, slowed down, and days after Crash 4's launch, the project was being second-guessed altogether. Since 2018, Toys for Bob had gone back and forth on whether Wumpa League would be released as an add-on or a standalone game. By the time Crash 4 was finished, there was still some uncertainty around this. In the end, Activision wasn't interested in either and shot down their proposal to put it into full production, sending them back to the drawing board. Ex-developers indicated that the publisher had lost confidence in it, motivated at least in part by early Crash 4 sales numbers. By the time it was halted, a considerable amount of progress had been made on it. A variety of different character movesets had been built, and dozens of skins practically finished. As October 2020 went on, the company's heads believed that they would have a better chance of justifying its existence to Activision Blizzard if it became linked to other properties they owned. As such, they drew plans to revamp the Wumpa League as a crossover multiplayer game centered around an all-star lineup of Blizzard icons. This quickly morphed into being focused solely on World of Warcraft characters like Thrall and Uther the Lightbringer, all of which were reimagined in a cartoony art style akin to the studio's previous works. It was intended to have essentially the same gameplay style as Wumpa League, a competitive multiplayer platformer. Developers who were privy to this pitch said that internally there was limited enthusiasm for this shakeup, but it would prove ultimately short-lived. Blizzard had no interest in this alternate take on their franchise and shot down the idea towards the end of October. In the weeks that followed, Toys for Bob attempted to salvage some of their work by again repurposing the bones of the project. In November 2020, they developed a pitch for what could have been their first original property since Skylanders, which was called Monster Mechs. This was planned to be an online multiplayer game about small creatures who would pilot mech suits to do battle. Players could collect different parts like arms, legs, and chest armor, and create their own mech by combining together the pieces they liked best. This endeavor lasted only a few weeks before being rejected by Activision, who was not interested in funding it. Then, 6 weeks after Crash Bandicoot 4 launched, the axe fell on its planned sequel. Its developers had hoped to transition into full production in the near future, building upon what they had learned from both Crash 4 and the Spyro Reignited trilogy to take their work to new heights. Despite an extensively mapped out plan, Activision was not willing to move forward with it. In November 2020, Crash Bandicoot 5 was cancelled. The publisher was, in general, pulling back from producing big-budget single-player games at the time, and had turned down a number of such pitches from their other subsidiaries, including new Tony Hawk titles. Instead, they wanted to focus on multiplayer franchises using the games as a service model, which had proven financially successful. The initial sales figures for Crash 4 only spurred them on further in this direction. In the aftermath of Crash 5's cancellation, there were brief talks about combining their Crash Spyro crossover and multiplayer concepts together, but for the time being, Project Lava was effectively shelved. As Toys for Bob's projects were shut down, Activision decided that they would begin to work primarily on providing support for future Call of Duty releases. They joined around 3,000 other people across various studios around the world that were working on the franchise at the time. Amid this reshuffling, numerous employees expressed their profound disappointment to me about this turn of events. The making of Crash 4 and Wumpa League by all accounts had a scrappy, improvisational quality to it, a lot of room for experimentation with ideas regularly in flux. By the time Crash 5 came around, the developers had honed their process and had a much stronger sense of direction going into it. They had learned a lot from the last game, and with that experience came a newfound sense of confidence that they would be able to improve upon those foundations, but they were ultimately denied the chance to prove that. In the months after, a number of developers from Crash 4 began to leave the studio, some of which were disillusioned by the fate of its sequel and completely opposed to working on Call of Duty, according to several people I spoke to. Josh Nadelberg, the art director behind the Spyro Reignited trilogy and Crash 4, departed the company in February 2021. Jan Steck, Crash 4's lead designer, left in March 2021. Nick Livingston, the studio's longtime executive producer, who'd been there since 2006, left in May 2021. All three of these, incidentally, went to work for Phoenix Labs, a Vancouver-based developer known for games like Dauntless and Fae Farm. Despite the reality of the situation, rumours began to percolate around this time that Toys for Bob was developing a new Spyro game. This was based almost solely on the official art book for Crash Bandicoot 4. Page 252 of the book contains art of the Snacks Dimension, one of the later worlds from the game. In this image, a building with a statue of Spyro can be seen, with his name beneath it. The artist responsible for this illustration, Bronk Crows, wrote a short paragraph describing his work. Quote, "It was fun to combine Dingo's Diner with the futuristic element, to have those cars with the city below, and a little hint at Spyro. Many fans took this to mean that Toys for Bob was teasing a new Spyro title, leading to a number of news outlets picking up the story. One site, GameReactor.eu, even went as far as using the headline Spyro 4 all but confirmed. Regardless of all this hype, Toys for Bob was not working on Spyro 4 at the time, nor was this image teasing anything. I confirmed this after contacting Bronk Crows, the artist behind the piece, who told me that it wasn't a hint at a new game at all. He was a freelancer who worked on the project via an external outsourcing studio for art and was not directed by Toys for Bob or Activision to add Spyro. It was entirely his decision. He had no knowledge of any new Spyro project and simply included it as a nod towards a character he liked. Spyro is referenced in Easter eggs throughout Crash 4, and the Spyro building seen in the art book doesn't even appear in the actual game. In reality, it was nothing more than one artist having fun with their assignment. Toys for Bob, by all accounts, gave artists a lot of room for self-expression and allowed them to put their stamp on their work. For instance, an artist named Brett Bean would sometimes depict Wumpa Fruit as living beings in his sketches. Through the first months of 2021, most of Toys for Bob staff worked on content for Call of Duty Warzone, while a small group completed development on the Switch, next-gen and PC versions of Crash 4. In the absence of an original project of their own being commissioned, their management attempted to keep as many of their staff employed as they could by picking up additional support work on Overwatch 2 for Blizzard. They did this in the hope that they would get to go back to larger original projects with as much of the Crash 4 team intact as possible. However, multiple ex-workers have since told me that the experience of working with Blizzard on Overwatch 2 was miserable, citing an impersonal management style and an unclear creative direction that often fluctuated on a whim. Some even told me that being put on Call of Duty felt like a punishment from Activision for failing to live up to their expectations. One former developer provided the following comments on Activision's treatment of Toys for Bob's workers at the time. Quote, "The idea that the team that had been built at Toys for Bob would be an appropriate team to work on Call of Duty was just completely off. At that moment, it was clear that Activision just did not care about who we were, what we did, whether or not we were a good fit for it. They didn't really care who we were as a studio or as a team." Towards the start of 2021, Toys for Bob was not able to find enough support work to keep all of their developers together, and had to begin letting people go. Later, on April 29th of that same year, Toys for Bob shared on their social media that they were supporting the development of Call of Duty Warzone Season 3. This prompted numerous developers to come forward, revealing that they were no longer employed by the company. One of these was Blake Maloof, a designer who had worked there for over a decade, who tweeted, quote, "I no longer work at Toys for Bob," with a crying emoji. Another person to speak out about the situation was Nicholas Cole, a character designer who had served there since 2017. He said it was, quote, the end of an era, and that everyone he had interfaced with and worked alongside had been let go. Furthermore, when asked if Toys for Bob was only working on Call of Duty at the time, Cole replied simply, yep. GameIndustry.biz reported on the story, and one day later Activision reached out to them, attempting to change the narrative around the situation. Quote, reports of layoffs at Toys for Bob are incorrect. There has not been a reduction in personnel recently at the studio. The development team is operating fully and has a number of full-time job openings at this time. The studio is excited to continue supporting Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time, and more recently provide additional development support to Call of Duty Warzone. The statement was worded fairly nebulously. For instance, the line, there has not been a reduction in personnel recently at the studio, which carefully avoided establishing the exact period of time they were referring to. This statement was issued in April, and the people affected were let go towards the start of the year. Technically, there were no layoffs at Toys for Bob around this time, as they said, but neither Nicholas Cole or any other employees ever claimed otherwise. With all that said, their claim that there was no reduction in personnel was clearly false. Many of Toys for Bob's workers at the time were there on a contract basis. These people worked for them full time and did essentially the same amounts of work expected from people in permanent positions, but got paid less and had fewer benefits, as I've mentioned. Activision, like many other publishers, uses contract work as a cost-cutting measure. In the first months of 2021, as Toys for Bob was unable to secure enough work for them, a number of people did not have their contracts renewed, and so they were let go. This mostly impacted the company's art department, which was heavily reduced, although people in other roles like designers were affected too. Some of these contractors had been there for over half a decade, going back as far as the Skylanders days. Out of the former developers I spoke to, for them getting their contract renewed every several months was just a formality. They had no expectation that they were going to be let go. Generally, most people would not define those as layoffs, but the effect is very similar. To say that there was no reduction in personnel was simply not truthful, hence why Nicholas Cole, for example, said that everyone he interfaced with had been let go. As for their claim that Toys for Bob would continue supporting Crash Bandicoot 4, that didn't turn out to be accurate either. Toys for Bob did not work on any additional content or even patches for it after this statement was made. For some of the contractors I spoke to, this saga was a last twist of the knife from an organization that often made them feel less valued than full-time workers, despite the substantial contributions they made to the games they worked on. An example pointed out to me by former employees of how little Activision valued these workers can be found in the credit sequences of Crash Bandicoot 4 and the Spyro Reignited trilogy. In both games, the pets belonging to full-time staffers at Toys for Bob received a higher billing in the credits than their contracted art team. I spoke to a number of these former contractors, one of whom offered this comment, quote, I love the people at Toys for Bob. There were individuals there that did their best to make us feel part of the team. But as an organization, Activision or Toys for Bob, wherever the buck stopped, it was made clear that we were considered ultimately pretty disposable by the end. Throughout the remainder of 2021, the studio's main assignment was contributing to Call of Duty Warzone and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Partway into the year, however, their management resumed exploring ways for them to do their own original projects. From these discussions emerged the idea to reboot Project Lava once more and attempt to rework it into something Activision would be willing to greenlight. As opposed to being an update for Crash 4, Lava was revived as a budget standalone spin-off game catered to Activision sensibilities. It would be a live service multiplayer title with a seasonal battle pass system that would be built primarily from recycled Crash 4 assets and would require little R&D due to the extensive amount already done on Wumpa League. While that iteration of the project had fully original worlds, this new game would consist of stages based around levels from Crash 4, like Rude Awakening and Insanity Peak. This approach would make it cost-effective and relatively quick to develop. Crash 4 had since been released on more platforms like Nintendo Switch and PC. These ports strengthened sales numbers, helping to alleviate concerns about the viability of the IP. Activision approved of their new concept, setting in motion the game that would eventually come to be known as Crash Team Rumble. While a lot of the relatively small studio continued providing support for Call of Duty, the remainder worked on Rumble. The game's ambitions were vastly scaled back from what was proposed with Wumpa League. Not only were plans for fully original locations dropped, the levels in Rumble were generally much smaller arena-type environments than those built for its prior iteration. Due to this downsizing, the parachute mechanic that had previously enabled players to glide around its expansive environments was dropped entirely, although the game retained the backpacks that once housed them as unlockable cosmetics. The idea of having multi-tiered skins that would evolve as players leveled them up was stripped out too, in another example of budget trimming. Rumble also abandoned the concept of having other types of fruits scattered throughout levels. While melons were removed entirely, the idea behind bananas, pads players had to stand on to capture, was reworked into gems. These functioned essentially the same, but would provide a temporary boost to the amount of Wumpa fruit banked by a team if they managed to activate a full set of gem pads. Another old idea that made a return was the Wumpa Whale. Previously, this was a stage element players could ride on to amass Wumpa, but in Rumble it was reimagined as its own mode. Players had to collect relics from around stages and bring them to a bank to summon the Wumpa Whale. The team to successfully bring about the whale would rapidly gain Wumpa, while the opposing team would have to frighten the creature off by collecting rubber ducks. The whale in the final game maintained the low-poly appearance of the model used during the prototyping phase. This game type was experimented with throughout Crash Team Rumble's run, appearing occasionally as a limited time mode. While the developers had considered including story content of some kind during Wumpa League, Rumble did away with that notion altogether and was focused solely on a multiplayer experience. The only hint of any narrative elements existed outside the game itself. Alongside each seasonal update, Toys for Bob released a short webcomic introducing each new character. These comics were illustrated by Nicola Saviori, who had previously worked at Toys for Bob on Spyro, Crash 4, and Rumble's earlier incarnations. The first of these told the backstory of Catbat, a character originally imagined for Wumpa League who was revealed to have been an escaped experiment of Cortex's with a passion for rock music. Catbat would, in the end, be the only original character to be carried over from Wumpa League to Crash Team Rumble. For some former Toys for Bob workers, seeing Wumpa League be reworked into a new scaled-back form was a bittersweet experience. Here's what one of them had to say about that. Quote, "I think Rumble was fun, but Rumble was a skeleton of what it was intended to be in the end. Very few assets were created originally for Rumble. It was all asset reuse from the games we did create. Very, very little of what was intended to be the multiplayer project actually survived. But the core of the gameplay loop I actually thought was still fun. I just feel like all around you could sense that it was not given the full love and attention it would have gotten had it been developed as a serious product." While Toys for Bob was quietly pitching their revival of Project Lava in mid-2021, speculation around the Wumpa League reached a fever pitch. Although that iteration of the project was effectively no more by this point, it was widely believed to still be coming. This was largely down to two different factors. Assets from Wumpa League were discovered inside Crash 4, and the fact that a piece of official marketing material had referenced Wumpa League by name. Back at the end of November 2020, after Wumpa League had stopped development, the official Crash Bandicoot social media accounts released an advertisement paying homage to the Uncharted series. In this clip, Crash and Coco are seen playing Uncharted 4, a nod to a scene from that game in which Nathan Drake and Elena Fisher play the original Crash Bandicoot. This video primarily served as an advertisement for Crash 4 going into the holiday season, but it also included a small teaser for the once-planned Wumpa League. As the camera pulls away from Crash and Coco, a sign spelling out the words Wumpa League can be seen in the distance. I spoke to an Activision source who revealed that this video was locked in months before being posted. Regardless, it would lead to lasting confusion as rumours and speculation ran rampant throughout 2021. A number of different theories gained traction over this period, the most prominent of which baselessly claimed that Wumpa League was a party game linked to the PS1 spin-off title Crash Bash. Further fuel was dumped onto the fire by Toys for Bob themselves during an August 2021 GDC presentation on the making of Crash Bandicoot 4. During this talk, studio head Paul Yan discussed the early days of pre-production when they were deliberating over what Crash 4 would and would not be, attempting to hone in on its identity. As he talked about this, he displayed a slide in which Wumpa League could be seen among the different facets of Crash 4's development listed, gesturing towards the fact that the two projects were developed in tandem. On another occasion, the presentation briefly cut to a cropped piece of key art from Wumpa League. In both instances, Paul Yan didn't verbally acknowledge these references and continued talking in what was clearly supposed to be a tip of the hat towards an unrealized concept they had once hoped to produce. On top of that, in September 2021, they released a video marking Crash's 25th anniversary, which ended with co-studio head Avery Lodano saying, "Happy 25th anniversary, Crash, we'll see more of you very soon." With this, discourse around the project only grew more frenzied. In December of 2021, this would lead to the official Twitter account for the game show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire tweeting a poll which asked, "For real, where is Wumpa League?" Over 3,000 people participated in the poll, with Dead emerging as the top choice. Whereas its former iteration Wumpa League was no more by this point, Project Lava was very much alive, quietly under development at Toys for Bob, although it would be another 12 months before fans would get to see it. While Toys for Bob projects before it had utilised outsourcing as standard practice, Crash Team Rumble leaned on it slightly more heavily. Due to their art department being reduced considerably in 2021, external companies like Airborne Studios in Germany were contracted to pick up the slack. Airborne had previously worked on both Crash 4 and Wumpa League, but their contribution to Rumble was slightly more extensive. They helped to realise stages for the game and a multitude of different skins for characters. Over the course of development, the core team continued to experiment with ideas for how those skins would be doled out, and how monetization around the game would function. At one point, they considered having a premium currency that could be purchased with real money called Wumpa Bucks. In the end, they chose a Battle Pass system, and Wumpa Bucks were reworked into Crash Coins, a currency introduced in Crash Team Rumble Season 2 that could be spent to skip tiers of the Battle Pass without playing. The game would ultimately be set for a June 2023 release. In the meantime, fans would endure a year of false theories and hoaxes, suggesting it would appear at Summer Games Fest, Gamescom, and other events. It was eventually announced in December 2022 at the Game Awards, wherein a Crash Bandicoot mascot rappelled down onto the stage to present its debut trailer. The unveiling brought to a close 2 solid years of speculation following the initial Wumpa League teasers in late 2020. It was set for release on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series consoles. In the following months, advertising around it was sparse, with only occasional details trickling out through press previews. It was revealed that the game would receive both standard and deluxe editions. The standard version, which was digital only, was sold for $30 or £25 in the UK, whereas the deluxe retailed for $40 or £35 and was available both physically and digitally. The standard included a premium battle pass for the first season, while the deluxe had premium battle passes for seasons 1 and 2, the option to instantly unlock the first 25 tiers of season 1's battle pass, and an unlock code for the proto pack. This was a line of exclusive skins derived from the prototype character models used in their early Wumpa League demo. Both editions came with pre-order bonuses, which were access to a retro Torna skin and entry into a closed beta held on the 20th of April 2023. Toys for Bob had planned a stream of new content lasting at least 1 year after launch, but according to some involved in the development, Activision was already pulling back on their support for it before it was even released. Around the launch of Crash Team Rumble, an outsourced studio that had been working closely with Activision on the game was told that their services would no longer be required. This came as a surprise to those involved who had previously been under the impression they would be working on the game into the indefinite future. Crash Team Rumble was finally released on the 20th of June 2023 and received mixed reviews from critics, landing an average score of 67 on Metacritic. Many praised its core gameplay loop while criticizing its monetization and progression systems. Sales for the title were markedly slow out of the gate. After just 2 weeks on the market, it was outsold in the UK by the Crash N. Sane trilogy, which released 6 years prior. By the following week, it had dropped out of the charts altogether. 5 days after launch, Videogamer.com reported that Rumble's viewing figures on Twitch had already dipped below 30 people, a figure they used to brand the game as dead on arrival. TrueTrophies.com was another source for the game's underwhelming metrics. Their data indicated that during launch week, its PS5 player count was 69% lower than a 2-year-old Peppa Pig game. It then hemorrhaged active players in the subsequent weeks, dropping out of the top 200 most played games on the PlayStation Network within its first month on sale. After having been in the works on and off since 2017, Crash Team Rumble arrived late to a live service trend in the games industry. The market for games like this had become largely consolidated into a handful of heavy hitters like Fortnite and Call of Duty, and in 2023, carving out an audience in this competitive field was becoming increasingly difficult. In the months leading up to Rumble's release, numerous live service titles were discontinued, including Marvel's Avengers, Babylon's Fall, Crossfire X, Knockout City, and Rumbleverse. All of these came to an end in the first half of 2023 alone. Crash Team Rumble, like many of these games, failed to make a dent. Shortly after its launch, I set up a survey to find out why so many people had chosen not to play it. From around 500 people, here were the most popular reasons given. 12% of people said that it was not released on their platform of choice. The game launched only on PlayStation and Xbox consoles, skipping PC and Nintendo Switch altogether. 16% of those surveyed cited concerns about the payment model, the entry-level premium price tag, and or the Battle Pass and microtransaction systems. Many other more popular live service games like Overwatch 2 or Call of Duty have offered an entry-level free-to-play version, but Crash Team Rumble did not. Its cheapest version was sold for $30, and the game was heavily monetized with microtransactions within. 25% of people voted for what I would summarize as ineffective marketing or lack thereof. Many people responded by saying that they'd never even heard of the game, and a similarly large group told me that they didn't understand what it was. Either marketing didn't reach them or failed to convey what the game was. It debuted with a trailer that was entirely CGI, and when Activision finally did show in-game footage months later, there was no attempt to explain how the game actually worked. Audiences were told that it was a 4v4 game where you play as different Crash characters and attack one another, but that was about it. By far the most popular reason why people didn't play it, however, was that they were not interested in playing a Crash game in this style. 40% of the people who responded indicated that they were simply not looking for an arena-style online multiplayer Crash game with live service elements, and this was something that commentators had raised the alarm about during previews. Kotaku's Kenneth Shepard, for instance, said the following: "I can't help but feel like, regardless of the game's merits and problems, it's facing an uphill battle because it's just not what Crash Bandicoot fans want. Crash Team Rumble already has a lot going against it in the eyes of purist Crash fans. It's not a platformer and it's not a kart racer. That core loop is solid, but it's likely not what the average Crash fan is looking for these days." The article also mentioned the potential of Crash Team Rumble going free-to-play in an effort to grow its player base. This was something that Activision never chose to pull the trigger on, although Toys for Bob did attempt to lure in new players in the months after launch. Starting in August 2023, they held occasional 4-day free trials where anyone could download a limited version of the game for free with a few different characters to try. They also offered double XP weekends for people with the full game. New content was periodically added, including more characters like Ripperoo and a number of experimental new modes. However, these efforts failed to move the needle in any meaningful way in terms of growing Rumble's audience. In the game's second season, they continued adding new maps and limited time modes, as well as kicking off an ongoing crossover with the Spyro franchise. This season introduced Spyro 2 villain Ripto as a playable character whose arrival was explained via a short tie-in comic as in being inadvertently summoned through a dimensional portal. The addition of Ripto would herald the arrival of more Spyro characters in Season 3, which started in December, the Purple Dragon himself and his friend Allura. This round of content came with 2 new maps, both based around locations from the series, Artisan's Arena and Summer Forest. Season 3 also marked the conclusion of the webcomic series, which saw Crash characters traveling to Spyro's dimension and recruiting him to deal with Ripto. 3 years after the cancellation of Crash Bandicoot 5, Toys for Bob was finally able to realize their Crash Spyro crossover within Crash Team Rumble. Unbeknownst to many, they even hid material from Crash 5 in the game. Special unlockable banners were included in the Season 3 Battle Pass, which were made from concept art created for Crash 5. This included one named Tag Team, in which Crash and Spyro can be seen adventuring together in the Beastmaker's world. In typical winking Toys for Bob fashion, the developers were able to sneak in nods to a project that they were never able to bring to fruition. The studio's efforts to build excitement around Crash Team Rumble were, in the end, unsuccessful. The small spikes in engagement generated by new characters proved short-lived, and by the end of 2023 its future was looking more and more uncertain. A Nintendo Switch version of the game had been in development, but was cancelled by Activision due to the lack of interest in the other versions. In the final months of the year, Toys for Bob began to look to the future, starting work on a brand new game and mulling over plans to sunset Crash Team Rumble. According to former developers, they aimed to deliver a fourth and final season in 2024. This was set to add Nina Cortex to the roster, a character that had previously been outlined to appear in Crash 5, whose design from that project they were reusing. The developers had once done preliminary work towards more characters beyond this, like Tiny Tiger, Pinstripe, and the original male version of Entropy, but these were eventually nixed to focus on delivering Season 4. Alongside work on this, they were creating an original IP, what would have been their first in well over a decade, that was planned to use Unreal Engine 5. Hype around this new venture was growing internally as 2024 began, but the company's plans were about to be upended once again by external forces. In October 2023, Microsoft completed its acquisition of Activision Blizzard, following an extensive and tumultuous battle with regulators. They now owned one of gaming's biggest publishers, and Toys for Bob with it. From early on, developers told me there were concerns about how this seismic shift in the industry would impact them, but it wasn't until the 25th of January 2024 that the reality of the situation set in. On this day, Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer sent out an internal memo which opened as follows. It's been a little over 3 months since the Activision, Blizzard and King teams joined Microsoft. As we move forward in 2024, the leadership of Microsoft Gaming and Activision Blizzard is committed to aligning on a strategy and an execution plan with a sustainable cost structure that will support the whole of our growing business. Together we've set priorities, identified areas of overlap, and ensured that we're all aligned on the best opportunities for growth. He went on to say that he and other members of Microsoft's management had made the, quote, painful decision to lay off an enormous 1,900 people across Activision Blizzard, ZeniMax and other Xbox teams. The email caused panic across their various subsidiaries as they gradually found out who among them would be affected. In my conversations with developers, they described the process as incredibly disorganized and stressful. On that day, the confusion and lack of clear communication from leadership was such that developers were contacting journalists rather than their own bosses to find out what was happening. Bloomberg's Jason Schreier, for example, tweeted the following. These Xbox layoffs are such a mess that staff across Activision Blizzard are texting me to try to find out if they might be impacted. Nearly 2,000 job cuts, and people now just have to wait around to see if they're part of the bloodbath. As the hours went by, it eventually became clear that Toys for Bob would be heavily affected by the restructuring. 35 of their developers were laid off amid this sudden shakeup. At its peak during Crash 4, the studio had employed around 180 people. They were now down to just 50. The layoffs affected junior developers and longtime Toys for Bob veterans alike. One of the latter was lead concept artist Ron Key, who had been with the company for a decade. He had been serving as art director on their new IP in development when Microsoft's changes took hold. In the days after, I learned about many different stories of how the layoffs affected people, but here's one example that I think speaks to the scale and severity of what happened. Mayha Murthy was a designer at Toys for Bob who worked on Crash Team Rumble. One of her contributions to the game was writing humorous self-aware messages that appeared during loading screens. Some of these cheekily nodded towards the project's protracted development cycle and ideas that were cut along the way. Like many others at the studio, she found out that she was losing her job from the news media rather than being told by her employers. In February 2024, Murthy got in touch with Activision looking to be reimbursed for her ticket to the 2024 Game Developers Conference, an event set to take place 1 month from then. Typically, this would have been covered by Activision since she was employed there, but the sudden and unexpected layoffs left her uncertain. She was told to email Activision's accounting department with the request, and so she did. This was the response she received, which she later shared on social media. Quote, "Hello, I am sorry, but that is not something we can confirm. It would need to come from the travel department, or maybe your former department. The travel department was liquidated. We are trying to find out who has taken over their tasks, but we have not been given any guidance yet. To clarify, this former employee who had been laid off emailed Activision's accountants who told her that they would not be able to help her get reimbursed and that she would need to contact the travel department. However, the entire travel department had been laid off as well, so they didn't know what to do because Activision had yet to replace the person who would have dictated what to do in this situation, since that role was also reduced. This is just a small slice of what some people were faced with in early 2024, and it serves to illustrate the bedlam that Microsoft left in their wake. The Activision Blizzard layoffs were met with intense criticism from consumers, journalists, and politicians alike. The FTC, who had tried unsuccessfully to prevent Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, claimed that the tech giant had made false promises about how it intended to run the publisher. Microsoft had stated unequivocally in court that they intended to be hands-off in their management of Activision Blizzard and said that they would be able to operate independently. In Phil Spencer's own words, however, they had just admitted that the layoffs were implemented to eliminate areas of overlap between Microsoft and Activision Blizzard, suggesting that it was not operating independently at all. One commentator critical of the mass layoffs was game industry veteran Joseph Chivitate, who claimed that days later the publisher was already attempting to poach developers from other big companies. Chivitate, a well-connected 3D artist who had worked in the industry for around 20 years, alleged that recruiters from Activision Blizzard contacted people at places like Rockstar attempting to hire away developers already in full-time positions. Here's what he had to say about the stories he had been hearing. Quote, Activision Blizzard would rather try to poach someone who's currently employed instead of hiring any of their talented, recently laid off former employees into the role, or transferring them instead of laying them off in the first place. Applying for jobs at Activision Blizzard is just data harvesting for them. They would rather poach someone else who's currently employed just to eventually lay them off too the next time Microsoft needs to make their stock price go up a nickel to meet their quarterly quotas. Microsoft released their quarterly earnings report 5 days after the restructuring, revealing that their gaming revenues had gone up 61%, largely due to the Activision Blizzard acquisition. Days later, Toys for Bob's headquarters in California was shuttered as part of the new cuts. While many of their staff had worked remotely in the previous few years, their vibrant tiki-themed offices had been held up as a source of pride for the company. With their HQ closed, the remaining staff switched to working remotely full-time in February 2024, a month that would bring further upheaval. Some reports at the time attempted to spin the situation in a positive light, but these claims are difficult to reconcile with the reality behind the scenes. Microsoft's overhaul of Activision Blizzard devastated Toys for Bob. Along with 40% of their workforce being abruptly laid off and their offices closed, the cost-cutting led to their new IP being discontinued and Crash Team Rumble's life support being pulled. Rumble had started with tepid sales and never managed to recover. Adding Spyro and other characters had done little to turn things around. For some perspective, let's briefly compare its Twitch viewership numbers to two other Activision Blizzard live service games active at the time. On the 12th of February 2024, over 52,000 people were watching live streams of Call of Duty Warzone. Overwatch 2 had around 58,000 viewers. Crash Team Rumble had an average of 7. The game never came anywhere close to breaking out of its niche audience. As a result, plans for a fourth and last season were scrapped. It was around just over 1 month away from being ready at the time the call was made. With support for the project now gone, developers hastily reworked some of what they had finished, like unreleased cosmetics, as part of a final free battle pass. The game was set up to end on a whimper compared to the bang they had once hoped to go out on. As the dust was settling, Toys for Bob's heads entered discussions with Microsoft to go independent. The studio had been a part of the Activision umbrella for nearly 2 decades, and had seen its share of highs and lows since then. With fresh leadership overseeing Activision Blizzard, they took the opportunity to renegotiate the terms of their relationship and were successful. Microsoft granted them their independence and a fresh start. On the 28th of February 2024, the company's future plans were revealed to the public via a blog entry on their website. Quote, "We're thrilled to announce that Toys for Bob is spinning off as an independent game development studio. This opportunity allows us to return to our roots of being a small and nimble studio." In that same post, they announced that they were exploring a potential partnership with Microsoft on a new project. Less than an hour later, the fate of Crash Team Rumble was officially confirmed, when a message quietly appeared in the game's home menu. It stated that March 4th, 2024 would mark its final content update, although the game would continue to be playable. Microtransactions were being discontinued, and a free 500-tier battle pass was to be made available for all users, which had unlockables from previous seasons and 104 new items made up of content once planned for future updates. It even included an unlockable Season 4 icon in memory of the final season that they were prevented from finishing. The end of Crash Team Rumble was noticeably unceremonious. Outside of this single, concisely worded message, neither Toys for Bob or Activision chose to acknowledge it on any of their official channels. No eulogies from the development team, no mentions of it on social media, or even their official website. This would lead to some confusion among fans who hadn't seen the easily missed in-game message that would later vanish altogether. For context, Toys for Bob had routinely made posts about their in-game events on sites like Twitter and Facebook in the months prior. Even when the game made a bevy of content free for users on March 4th, all parties remained quiet on it. It was clear that the project was something that they had chosen to move on from. In the end, the studio managed to weather this storm under an embattled Activision Blizzard. They entered a new era of independence, setting their sights on a partnership with Microsoft. Over the previous several years, they had gradually lost a lot of their workers, their headquarters, and suffered multiple cancellations along the way. This was the outcome of a parent company in crisis that had lost faith in traditional single-player games, struggling to find a place for Toys for Bob in their pivot towards the games-as-a-service model. Activision originally purchased the company at a time when its speciality was making middle-tier budget platformers. Despite how successful their single-player games continue to be, the publisher had Toys for Bob move away from what they had been built to do in order to supplement their drive for live service content. This disconnected, one-size-fits-all management style led to a slump in morale, developers leaving, and eventually an online-only Crash game that audiences rejected. Consider also the fact that in the almost 20 years that Activision owned Toys for Bob, they were only ever allowed to ship one original IP, and it was the most successful endeavour they ever embarked upon together. After squeezing every last penny out of Skylanders, Activision then refused to ever again take a gamble on any new property they wanted to attempt, as they became increasingly averse to risk. Even a Crash Bandicoot cross-spiral platformer was deemed too big of a leap.